Hello, hello. Can everybody hear me? Oh, looks like we're going live now. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies in particular today. It's nice to see you. My name's Dustin Cormier. Welcome to an episode of How to Rock Astrology. Today, I've decided to do an episode of Taurus Sun, Bisexual and Gay Woman. So thank you for joining the podcast today. I've decided to doll myself up a little bit. I like to consider myself a transgender, genderqueer, gender fluid person. And I just love getting dolled up like this. And I hope you guys do too. Just to help you guys get in the mood and the consciousness. if I can do that, I always like to try. So as usual, what I do on this podcast is I've got a few books that I like to kind of bring into our conversation. Essentially, we're going to go through these books. Oh, no, I'm forgetting one. Yes. We're going to go through all these books. Not all the whole book, but all the parts relating to Taurus, bisexual woman. First, we're going to do just talk a little bit Taurus Sun in general. And then we're going to talk about how it expresses in a woman, and finally, how it expresses in a bisexual woman. So, I hope you guys are here to join the fun. Anybody who is watching? Oh, nice, Goosey. Hey, way to go. Thank you, Goosey. Goosey says I got a Tommy Lee look happening, and I'm definitely cool with that. Haven't seen you in a little while, Goosey. Thanks for coming along. As usual, this is a live chat podcast, so anybody who feels like making a comment, send me a message, ask me a question, do whatever, and I'll try to answer as befits the nature of the conversation. I'm going to try to keep it aligned with the Taurus girl vibe, but feel free to ask me anything. Might as well hang out, have some fun doing it. So, without further ado, let's get into Taurus Sun Woman. First thing we're going to do is talk just a little bit about Taurus in general. Taurus is the second sign of the zodiac. Now, I am a tropical Vedic astrologer, and I'm always trying to combine the ancient Vedic system of astrology and try to bring the wisdom of that transmission to the world of Western astrology. Of course, when I go and do Vedic stuff, I also bring Western astrology and tell them about it. It's kind of what I'm interested in doing. So if you see me, I'm going to be reading from these select books and also trying to add my own spin to what's happening. Okay? So before I get into this book, Taurus is the second sign of the zodiac. Bursting out of Aries. It is part of the bursting quadrant. It's the first house, second house, third house quadrant of the chart. So, Taurus has, it's kind of similar to Aries and Gemini in the sense that if you have your sun here in particular, you know, this series you can consider it also in the way of your rising sign, if Taurus is your rising sign, or if Taurus is your moon sign. But these books were written with the sun in mind. This is really sun sign astrology that we're doing here. But with that being said, if you have the sun in Taurus, your sun is very close to Aries. Aries being the exaltation point of the sun. And in Vedic astrology, we constantly try to teach that exaltation, the best place for a planet is its exaltation point. And exaltation works by orb, not just by sign. You know, the sun doesn't do best in Aries, and then, you know, it's about being close to the sign of Aries for the sun. The nature of the sun works best around that area, and Taurus is right next to Aries. So the sun does well here. The sun is in a Venus-ruled, typically feminine sign. Now, for women, this often gives a Taurus can be black and white. Typically, straight Taurus girl is very girly. Very, like, all about the makeup, all about looking good. They have a deep value on values, actually. Taurus represents our values and resources. But they have a deep value on the abundance that a positive presentation, a positive aesthetic, a positive attitude, but also a very, like, you know, they're not always the most positive, you know, especially if their Venus isn't that well placed. But Tauruses can be moody. They're very honest about their moods, but when they go towards a positive mood, they go blissfully, willingly, and they're like an etheric flower for a lot of times. This is kind of one side of the Taurus. The other side is that Taurus can be, especially with bisexual Taurus, they can come out in kind of more, I'm inclined to say butchy tones. Like, it's not typical for Taurus to be all that like butchy, but it's ruled by Venus, which is all about the way that you prefer to present and express. And so if there's a genderqueer bone in a Taurus woman's body, they can come out as what they can grip the sexuality that they want to express. And they can come out as masculine with like studs and like, you know, lots of piercings and like a sort of like a tough go attitude. It's kind of one way or the other. It can obviously, it depends on the rest of everything else in your chart to decide whether you're going to be sort of one or the other. And also where your Venus has to do with it, because Venus is the channeler for the sun's energy. So if you're a Taurus Sun woman who's a bisexual and your Venus is in, say, Aries or Gemini, then you might have a little bit more of this like sort of a glittery kind of, like Gemini can be glittery and even Aries can be glittery and more excitable. They thrive on expression in a way that Taurus doesn't always. Taurus generally is kind of all about, even if you have Venus in those places, Taurus is placid. It has a lot of energy and it expresses a lot of energy. You as a Taurus have lots of energy to give, but you prefer the easy way. You'd have energy, but you apply it to things that make life easier. Having the nice, feeling, sensual things, and putting effort into your relationship. Tauruses are very good at considering the relationship to be important. So, I could paint as much of a picture as I can, but what I want to start doing is getting into a few of these books just so we can digest the nature of Taurus in general, like I said. And then we're going to get specifically into the psyche of how being a bisexual woman affects the psychosexual ego of Taurus, of the Taurus woman. Whew. So you can see, I'm here in Canada, and it is still like a hot son of a gun today. Hopefully my makeup doesn't run everywhere. I'm getting used to this makeup thing, and I'm enjoying it. I love it. But I digress. As usual, this is a live chat. Feel free to make a comment if you like. Say anything that might interest you, any questions that you have. And we're going to keep going on. Now, I like to start off with this book from the Zodiac group, the Little Giant Encyclopedia. So just going to talk a little bit about Taurus, just as a gumball to get us rolling with what they're about. It's the second sign of the zodiac. They tend to be concerned with beauty, romance, sentimentality, sensuality. They put a very high value on having beautiful experiences, depending on what beauty means to you. Again, you know, like the Venus is going to show how you express this beauty. And I will say, most Tauruses can be very chill. They're not grossly emotional. It's only if you have Venus in Cancer, or if it's aspecting the moon, or if the moon's aspecting your Venus. The moon starves Venus. And another well-known enemy to Venus is the sun. If your sun and Venus are conjunct together, in Taurus, obviously, then your sun energy, the masculine dominating desirous side of you, can be a little bit pushy. These are the Tauruses that are stubborn. And a Taurus bisexual can be a very feministy, like intense energy. And of course, you know, if you have that combination, I should say that anybody's energy can be used constructively if you see it in context and see yourself in the context of everybody else. So look to the Venus and the positive aspects of Venus to see whether the sun in you is going to grip positively the desires that you are really trying to come across as a Taurus. Especially because being a bisexual woman, Taurus woman is always very naturally feminine. For a bisexual woman, you could very well, you're going to have to make the choice, or, you know, sexuality is a fun thing because you can just be what you are and meet a woman and she'll be what she is and that'll be that. Tauruses tend to like to pick either being a subservient sort of person who's there, who's emotionally there, who's kind of holding things down for the lover, who is possibly this person who gallivants around and kind of has a lot going on but comes home to hubby. That's the Taurus girl vibe. So that they're holding down this two-way thing. I'm the lover and you're my lover, and usually the Taurus has like an invisible leash. Go as far as you want, darling, but just, you know, bring it home to mama at the end of the thing. So they're deeply concerned with the interaction and the beauty and just harmonious moments with other people. Looking beautiful, looking harmonious, communicating harmoniously. And it's the aspects to your Venus that are going to show whether that's easy to come about or whether you might have some frustrating resistance with what you need to express as a woman and what you want to express for your fulfillment. Taurus can be very ambitious, and if you're a bisexual, you have to make time between what you're doing with your life, your job, whatever, and your lover. And your lover is the deeply enriching thing. So it's a combination of things that's going to keep you going at your best, right? I digress. Taurus, the second sign, they're concerned with materialistic values, wealth, prosperity, nature, harmony, a love of living things, nature, things that come of themselves because they are of themselves. So again, Taurus just likes to be a water wheel taking advantage of a flowing river that's already there. In Vedic astrology, Venus, which rules Taurus, is the water element. That's what the water element is. It's Venus. It's reception. It's a valley. So they tend to enjoy finding someone who works with them and unfolding that nature as it is. So that's why they love gardens. They love seeing a plant just being fearlessly what it is. I want to be that, right? But they want to look, it's the thing about Taurus is that they, like, a plant doesn't try to be a plant. They're just graceful because it is so. It is the way of Mother Nature. And Taurus likes to do that. They like to look graceful, but yet still functional, valuable, useful, and reliable. So, you know, they can be interested in possession, control, security, dependability. These are broad characteristics of Taurus. They're creatures of habit. They're organized. They're tenacious. They're kind. They can be shy. They can be a little bit cautious, but they're very trustworthy. They're often calm until you make them explode. They appreciate values and talents and abilities in people. Right? So, I always like to give like a little picture of what's going on. I'm just looking at our comments here. We've got my darling Bria. Bria's my delicious girl that I got here in Canada. And my friend Goosey. Bria says she's digging the look. And nice to see you, Joanna Corrado. Nice to see you being a part of this as well. Okay. So, we've given ourselves a little bit of a startup on the vibe of this combination, or of bisexual Taurus, and Taurus in general. Now, this is a book that you might recognize if you've seen my Sun, Sun in this sign, Mars in this sign. I've got a Sun and Mars video series, and this is the reading that I use for that. It's a good little shortcut to the sexual nature of Taurus. Again, just to start of bring in this consciousness. This comes from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. It's just the nature of Taurus Sun, regardless of gender. The sexuality. Sexually, those born under the sign of the bull are deeply passionate, although somewhat reserved. Fearful of rejection, you prefer to draw love to you rather than pursue it openly, like a flower. A flower doesn't go out to things. It's just what it is. If you happen to come along, oh, you must be right for me, right? The easy way, being of what I am, that brings the abundance and attraction. Since Taurus is naturally charming, alluring, and sexy, you probably have little trouble attracting romantic partners. When intimately involved with someone, you make a caring and considerate lover. However, you require a lot of affection and consideration in return, and you thrive on flattery and compliments. Any girl who knows that you're a lesbian and sees you just rolling back and is kind of cute and sort of like, not necessarily aloof, but actually paying very much attention, but cute and not pushing yourself too much on anybody. Girls will see you like that, and they might come along and just compliment this or that, compliment the way you look, the way you dress, and if you just, oh gosh, thank you, the Taurus girl will just say all these things and just sort of have the quietness, but the kind of the mouth and the eyes that are just wandering and looking and just being like, yeah, come on, keep doing the thing. Come on, compliments, I'm liking it. Taurus has a similar mystery power that Scorpio has. Scorpio woman is more about the psychic aggressor that puts things out just like, what's up? And like is kind of a challenge. The Taurus is more of this quiet, mysterious, brooding bad bitch. This like good girl, bad bitch that's likes to attract and doesn't say too much, but you just are interested in talking to them. And they show that they're interested in the way that they talk, in the way that they have this delicious, juicy voice that's not over the top, To you, good sex usually means a sensuous, passionate, and uncomplicated physical relationship. Your ideas about love tend to be traditional. This is a heterosexual reading, mind you, but it's still, we're going to talk about how we take these characteristics and bring them into a lesbian couple relationship. In any case, Taurus's ideas about love tend to be traditional. You don't much like to play games, and you don't make promises that you can't keep. You're naturally seductive, and when you overcome your inhibitions, you're capable of depths of passion that will leave your lover gasping for breath and begging for more. Once your libido has been let loose, you're a very demanding lover. Ardent, just like this riveting willfulness. However, you're set in your ways and not generally given to too much kinky boudoir behavior or radical sexual experimentation. It's because Taurus is really more about the deep value in a relationship. What's going to bring the deepest well of the feeling of deliciousness over time in all the in-betweens. The sex for them is a deep part of that, of course. It rings the whole thing, and they will probably have this juiciness and this sexuality that you have in bed. It probably permeates every part of your existence when you're really getting a good lay-in with somebody. And that is this kind of, you know, that's what it's all about for the Taurus. All the trimmings, kinkiness, and spanking, and boudoir, and all that stuff. I mean, this is just a sun sign reading. If you've got Uranus, like, conjunct your sun in Taurus, you might very well be into all that fun stuff. Uranus is in Taurus right now, so you might even be it might be a fun thing for you to explore right now. Find some ways to explore and expand your creative capacities as a lover. It's because Uranus blows things up like that, right? So I think my point here is that the archetype of Taurus is more about the sentimentality and a feeling of constant, glued, harmonious deliciousness, kind of at the soul and values level, at the friendship level even. It's not, this is just sun signs though. You might be a rock star in bed, you know, but even when you are, generally it will usually be a rock star lover of a Taurus will use that as a delicious vessel, a gateway, a pathway to opening up their heart to the lover in a deeper way. In your love life, as in all other things, you cannot be rushed. Your sensuality, generosity, and your affectionate nature, and your legendary staying power make you an excellent lover, and sex is closely tied to your love of pleasure and luxury. You absolutely adore everything that is sensual and romantic, from satin sheets, flowers, perfume, and music, to champagne, chocolates, exotic fruits, and other delicious edible treats. Your bedmate is practically guaranteed a sexual experience that is joyful, pleasurable, and extremely satisfying. Very good. Now we could go into all these different things. I might keep this around for those things. But, yeah. So that was cool. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was just getting a general sense of the sexuality of Taurus Sun. Now what we're going to do is we're going to include a little bit more of the femininity of Taurus. Now what I should say, let's see here. This next reading that we're going to do is going to talk more about same-sex relationships with Taurus woman. So, now we're coming to the fun part that you might have actually come here for. And as usual, this is a live stream, so if anybody has any comments, any questions, anything that you'd like to ask, feel free to let me know. Make a comment, and I'll try to speak to it as I can. So, we've been getting into the consciousness of Taurus. We're about 25 minutes in, so we should be diving into the actual thing by now, I think. This is Sextrology, the astrology of sex and the sexes, by Taurus Gay and Cox. It's a classic book written in like the 90s. I think it was actually probably written or gathered in the 90s, but this came out in 2004. So it's considered an older book now, even though it's new millennium. Times are changing. So, great book though. Western writers, sun sign astrology, which I always like to give the caveat that it's only sun sign astrology. Look for the archetypes of what's being said here. As a woman, you might see how you can best relate to a psychosexual dynamic, which you can use constantly and steadily like the sun, to employ with your relationships with other lovers, with other women. You will want to look at the harmony between your sun and the sun of your feminine lover, because women tend to look for their own sun in their partner. You know, you might do very well with like a Taurus rising woman, for example. Excuse me. But what I always like to say is that anything that you read in here, I'll finish that train of thought and say that you as a Taurus Sun woman want to have a harmonious relationship with the sun of the other lover that you're with. But you also need to consider the relationship of your sun to your lover's rising sign, the relationship of your sun to your lover's moon, and also even their Mars and the way of their passion. There's lots of things to consider. The sun is more about a natural psychosexual dynamic that you just gotta deal with. It's always there. When you're being romantic, it's still this dynamic. When you're being sexy and you're hot to trot and you're just doing the, let's do the thing, the sun dynamic is like always going to be there. What brings a sexual moment might be more about a Mars thing and possibly a Venus thing. The sun is just more of the constant psychosexual dynamic that you apply throughout the whole day to deal with everybody and to permeate your existence with that juicy Taurus sexy consciousness. It's the sun that kind of does that. It's the most constant center for everybody, no matter what your gender. With that being said, let's talk a little bit about the psychosexual natural chemistry of Taurus Sun bisexual woman. So there's lots of, I do recommend, if you're interested, give a read to my video that I did on Taurus Sun woman, the straight woman, because it has the roots of the Taurus Sun psyche. And it does talk about a straight woman's consciousness. I always recommend for the bisexual and gay readings that if you give that a little read, see what the original, see what a straight Taurus woman is like. That way you'll appreciate how being a bisexual alters that consciousness. It's just my opinion. Let me know what you think about that, if you think that's silly. I'm always learning and expanding, especially with these bisexual woman videos. So let me know what you guys think of all this. I feel like I could just blah, 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 but I'm just going to get into it. So, what's lesbian Taurus chick all about? Well, in same-sex relationships, Taurus rarely casts herself in a butch role. There you go. Rarely. Doesn't mean that she doesn't, but I see the archetype there. Our nymphette, the Taurus lady, is typically not bisexual, but more definitively polarized, straight or gay. It's because Taurus likes to pick a role again, right? So this is more to say if a Taurus decides that she's gay, then she's probably very much gay, and there's less bisexuality there. Again, though, this is just the sun, so it's only an arc, right? Everybody takes that arc and deals with it differently with the rest of the planets in their chart. Though in adolescence, the straight bull chick, the straight Taurus girl, might experiment with another girl, usually one who has a crush on her rather than vice versa. Interaction is really about relieving the Taurus's pent-up sexual energy. The Taurus girl, woo! And I just got to get it out, and if you're going to be a pretty girl, if you're going to give me this attention, and you've got some nice things happening, I mean, you know, it's love is love, and what the heck. And Taurus, even straight Taurus girls will go there and experiment just to get out their sexual energy. So, the Taurus chickie poo might simply lie back and let it happen, grateful for release that isn't self-induced. Taurus girl isn't big on masturbation in any case. Any sensuality tends to be a bridge to the erotic hotness of the erotic, of two hearts jiving on each other. And Likewise, in adulthood, she may passively play act at lesbian sex for the purpose of pleasing her man should he request such a showing. However, if and when Taurus does come out full stop, there's absolutely no going back. For her, sexuality is a tremendous source of strength and personal power, and she'll seek a like-minded lover who will live as resolutely as she does. Taurus will often play a key role in championing gay causes, acting up on her sister's behalf. On all my gay girls. So this can be a feminist, humanitarian sort of vibe that often comes out of Taurus bisexual, Taurus gay women in particular. My computer's giving me a little bit of guff right now. I think I'm okay though. Hopefully this doesn't skip. Still, Taurus girl doesn't so much march as stroll when taking issues to the streets. And she's not a big believer in banners and labels that set the gay community apart from society at large. It's probably more about blending it all in. Not consumed by the near stereotypical trappings of womanhood in which straight Taurus is so boldly steeped, the gay Taurus is nonetheless intently focused upon sharing and commemorating with her lover the finer, more solemn virtues of femaledom. She revels in the kind of sexual tenderness that can only be shared with another woman, just as she enjoys picking out the perfect piqué sheets between which to do just that. The typical gay Taurus is a lipstick lesbian, only without the lipstick. She tends to be eternally girly, but often over time simultaneously sinks deeper into a naturalist state, quite unlike her notoriously adorned, cosmetically inclined, straight Taurus girl counterpart. She's a bit more raw, the gay Taurus girl. Instead of transforming her outward appearance in an attempt to telegraph availability, she explores other second house attributes, such as comfort and stability, in both the presentation of her person and of her environment. The second house, meaning there's the second house in a chart, relates to the second sign of Taurus. And that's coming after Aries, right? There's a numerological thing there being the number 2. Sexuality is involved because sexuality is polar, right? These are things that we got to think about because astrology, every sign has layers like that. Gay Taurus girl is quite the homebody, preferring to cultivate her domestic arts and craftiness rather than to spend money socializing in restaurants, bars, or clubs. Typically, Taurus will espouse her nymph archetype all the more in lesbian relationships, drawn to older, wiser women who will mother her, albeit in a rather tough-loving way, furthering Taurus's education on the boon of female empowerment. Taurus is often drawn to more beautifully butch lovers than herself, and even her briefest romance will start with the same brand of seduction she might have experienced in her youth via the ardent attentions of an already decidedly gay girlfriend. Taurus is the girl with the personal best fantasy. She enjoys being mastered in the bedroom, particularly by an athletic Amazonian woman. She prizes physical attributes most highly in a potential partner and makes no bones about not even looking at another woman, unless she's sufficiently stunning. A smug superiority exists in a gay Taurus relationship, a belief that, in bonding, she and her lover have become an unsurpassably perfect pair. Like straight Taurus, the gay Taurus girl, is designed to be the recipient of a sexual offensive, right? But she diverges from the heterosexual Taurus when it comes to that trademark need to please. For gay Taurus, the pleasure is typically all hers, and she is often somewhat remiss in the reciprocation department. Very interesting. It's like the psyche of the Taurus woman loves to support and to please really more than her own pleasure, because it is her pleasure to please. That's the heterosexual Taurus sort of vibe. And this is kind of the way the gay Taurus girl will be. But the emphasis on, it's like the purely Venusian heterosexual Taurus woman tends to grasp, it's so feminine that it grasps for the masculine. It's like a polarity thing that Venus naturally does. The Taurus woman who is gay tends to find that polarity in themselves in a funny sort of way, where their pleasure is this masculine principle that they would otherwise be going for. They are kind of both, and their lover will kind of supply both, if that makes sense. So, the Taurus lesbian girl will dally with her lover rather than outright diving on in. Enjoying the loving, tender process of kissing and touching, she'll nibble, lick, and unconsciously tease her lover while demanding to be eaten out with unrivaled gusto. It's just one of those things where it's going down and you've got the little fingers just in the ears of the person who's going down on you. Little neck massage. Ooh, yeah. The trick is finding a lover who relishes taking on the sole role of aggressor, willing to sufficiently address Taurus's designation as the zodiac's prime receiver. Yeah, I get that. It's like the Taurus always wants to be this figure of beauty. And this is very much true for the gay and bisexual Taurus. Regardless of sexual identity, Taurus woman craves penetration and will urge her spitfire lover to oblige. She thrills at displays of female power, and the mere mention of an aggressive top woman is enough to make her toes curl. Fingering and dildo play, especially, are standards in her sexual mix, providing Taurus her de rigueur multiple orgasms. She prefers ardent chow-downs to the artful finessed licks and nibbles that characterize her own signature style. She can just be this delicate, like, just soft, so soft and receptive and creeping up at all the sensitive areas. And she hopes that she can just grab your head and go, I mean, she won't be that aggressive, but Taurus isn't aggressive, but it's this come here, baby. And once you're down there, it's just like, oh, stay right there. 69 is a particularly intense turn on. And yet, for all her passivity, she's not much for bottoming out in that configuration. Sitting on her face is often completely out of the question. Still, despite such specific sexual tastes, she's one female who'd be content to simply cuddle in a lover's arms as an erotic endgame unto itself. Even when with a dynamic independent, or outright butch lover. Taurus requires a femi pajama party element in her relationship, or at least she prefers to. She loves late-night, prettifying pedicure sessions, flipping through magazines for clothes or home furnishing inspiration, sipping wine while making a meal together. She adores shopping and lunching with other ladies and throwing dinner parties for a close circle of friends. She will bond with a coterie of like-minded women, typically well-bred bohemians with beefy bankrolls, who also espouse an adherence to long-term bonds. To be sure, gay Taurus woman is a die-hard monogamist whose ideal of eternal bliss is growing old with that one special someone. Yep. Yeah, so she typically finds a group of gals, my gal friends, my girlfriends, or not even necessarily girlfriends, but a group of people that are familiar, long-standing, have shared values, and will last the test of time, and does last the test of time. It's nothing a Taurus lesbian would love more, especially because when you get into gay, bisexual, lesbian, you know, we're not thinking about like white picket fence, marriage to a guy and all that shit. You've got a woman who is not looking to procreate with her life energy. She wants to take her life energy and create blissful, harmonious moments with this energy of all the people around her. She can be like a womb, like an incubating cell for all of the love of a group of people. And she could get to the very end and be 50 or 60 or what have you, and have those close friends, and it would have, if to get it that far, it's just as, if not more, delicious and satisfying than any, you know, black and white traditional heterosexual whatever. But I digress. Too many people are wrapped up in the marriage thing these days. Not necessarily marriage, but marriage to a dude who will give you a baby. Oh no, I guess I can keep this. You ladies know what I mean. So, now I got a few things to spark up this next part of our series. It's 43 minutes in. Oh, wonderful. Nacha Libre. We've got a commenter who has said, Taurus rising gay girl here. I can relate to a lot of what you're reading. Wonderful. I'm always looking for these kinds of comments. Thank you for the comment, Nacha, because the writers had sun sign consciousness in mind for these. And there are times when I speak to that. The readings that you're reading here is mostly sun sign based. But our friend Nacha has given us the comment and said that a Taurus rising gay girl does vibe to what's being said. Thank you. I deeply appreciate it. Never hurts to have different people saying what's going on, right? Now I'm just checking out. Oh, wonderful. I'm checking out other things going on here. Computer things. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. As usual, this is a live chat, so feel free to make any comments, questions, concerns, and we will speak to them. For now, we are going to start getting into the individual combinations of Taurus woman with the many pretty ladies of the zodiac. So many pretty good looking ladies. Yes. The abundance of love is everywhere, ladies and ladies. Ladies and ladies. You just gotta put yours out there. See what comes to you. I was trying to, as you can see, I'm trying to stuff my titties here. Hopefully it doesn't look too ridiculous. I'm trying to at least get an aesthetic here. Okay, so I hope you guys are enjoying this. As I said, I'm Dustin Cormier. I have dick and nuts, and I'm like a man. biologically, but I deeply love enriching my consciousness with the taboo, kinky, being a chick vibe. So I hope this is working for you guys. Please let me know in the comments what you think. I'm going to go to the bathroom eventually, but I seem to be good right now. So I'm going to do... We're gonna get right into this, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and ladies. I say so many things that are like programmed, but ladies and ladies is the conversation of today. Yeah, I'm good to go. So what I do, we're gonna start getting into reading our books, and we're going to start talking about Taurus girl with all the other chiquitas of the zodiac. And we're going to start with Taurus woman with Aries woman. I think that this is a juicy one. Taurus woman tends to be, as we've kind of read a little bit, they tend to love any girl who is this outgoing giver of a sort. As we've just read, Taurus woman, I mean, they can be butchy, but they're usually not. The Taurus woman can have what we would describe as like an attraction power. And it's like a come hither, baby, sort of like top consciousness. Taurus woman actually is kind of like a top in the sense of the psychosexual dynamic, where it's like, you come to me. Now, Aries woman is always this very boisterous. They've almost got like a tomboy vibe. Aries can. And this can work pretty well for the purposes of the Taurus, who likes to see this flirty chicky poo, who is willing to just like Aries wants to dive into a valley, and Taurus wants to be a valley. And Taurus is like, yeah, give me all of that loving and attention and affection. And it's like a challenge for the Aries to just see how deep and how different and how excited she can get. And Taurus is always there to take it all, baby. Come on, more. Give me all you got. This is probably one of the better combinations, I think, that we're going to read about, particularly for gay Taurus women, particularly because there's such a binary, a psychosexual binary going on at kind of at all the right places. It's like Taurus is like secretly top, but is very placid, whereas Aries is like secretly enjoys being a submissive. Submissive's too strong a word, but she secretly enjoys being tied to a central post and dancing and doing her own thing all around it, while she's got this central pillar at home that has the deepest affection for her and brings the deepest love out of her. Then she can have kind of these fun, shallow, flirty interactions with lots of people. So she's like secretly bottomish with a flair in expression. And the hidden parts meet as well as the surface parts meet in what I think is a positive way. Let's read a little bit about it. First thing we're going to read is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega, Your Sex Secrets Revealed. And this one is one of the little taste testers. We take a little bite-sized taste test of this combination from 2 different books, and then we're going to read about what the actual coupling is like in greater detail with Taurus and Aries woman. So for now, this is Phyllis Vega. This is Taurus woman with Aries woman. You two, Taurus and Aries, you two tend to approach life quite differently. Yet, despite your differences, passionate, romantic Aries poses an irresistible challenge to the sensuous, affectionate, romantic Taurus. Even when your ideas are poles apart, life is a lot more interesting when slow-moving Taurus and fiery Aries form an intimate alliance. It's Mars coming and meeting the earthy, peasanty, holding it down consciousness of Taurus. Now, to go along with that, this is the original Sextrology book. This also has these, like, you can see, there's like little readings of each combination. So this is, again, a bite-sized picture of Taurus woman and Aries woman. This is a social pair. These two want to see and be seen together. Aries has that glow of good health. Taurus is fetching, but unfussy. The bull offers Aries. Taurus offers Aries the protection she herself usually seeks. Sex is earthy and orgiastic. So the bull offers Aries the protection she herself usually seeks. The Taurus girl likes to have a security or some kind of protector that allows her to chill and to have her own her friends and her feminism, if that's your thing, or if, like, you know, her gay circle, and she kind of does that and tra-la-la-la-la, and she likes to come home to somebody. And she also likes to be the one who's the one to come home to. That's typically Taurus mentality, but she kind of likes that too. With the Aries is so just so wild and excitable and just like, ooh, I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants here, or with no pants or whatever. The Aries likes to flit and flirt around like that, and Taurus becomes a bit more of a shoulders back, grounded, sort of protector vibe here. The hot mama watching the roost type of thing. So, that's my impression of everything that we've just read. Now we're going to actually get into the reading on Aries woman and Taurus woman from Cosmic Coupling, Starsky and Cox, the sexual coupling of the zodiac. Before I do, I just want to check our comments here. Oh, okay. Oh, Nacha Libre. My friend Nacha has asked, Dustin, what has inspired you to do this series? It's very entertaining. You know, Nacha, I will answer that for you, but if you don't mind, I should have just waited till I was done. We've got a train of thought and we've got a juicy thing happening here, so I'm going to do that next time. I'm not going to interrupt the reading, but I will after we read Aries woman and Taurus woman. So if you don't mind, Nacha, if you don't mind sticking around until this is finished, and I will answer that. So let's get I'm going to get the groove going here first. So this is Aries woman and Taurus woman coming from Cosmic Coupling. It's the same authors, Starsky and Cox. They're the ones who wrote Sextrology. Came out 2004. This one came out a little bit later by the same duo authorship. Each couple in the book has like a title, and in this combination of Aries woman and Taurus woman, our book calls The Crush. Sounds juicy already. So this is Aries woman and Taurus woman. Chemistry. These two are really opposites. In biblical analogy, girly Taurus is as yielding as Eve, whilst Aries is like Adam's irascible first wife, Lilith, who would submit to no one. Aries is always correlated with Lilith, the bad bitch who would get on top of Adam, which Adam didn't like because he's a patriarchal asshole. So Aries can be just like that. Now, together, They embody the full gamut of femaledom, from femininity to feminism. Like gay schoolgirls experiencing uneasy pangs, equal parts longing and contempt, the attraction here is visceral and life-affirming. Aries will poke fun at Taurus's attachment to societal female trappings. And Taurus may turn her nose at Aries' unabashed manner, her unapologetic wah and rawness, and wearing just jeans and a t-shirt and being just so, again, not necessarily butch, but definitely minimalist. But it'll be these very attributes that they espy in each other, that I wouldn't do that myself, that seem to propel them lickety-split between the sheets. Except in rare instances, their would-be roles in a relationship are clear-cut, making this an easy bond to slip into. Taurus inspires protective feelings in Aries, which is a rare sensation. It's very interesting how all these books have different ways of kind of thinking about this, but if you're paying attention, let's try and consider that there is basic archetypal grooves. As we can see here, now we're reading that Taurus brings out protective feelings in the Aries. Let's read where the books go, but I could ultimately see that both of these two could jive to that tune. Really depends on where your moons are, where your Venuses are, what's the rising sign, who's got the more fiery, churning energy that would bring that protectiveness. Now let's look at their compatibility. Taurus looks up to Aries as a natural leader whose desire for her she can fan at will. Indeed, these ambitious women add up to quite a power couple. Still, there's no stepping on each other's toes, even in the daily grind of building a life together. As caretaking as Aries may feel, she also gets to be her freewheeling self, confident that Taurus is keeping the home fires burning. She is. Even if the bull, Taurus's own personal demands, outstretch the rams. Taurus girl might ask to just have a little bit more things. Like she's unfussy, which Taurus, again, the Aries girl loves, but the Taurus might be the one kind of doing a little bit more of the, let's figure this out, let's figure this out, let's figure this out. Taurus, the fixed earth sign, consolidates energy, attributing to her calm, rested mien. Aries needs to cut loose socially, usually on her lonesome. Possessive Taurus must learn that this doesn't implicate Aries is in extracurricular affairs, at least not necessarily. In truth, Aries can have a fling without it impinging upon her love for Taurus, who herself is a merciless serial monogamist who will go poof at the slightest proof that Aries is stepping out. If you ask me, if you're a Taurus woman and you've got a strong Venus sign and a strong moon sign, then you will probably know how to hug and how to secure a bond so that you have an enjoyment, so that you don't have too much psychic possessiveness, because too much of that can bum your Aries girl out. A little bit's okay, it's part of who you are, and it's cute, and Aries can think it's adorable. Aries can like that. But as with anything, I think it's good for a Taurus girl to find ways to find enjoyment, have a zone in yourself, unlock the nature of your own Venus sign in order that you can bring self-enjoyment which would reduce your paranoid dependence on any lover. I think that's always good advice for Taurus. Possessiveness is not a bad thing, but too much of anything, even too much, like water. Taurus is ruled by water, and water is a delicious thing, but it can choke a plant if there's too much of that grip, you know? Doesn't mean it's not bad. Lord knows water is what bonds everything together. That love that you have, you know? Now, let's look at the carnality of this combination. These are insatiable sexual characters. Taurus brings out the animal in the Aries, who delights in the bull's signature soft and pliable physicality. Something that the Aries can kind of tug on and kind of just like, wow, you're really there, huh? Regardless of her sexual history, Taurus will take the position of the innocent, letting Aries believe she is responsible for opening up a brave new world of carnal knowledge. Taurus brings out Aries' butcher instincts. The ram will focus on stimulating the bull's G-spot, the center of Taurus's sexual gravity, while Aries' own trigger point is often mostly strictly clitoral. Not orally driven by nature, Aries will employ innovations in plastic and latex and fingers to drive her lover home. Aries likes to use tools and stuff like that. Aries girl often feels like she wishes she had a dick, but was still a woman. The Taurus, by contrast, is a master at mouth music, finding Aries' myriad, many erogenous zones beyond the usual suspects. The Taurus girl could just enjoy kissing and licking right up to just like right underneath the soft spot of the butt cheek or like up the neck and come right under the ear, and Aries just explodes in an elastic ball release of like ecstatic nervous tension, because Aries have so much energy and willfulness coming through that it comes into their musculature, and all of a sudden their necks and whole body can be tense, and that's something that Taurus loves to find out. Teasing the ram is the bull's stock in trade. The whole of their sex life can be characterized by the former's titillation of the latter, by Taurus's titillation of the ram. Confusing. Taurus's use of luxe blindfolds and restraints provides ecstatic torture for Aries, who is hardwired to be unwilling to relinquish control. But when she does, it's a little bit of a fireworks show. And Taurus just loves being this earthy pillar for no matter how much the Aries girl is just like building and building more and more into the sexual rapture. She gets her brain just involved in this absolute sexuality, and then the Taurus girl is kind of in the center of it all. And the Taurus girl at the base is kind of like this gyrating thing, and it's going out from its center, and the more it spins, the more faster it goes, and Taurus builds up into it's like Aries wins all the little battles, but Taurus eventually gets this like the war. It's not. Taurus gets this big, long-standing orgiastic release from all the little circles of orgasm that Aries has, and then Aries can just keep it going too. You know, Taurus is technically the one with more staying power per se. But eventually, once Taurus is really built up, these two can have a long, juicy, ecstatic go. And it'll have the Aries just reeling with this constancy of, like, deliciousness. Good, sexy combination. Now, I just want to check my phone for a moment, and then I'm going to speak to a comment that was asked. Okay, that's cool. Now, we had one of our viewers, Nacha Libre, asked me a question. I'm sorry that I kind of was in between things there. I'm getting better at these videos, you know. Nacha says, hey, Dustin, what inspired you to do this series? It's very entertaining. Well, the Sexuality series in general, I've been loving doing for a lot, since last year, basically. And I've been loving it. It's so, I love the erotic. I myself am a Leo rising with Scorpio Sun and Scorpio Mars. So I'm very ambitiously and passionately driven towards all things Scorpio, all merging, absorption, soul connections. You know, really what I love to do is just to help, because and also in Vedic astrology, I'm ruled by Venus, as you can tell. I've got a very Venusian, feminine, value personality. I really jive with the Taurus vibe because Taurus is ruled by Venus as well. Although that's not, being ruled, in Vedic astrology, I've got something called my Atma Karaka is Venus, and that's my soul planet. If you want to know what I mean by all that, it's a Vedic astrology term. Feel free to let me know in the comment, and I can refer you to what that's all about. For me, it's very important and huge, and it's something Western astrology has no idea about. But I digress. I'm ruled by Venus. I just completely live it. And so, with that being said, I've always been excited about relationships. I'm a sentimental guy. I just crumble to pieces at weddings and stuff. Oh my God, you know. And I love to see people getting a real good, juicy, harmonious groove on. I think that so many of the ills in the world can be settled once humans find their enjoyment not from sensual stimulation of TV and movies and fatty foods and sugars and donuts and all this crap, but if we could just enjoy each other, that would be the ideal, I think. It's much more fun in the sharing of human hearts. And astrology seems to be a way to see how harmony can be nestled into different soul gates. How harmony can be found between hearts seeking each other. Long story short, that's why I love talking about this stuff. Even if you're not huge into astrology like I am, it's just fun to talk about a person who's like this and a person who's like this. What's it going to be like when they meet each other, you know? Even if it's not an astrological thing. Even if it's just your best friend Jenny and your best friend Susan, they come to, what would it be like if those two came together, you know? I love that stuff. And this series has been a way for me to speak to that, to the people who watch, and for me to just get into that consciousness. That's kind of the reason why the sextrology thing came about. As for me putting on lipstick and rouge and eyeliner and being a hot chick like I like to be, that's really more of that Venus rulership in me coming through. It's kind of a kink for me. My girlfriend Bria, who might be watching, I wonder if she still is. My girlfriend Bria gave me this dress. She's been helping me do the makeup thing, and she's such a sweetheart in my life. And me and her, she's bisexual. Me and her are gonna go out on a date one day, and I'm gonna be dressed like this, and it's gonna be so hot, and she's probably gonna peg me after. Can't wait. If you're watching, baby, I hope you heard that. It's kind of been a constant tease we got going on. So it's a huge kink for me to be girly like this, and that's why I've been enjoying this. I had a few girls watch my sextrology videos about gay guys. I do gay Aries with gay Aries guy, gay Taurus guy, gay Scorpio guy, and I was requested to do bisexual and gay women as well. So that's why the transformation took place. As usual, I do always like to ask what you guys think of it. You know, let me know in the comments what you think of the vibe, because I always hope it comes off. Ultimately, I just love doing this stuff with you guys. gives me another juicy thing to do online with my viewers. So hopefully that was a good enough answer to that question, Natcha. I don't want to go too far into my own personal thing, but that's where I'm coming from with a lot of this stuff. So, now that we've talked about Taurus woman with Aries woman, sorry about the sound of my folding book. Next thing we're going to talk about is Taurus woman with Taurus woman. The double Taurus lesbian connection. This one should be interesting. For a combination like this, I always like to say, of course, well, I'm going to do this just so, we're going to be reading. Hello, ladies and ladies. I'm Dustin Cormier. Welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today, this part of this episode, we're going to be talking about what it's like when we have Taurus woman, a lesbian Taurus woman, meeting with another Taurus lesbian woman. Now, this is an interesting combination because there's such an open door for different ways of expression. Because Taurus, so Venus is about sexuality. And Venus does tend to like having complementary polarities where, it's like it's like nice having one thing fit perfectly into another thing. When the sphere goes in the circle hole, Taurus likes to be a circle that fits in a circular hole. Taurus does not like to be a circle who's trying to fit into a square hole. But she won't change to fit the square hole. She likes to stick to being the circle that she is and attract somebody who can jive to the circle that I am and that I've always been. So here we have two Taurus chiquitas who are basically going to jive to some kind of like some kind of singularity, a shared vibe, but you don't want it to be too much of the same thing. What usually happens with this combination is that you can leave it up to... This is a good combination. Probably one of the better lesbian couplings for a Taurus woman. What am I trying to say? Among lesbian couplings, you can have Gemini together. You can have Leo woman with Leo woman together. It's the Taurus women who can... I think that this has a good chance to be different enough so it's enjoyable, but similar enough that it's also like has a glue. But usually you'll look to the other things in between the charts to see who's going to take on what role if there is going to be such a dynamic. If you've got a Taurus who is like a Leo rising, she might be a very energetic, kind of pushier, sort of expressive Taurus who just wants to have somebody to express this creative, fun, delicious excitement through. And if her partner might therefore jive to that kind of person. So she might be more of the calm, standalone-ish sort of like girl. I mean, usually fire sign vibe Taurus will find another fire sign Taurus to vibe with, and then that's a whole thing. So many different ways, These are just sun signs. You can only know so much of a couple just by their sun signs, especially with women, because women jive more, they express more of their moon and Venus than their sun and Mars. It's where your sun and your Mars are, as a woman, shows what you're attracted to, but it's not exactly what you express as much. So when we have two women coming together, you are going to enjoy the sexuality of your partner if they jive with your sun and your Mars. It's at a sexual level. But really, Taurus in general, regardless of gender, regardless of whatever, Taurus is always looking to have a good sexual chemistry, keeping things juicy, keeping things at an aesthetic that just jives and keeps things rolling, and they love to just have that. But really that should be the cherry on the cake that is a relationship which works at basic, fundamental, practical, functional levels. You know? It's like if there's too much mutual bossiness, doesn't matter how good the sex is, the Taurus needs to feel like there's like one and like the other in the perfect way. One being a little bit more perhaps bossy and one being perhaps a little bit more receptive, supportive to the ideas of the Taurus who's making the plans and etc. Usually, of course, they're going to both have a mutuality in that regard. They might even, Taurus is this fixed, willful, value-driven thing, and they're both watching for how each other picks up on everything. You know, if both of them are watching, like, are you going to pay for dinner this time, hun? Oh, well, I mean, you know, like, who paid for it last time? I think it was me, so I'll definitely pay this time, you know? They're both going to do this kind of thing, and if one of them doesn't do that, they're both going to know it. It's a very fixed, earthy energy coming along here. So that's why I say that it's really it's the other factors in the chart having glue between each other. If the one's moon jives with the other's rising sign, if their Venus signs are in like positive harmony together, this is what's going to bring richness and difference, but not too much difference. These are the kind of things that are going to flesh out the flesh of the center that is the two Tauruses coming together. So that was kind of my own spiel. What I always like to do with these readings is say a little bit through my own reckoning, and then talk about what this coupling is like from perspectives of different books. So for this first part of this reading, we're going to be reading Taurus Woman with Taurus Woman. It's Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. We're looking at the sexual synergy of Taurus with Taurus. Now, this book doesn't include gender. So this is like what it's like with any female or male, lesbian or straight. This is pure Taurus merging with pure Taurus of any sort. And then we're going to get into bisexual. There's just a little gumball to give us a sense of that. Then the next thing will be particular to lesbian Tauruses. So this is Taurus with Taurus. Sexual synergy. This may not be the most exciting romantic combination, but it's rock solid. And again, there can be excitement depending on other things in the chart. But the rock solid is more of what both are emphasizing, both partners. Each of you is steady, reliable, practical, and devoted to home and family. And larger chosen family, friends, the deep friend group that they both want to hold on to for forever. A close relationship between you is virtually guaranteed to be emotionally comforting and sexually satisfying. Boredom poses the only threat to a happy, long-lasting union. These two are funny because they both so deeply are vitalized and enriched by the slow, sensuous, calm Venus pacifying vibration in general. And when these two come together, there's a mutuality there, which is like, oh, good, back to the ground zero where we both fall on each other and just sort of drape and lie in bed and watch simple movies and listen to nice music and eat nice food. It's the pacifying satisfaction after a hard day. They both live their life in order to get to that place. And what's frustrating is that like it can be too much of that good thing, to the point where your backs and your necks are hurting from just like looking at each other so deeply and oh yeah, wow, and talking for hours and coming together and fucking and kissing and fingering and doing sucking and all the fun things, draping back in bed again and just almost not even getting enough sleep, although Taurus likes to get enough sleep. It's just could be very much a life of just all the living I got to do to get it out of the way, to come home to the hearth. And that hearth can be too familiar because it's so much of what they both enjoy that they both are going for it all the time. It can almost become tiresome. And this is a vibe that any Taurus-Taurus combination needs to watch out for. Although something tells me that Taurus women in particular could spin it properly. Now we're going to read a little bit more. This is Sextrology, Astrology of Sex and the Sexes. This is the original Sextrology book. And as you can see, it's got little, I don't know if you can see those little things, but it's another little gumball. Before we get into the longer description coming from Cosmic Couplings, we're going to go into detail, but before we do, we're going to read a little bit, another little gumball about, this is particular to two Taurus lesbians. The gay consciousness and gender consciousness are included here. This is Taurus woman in a lesbian relationship with Taurus woman. Like painters, whose every brushstroke is carefully applied, the Taurus twosome pays ultimate attention to all aspects of living. Appreciation for each other means added value individually. Lavish foreplay is foremost. All of the foreplay, it's almost like everything is one giant foreplay. This is almost like, there's an old Zen poem, and it talked by Dogen, 1100 AD. Excuse me. And it talks about how this Zen master made the feeling that spring does not become summer, like there's no dividing point. It's just that you're going through spring and one day you look up and it's really hot and the flowers are blossoming and you're like, oh, it's summer now. There was no official point. It just kind of came up. In the same way that burning a piece of wood, when you burn it, it just dissolves into ember and there's never a point when it completely goes. It's the same thing with two Taurus women coming together. When is it foreplay? When is it deep, erotic, full-on sex? And then when is it the afterplay? It's hard. No one knows really when that switch happens. No one is willing to make the claim because it is all juicy. It's all bonded and all the seams are washed away with a delicious glisten of the ultimate solvent of water. Affectionateness, which is the elemental ruler of Venus, which rules Taurus. Seamless. Everything they do is just like water rolling off a duck's back. Who even made that decision? It came from both of us. That's often a vibe with these two Tauruses. Although we're going to see whether, sometimes they can come off in a binary, where one's the butchier, and then one is the more receptive, soft, feminine-y. Let's see whether that dynamic plays out. Because I'm kind of reading this with you ladies just as much as you're hearing it. So, this is Taurus woman with Taurus woman. And this is coming from Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. It's the same authors who wrote the Sextrology series. And each coupling has a little title. This one's called The Fold. Interesting. It's like they're folding into each other. Maybe there's some reference to folding laundry. I'm not really sure. And these two can be real domestic queens in that regard. So, this is Taurus woman with Taurus woman. This is called The Fold. Let's look at their chemistry. These two daughters of Venus tend to be attracted to other femmes. Tauruses, can be the original tattooed love children and piercing fanatics to boot, who keep the cult of the body alive. Earth signs are physical, especially Venus, and the attraction here is indeed palpable. It's just two mountains whose peaks are just, they're bound to come together. It's like gravity pulling two earthy planets together. As free-form as bullish Taurus girls are, they're that much more practical. Together, they are especially frugal, forever keeping an eye on the future. They bond over this shared sense of responsibility and the need to put comfort and security first. Taurus girls stubbornly require stroking and reassurance, and that might mean they'll have to do without here, because they're both looking for it. Ultimately, they gel into a compound being, their personalities blurring and blending over time. They are, like all Taurus couples, self-important. They can go on about themselves ad infinitum. What am I, and how do I relate with you, and why is that good? I like this thing. I've always liked this. I've always valued this type of aesthetic or this type of thing. How does that reflect on you? Wow, we must really just, what I am matches so well with what you are because of this reason and this reason and this reason. Tauruses have a sort of a self-importance in a way. It's not necessarily narcissistic per se, but it's very myopic, very much looking at what it is in relation to everything else. And they love when what they see in themselves is radiant and flashing and making everybody feel good and harmonious. And they especially love that when they get that effect with their partner, where the couple becomes one beaming radiance of high hopeful harmony and security and lovingness for everybody. Now, let's look at the compatibility of these two. You can't be in a hurry if you're friends with this couple. Whether stuck in the mirror or just too lazy to get off their keisters, they are, let's just say, fashionably tardy much of the time, because they have to really pull themselves out of the delicious well that they've dug themselves before they can go out and do anything. But these girls don't give a flying fig about that. They are nimble in the relationship, at once tending to their own gardens, their career, creative pursuits, close emotional intimates, then falling into utter symbiosis, all over each other physically, finishing one another's sentences, or becoming virtual lookalikes over time. They'll have you know that their bond is sacred, and they'll tell you as much. Still, their jury's out on monogamy, each tending to have many love affairs that don't amount to much, as a means of keeping their mojos juicy, and in the process, inventing melodrama as a distraction. That's an interesting picture there. I could see that vibe. Maybe I'm not a girl, but I'm inclined to say that, any kind of cheating on each other or flirtatiousness or, this is to keep the sexual mojo going because they're both so similar and they love juicy mojo, and the similarity can give this stagnance, and it might cause them to want to go flirt with other people, get a certain vibe from another chick or just whoever. It's bisexual too, right? So, to get a little extra vibe from whoever in order they can finally come home to mama, come home to the cherry pie on the windowsill or on the bedspread that you love so much ultimately. But this, I get the common picture here of them kind of flirting and melting into other pools, dipping their finger in other pies just to perhaps taste, just so that they can know, A, that the grass isn't greener on the other side because they love the lover at home more, but even B, just to mix in this funky quasi-melodrama. What I should say is that if your Venuses are good together, if you have a healthy Venus and moon, they've got positive aspects from benefic planets. If the moon is trine to Jupiter or Jupiter is touching the moons of either of these two, generally they'll know why the relationship is important and how to communicate in ways that, if this isn't a thing for you, you could very well be polyamorous in a sense. This is something really to consider for a Taurus relationship, because the difference could make the central fire that much more juicy and enlightening and illuminating and delicious. It doesn't have to. This all has to do with your lovemaking preference and ways. And truth be told, what I also want to say to this is that if you come together with a Taurus girl, it's just sun signs, folks. You could have things that make it delicious enough that you can just communicate and find ways to bring a richness and variety to the essentially vanilla quality that this relationship can have. Not necessarily vanilla, you can be kinky, but Taurus, again, there's so much of the same that it can get this stagnance. And if you put in the effort, and if you're interested in putting in the effort, then you can spin the wheel and make it different enough between you and your Taurus lover to make the thing spin. Many options. Don't ever let a book tell you the only way that you can be. There are arcs, we read about them, we digest them, but we consider them in context of the fact that even astrology can't stop you. Love is first. Astrology is the waterways of two waterfalls meeting. How's the water going to play out? Let's watch. But ultimately what's important is that the waterways are meeting, right? And you can make that work no matter what your signs are if you really love the person. But I digress. Taurus loves to field, flirt with, but then ultimately reject outside attention. Constantly doing so, a feigned struggle provides harmless fun while keeping the bond on its toes. Okay, I get the vibe there. This is a cool thing that they wrote. I'm going to read this in full just because of... Consider what I said, but take lightly what they are saying here. It's probably a common archetype. They do believe the bond is sacred, but still the jury's out on monogamy, at least in flirtatious modes. Each of these two tending to have mini love affairs that don't amount to much, as a means of keeping their mojos juicy, and in the process inventing melodrama as a distraction. Taurus loves to field, flirt with, and then ultimately reject outside attention. Constantly doing so, a feigned struggle provides harmless fun while keeping the bond on its toes. I get it. It's like when you're with a Taurus. I've been with Taurus vibing women, and I've got lots of Scorpio, and this can be the same because they're both fixed. They're both very similar. What happens is that this didn't exactly happen with me, but I understand it. Having a feigned struggle, a sense of the security, showing that you've been flirting with this girl, and your Taurus girl comes along and says, hey, so you've been paying a lot of attention there. I hope you know that I've been at home with no panties, making us that delicious food that we love so much, and I just hope you know how good we are together, and that I just really want you to be mine, and all this sort of cutesy stuff that makes the other Taurus girl, oh, honey, stop, come on, I know how much you love me, and it's this kind of thing, right? And then the other Taurus girl might do it the other way, and they enjoy it. I get it. It can be a juicy, harmless thing. Just don't let it get out of hand. Because you can both be genuinely possessive, obviously, right? I digress. That was a cool thing. That was the compatibility of Taurus and Taurus. Now let's look at the carnality. And we're getting into the bed and the juicy stuff. Things get pretty intense between these two. They are naturally tantric ladies who expect sex to be infused with meaning. They see their bedroom antics as a matter of importance, egging each other on to be ever more attuned to the energy flow of their butzing around. It's a matter of importance, egging each other on to be more attuned to the energy flow. There is little irony in the sack, as every lick, touch, and brush of the tongue can carry the unspoken question, how is that? Answers come in moan form. Not to say that they are self-conscious lovers, but rather self-reverential. Sometimes they can't contain their need to prove they're the sexiest nymphs on the block, and so might bring another girl home with little hesitation. The more femme the couple is, the more likely they would be to seduce a physically fit boy as well, offering him a privileged glimpse of their ultra-erotic practices. They can be natural babes for whom body hair and scents needn't be masked. Worship can be a major theme, taking turns being the other's effusive love slave. Damn, that's a juicy one. That's what I thought that this would be. Sort of a shared sense of being willing to blend the binary so that, oh, you're taking me today, I'm taking you today. I could see that being this shared gender, this non-binariness that they can kind of like trade off with. That's what I see with this Taurus combination, since they're the same psychosexual dynamic, you know? I hope you guys enjoyed that. Let me know in the comments, like, subscribe, do all the things if you enjoyed. And I hope I see you on the next episode of whatever it is that you might enjoy of my stuff. Now, we are only on Taurus and Taurus. Next, we're going to be reading, for those watching live, we're going to be reading Taurus Woman with Gemini Woman. I see my friend Jeremy Boudram. Nice to see you, Jeremy. Thank you for making the comment. Jeremy's a triple Taurus with Mars in Taurus. Lots of Taurus energy. So I hope that you also get something out of this conversation as well, my friend. Now, I'm going to go to the bathroom, lickety-split, and I'm going to be right back, and we're going to continue talking about Taurus Woman with all the pretty ladies of the zodiac. I'm just going to be right back. The train kept a-rolling and the train kept a-rolling. That's an interesting word. Yeah, so I've been going for a little bit here, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's about time. I'm gonna make me some vitamin C water. And I think that I might just take a solid minute and a little bit. I'm gonna have like a meditation moment here, ladies and gentlemen. I consider myself a spiritualist. I certainly am an advocate of the hedonism of sexuality, enjoying sexuality for its own sake. I think that that all certainly falls into a well-appreciated, well-understood, well-aligned, spiritual, harmonious self-love practice. So that's why I'm here today, as a spiritual advocate, advocating for you to flick that delicious clit and pussy of yours and fucking enjoy the shit out of it. But if you're like me, you might want to take like a moment to meditate, detach, unwind, enjoy that spiritual dimension as well. They're certainly not antagonistic to each other. Anyway. Whoops. So folks, I'm just going to have like a minute of a meditation moment. Please join me if you feel like it. Or if you've been maybe you can go to the bathroom if you need to, do whatever you like. Or feel free to join in. A-E-I-O-U. Oh, man. Whew. I needed that. Nothing like a little bit of meditation to center out all these delicious, doings? I always like to mix in both of them parts of my life because they enrich each other so much. I love doing this. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you. My name's Dustin Cormier. Welcome to How to Rock Astrology's Sexuality series. We're going to be reading from a few books, typically the classic Sexuality of the Sexes, as well as a little bit from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. Welcome. Today you're going to be listening to Taurus Woman with Gemini Woman. We're going to hear a little bit about it, and then I'm going to talk about it in my own personal little spiel, and then we're going to read about it in detail from Cosmic Coupling, the Sexuality of Relationships. Same authorship as the original Sexuality series, but this goes into detail about the couplings for Taurus Woman. So we're going to read a little bit about this coupling first, and then I'm going to talk about it. I always like to start off with this book, Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This talks about Taurus with Gemini without gender, which means it's not considering that you're both, this is a woman and woman couple, and it's not considering the lesbian factor. That'll be in the next little blurb. This is just a gumball of what pure Taurus and Gemini is all about. This is the sexual synergy of Taurus with Gemini. Sexually and emotionally, both partners find a romantic union stimulating, exciting, and satisfying. However, the bull is likely to grow weary of hearing Gemini chatter on, and the swift-moving twin Gemini could become increasingly annoyed by Taurus's slow reactions and stubborn, plodding, slow, cautious nature. I think that's a pretty... Thank you, Erotic Astrology. Wasn't that erotic? It's always good to see the pratfalls of what can possibly come through in a coupling. But I think that these two can actually be complementary to each other. I understand what this book is saying purely at a sign level. But if the Gemini has some earth, or even perhaps some water in her chart, as well as if the Taurus has some air, perhaps a little bit of fire in her chart, then whatever it is that's got a bit more movement in the Taurus, fire and air, will probably jive with the Gemini chick's psychosexual chemistry. In the same way that if the Gemini chick has some more slowing down, pacifying influences, then she will appreciate the meticulousness, the attention to detail, the sentimental, sensual slowness of the Taurus chick. This is sun sign astrology typically, although if you're Taurus rising, you'll probably get something out of this too. But this is only the sun signs that we're talking about. We're just talking about one thing, one solar reckoning, one chart function here. And women aren't as in their sun signs as much as men are. So for women, whatever is spoken of in terms of these sun signs is a lighter arc. And it's going to be the other things in your moon as a woman, your Venuses interacting and connecting with each other in harmonious ways. These are the things that are going to ground, and also your Jupiters. Something I haven't mentioned yet in this whole part of the series, but in Vedic astrology, it's the Jupiters interconnecting with a certain part of your partner that is going to bring an inspiration, which is going to be more than just comfort with each other. Any sun sign together can have good vibes or jives, or they can be willful and stubborn or whatever, or not exactly with each other, but it's going to be the Jupiter is a key to possibly unlocking any of the ugly dimensions that we see in the sun correlations. For example, if the Taurus chick has Jupiter in any of the air signs, especially if it's in Gemini, if that means that the Taurus girl will be inspired by they're inspired to have a love which brings out air. And the same with the Gemini chick. If the Taurus girl's Venus is in an air sign, or opposite her sun, like if you have Jupiter in Sagittarius, then you will be at an angle to the Gemini girl's sun, and then that will bring a deep inspired richness where the Taurus girl may be doing her own plodding along thing, but she's deeply enriched by the spirit of the Gemini girl. Check it for lesbians. If you're watching, I'm going to start saying this at every one of these. As a lesbian, I highly recommend that you consider where your Jupiter is, because wherever it is, you want to look for that in your partner. And the sun signs won't even matter if you find a girl who has a good aspect and emphasis to what your Jupiter is. Keep that in mind. This is just solar arcs, which aren't even as important for women, but they are. And we're going to see how the nature of the vibe comes out. It's kind of like a vessel. It's a vehicle. And it's the people in the vehicle that really matter. But the vehicle is just nice to know where the stick shift is, or where the glove compartment is, or, any kind of lesbian joke equivalent. It's nice to know where the hand warmers are. Hand warmers, I don't even know where I was going with that. I digress. So that was a picture, what we just read. That was a picture of the Taurus and Gemini chick. Taurus and Gemini in general. Now we're going to have a similarly short gumball reading of Taurus girl with Gemini girl. This is kind of going to paint a picture for what we're going to get into more detail on. This is the original sextrology. The original sextrology gives these little blurbs. You see, Taurus woman with all the different types. I'm going to read this, and then we're going to go into more detail. But this reading is two lesbian chicks adding gender sextrology to the astrology reading. This is Taurus woman with Gemini woman. With provocative Gemini, the bull girl taps into her own toughness. They agree on the essentials. Joint professional ventures are a natural partnership path. Sex is endlessly enjoyable, at turns rough and tumble, and at turns tender. The Taurus will probably be the one who is kind of receptive to what the Gemini is doing in this moment. Gemini is light. Actually, it could go both ways, because Gemini is the one who's constantly spinning and turning. They are light. They're a cold wind on a hot day and a warm wind on a freezing day. So they can be the receptive ones as well. We're going to see, again, it depends who wants to be the leader, who wants to be the follower. It's all the other things in the chart. There might be an arc that we're going to read. We're going to read about whether it turns out one way or the other. But I could see that the Gemini either twists and turns and says, I'm feeling this today, because they're fickle, they're changeable, and they might be this way today. And the Taurus might be fixed in knowing how to receive that. And it could go the other way with the Taurus too. I should read on that before making an absolute statement of one following the other. But what I will say astrologically is that this couple can make a good coupling, especially if the Gemini chick's Mercury gets along with the Taurus chick's Venus. Because then the Gemini chick, Gemini is ruled by Mercury. So if your Mercury jives well with the Taurus girl's Venus, you're a Taurus if you're watching this. So if your Venus is in trine with, or is conjunct, or has some kind of positive aspect with the Gemini girl's Mercury, that's always a good thing. It means that they can get along with, even if they're sextile. It means that what the Gemini's chatting about all the time and talking, enjoying being juicy about and playful about, the Taurus girl will find value in that playfulness and in the way that she talks and constantly just blabs up conversational matter. That'll be a really rich and juicy thing. But I digress. I think I've said one last thing is that Taurus, Venus, which rules Taurus, and Mercury, which rules Gemini, they are best friends. They have a similar sense of sense. They both are good communicators. They value communication. They value presentation. They're not going to be too pushy or aggressive. They're both going to make a pretty picture, and they both want that pretty picture. So that's why this is a good harmonious interaction. Let's see. That's my interpretation. Let's see if the book agrees. This is now coming. This is Cosmic Coupling. Same author duo who wrote the original Sexuality series, Starsky and Cox. This is Taurus Woman and Gemini Woman. Now, each of these has like a little title. Taurus and Gemini Woman are called the Clatch. Clatch. I don't even know if that's a word. It's an interesting one to use. There's some kind of a clatch. Let's see what the book says about it, because, you know, I'm kind of reading this with you guys as I go along, right? I know the archetypes, I know the astrological archetypes, but how it comes out sexually is, that's what these writers are interested in. It's the gender and how they come together. So, I digress. I could go on forever. Let's let our book do some talking for us. This is Taurus Woman with Gemini Woman. Let's look at their chemistry together. This combination works best when Gemini is the more decidedly butch character who finds a Taurus femme so compelling she will do everything in her power to get with her. Yeah, I could see that being a good one. Taurus, no matter which way she jives, she likes to feel like the powerful, witchy, mysterious, kind of like secretly bad bitch. Nah, that's not the right way to put it. Taurus likes to be the attractor, the mysterious one, or even just like the powerfully, naturally, sexually magnetic woman who's just wants things to come to her. Oh, you're opening the door for me, are you? Well, if you're gonna, thank you. I appreciate that. You know, like the Taurus girl just brings things to her from the abundance of her magnetism. And that's like a femme Taurus especially. Taurus doesn't need to be femme in order to have this magnetism. But when we have a femme Taurus girl, it can jive really well to the more masculine outpourings of a Gemini girl who's just like kind of a bit of a tomboy, which I think that the Taurus girl can dig. Again, this is just only the sun signs, but that is a natural arc that comes through. The Taurus girl will play coy, but she admires Gemini's pluck, as well as her puckish good looks. The twins girl, Gemini, likes to take care of business and tends to plop Taurus on a pedestal. The Taurus bull girl will indulge in the flattery, but will soon make it known that she's a down-to-earth character. These women share a desire for a comfortable lifestyle in a tight-knit social circle. Sorry, I should speak to this. I get what this is saying. The twins girl likes to put Taurus on a pedestal, and the Taurus will indulge the flattery. Oh, why? Thank you. But she will soon make it known that she's a down-to-earth character, which means that she's really looking for an equilateral best friend, Are you going to lean on me? Can I lean on you and you can lean on me as equals so that we feel like I'm just as much, like I don't want to, the Taurus girl doesn't want to feel too much like she's the bad bitch on top. She'd rather have a friend who she can trust as an equal. With that being said, once she gets that across, the Gemini girl will be like, okay, queen. Okay, all right. You want me to pretend? It can be cute, actually. I can imagine this vibe where the Gemini says, that's what you want. You want us to be mutual? All right, then. So you stay on that pedestal, and I will treat you like an equal. My absolute fucking queen that I fucking would die for. I will. You know, it's like she does this cute thing of, it's like, I'll try to be equal with you, but I just think that you are such a fucking cute little princess. And it can be charming. That's what it comes off as, is the Gemini is charming about it. These women share a desire for a comfortable lifestyle and a tight-knit social circle. Even in the dating process, Gemini may prove possessive, something that sends up red flags to other women, but not to Taurus, who wants to be thusly prized at more of this deeper level, not because I'm this hot queen who's the image you've been looking for, but like genuinely a feeling of sentimentally prizing, and Gemini does do that. Gemini likes to have a central pole around which she can ring around the posy. Taurus is a calming influence on Gemini, who here learns that life is in the little things. This is a good one. I knew this would shape up to be a good one. Let's look at the compatibility between these two. One thing I do want to say before we go on is that I always like to say is that people often think that like earth and water go together and that fire and air go together. It seems natural. Water flows down to earth, air comes into fire. It's kind of true in a sense, especially with opposites. But I tend to think in the Vedic sense, and in Vedic astrology, the air and earth signs get along together because they're ruled by the same signs. Notice that Taurus and Libra are both ruled by Venus. It's earth and air. Virgo and Gemini are both ruled by Mercury. It's earth and air. And Mercury and Venus are both they both rule earth and air signs. You dig? So I like to say that the earth and air signs always get along better than most people think. I digress. Let's look at what our book says is the compatibility of Taurus and Gemini. These women's temperaments tend to complement each other. Taurus is a creature of habit who likes a low-pressure existence, while Gemini thrives on stimulation and, it must be said, a bit of drama. There can be this sort of cutesy, like, were you looking at that girl? Or that girl's legs or something like that, you know? And, like, even the Gemini will be guilty of, like, wandering eyes. And the Taurus will be like, were you just looking at her? And she's like, oh, what are you thinking of? Oh, that's cute. What are you, being possessive? It's that kind of cute thing. The trick to this pairing's success is for these girls to have their own separate spheres where they can live their daily lives set as they are on different speeds. Taurus is like a patient teacher, whilst Gemini can be a hypergamine with a touch of ADD. The grounded bull, Taurus, has her eye on the long term of the relationship, and she will save and plan to ensure future happiness. Our dualistic twins girl, the Gemini, is of like mind half the time. Otherwise, she can be frivolous, particularly with money, spending on ephemeral pleasures that leave Taurus rather cold. That's a thing. And these two can just make that work. should try to communicate about that and something to consider in a relationship. Excess socializing is a bore for the bull, whom Gemini may feel holds her back from having the fun that she deserves. There's bickering, but no major blowouts. Sometimes there might be a little bit of like, is that what we should have, why did we leave that party so early? Says the Gemini to the Taurus. And the Taurus says, you know I've got to go to work in the morning and I can't be dead for my job. And, you know, like, we talked about this. We said we would go at this time. And Gemini's like, I know, but, like, you could have just squeezed this one. There might be that kind of thing. But ultimately, it should roll out pretty good. Maybe there will be times when it's like, do you mind, honey, just lacking a little bit of sleep this weekend? Because it's, like, my best friend's, like, wedding, you know, let's do this thing. And the Taurus will be like, sometimes she'll be like, all right, my pretty little princess, all right, let's do it. Whereas the other way around, sometimes the Taurus girl is just like, honey, I've been really just driving myself out. I need like a weekend of us just staying in, if that's okay with you. And you guys should communicate about this vibe, right? So, all relationship compatibility considered, let's consider the carnality of these two delicious femmes. Or femmy and butchy, or whatever's your vibe. It's the carnality, the bed pleasure of Taurus and Gemini woman. Gemini finds Taurus indefatigable in bed. Just the Energizer bunny. Taurus can just keep going. While it turns the bull girl Taurus, it turns Taurus on to no end to watch this Gemini lover exhaust herself in the process of trying to please her. Taurus pretties herself up, always erring on a vision of purity, something she knows drives the Gemini twins wild. White or pastel cotton panties, soft floral fragrances, and other virginal suggestions propel the Gemini girl into lusty action. The Gemini girl takes the sexual lead, deriving pleasure from obliging the Taurus, whose orgasmic sensations are profound but few, and few and far between. Seems that the Gemini has to find and feel and lick and kiss and suck and do all these things and then catch the Taurus going, opening that mouth, biting that lip a little bit, and then that's when the Gemini is, oh, that's the spot I'm looking for, and play a little bit, and then like the Taurus might, like, you might have to explore a lot and for a long time before you start to find the spots that the Taurus girl is like, yep, that spot, yep, and kind of find a thing to build it into something. Gemini will multi-climax in smaller tremors, sometimes at her own hand without Taurus even knowing it, whilst, for instance, settling between the bull's legs for lengthy bouts of oral play. The Gemini is just right there, right in the box seats, getting all the juicy, delicious lickings in, and she's got one hand on the buzzer as she's doing it. Gemini can forego penetration, but not Taurus. And the twins enjoys the power with which a strap-on can endow her. Gemini is kind of like Aries. Like if she might love being a woman, but like wish she had a dick to fuck women with, because they just love that feeling of penetrating fucking. And Taurus loves that too. So if they switch it up, Gemini will prefer to ride on top, driven to distraction by Taurus fondling her tatas. Oh, fuck, that's hot. The kink factor is low here. The frequency, nearly nightly. It's more about just driving into the pool, We don't need to do any synchronous swimming. We don't need to, like, you know, have like one of those tubes. I don't need to jump off and do a flip or know how to dive in some fantastic way. Let's just get in the pool. Enjoy it. Have a drink. Decompress. Something that these two might often do. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope it was juicy for you. Stay tuned for more stuff in the world of Dustin Cormier and more sextrology and all the things. And I hope you guys enjoyed. Let me know in the comments if you liked it. Comment, like, subscribe. You know how it is. Now we're going to go on to the next sign combo. After I take a hot minute. Nothing cool. I like just distracting myself with that phone once in a while. Whew, it's a hot ticket in here. As you can see, I'm just like trying to, like, I'm stuff my titties with some things, and I think the next time I come on here I'm gonna borrow my girlfriend's bra and actually have a little bit more to kind of show, but I still think I'm looking like a pistol. So for all my viewers who are still watching, thank you very much for hanging out with me. I'm Dustin Cormier, as I always like to say. Oh, just getting a little bit of a stretch happening here. Oh, yeah. Oh boy, I do make these fucking long, don't I? It's the first time I'm doing this after having come off of work. Whoa. Just got a new job at like a weed shop down Peace Pipe in Oshawa. I'm very proud to say. There's not much I can do here, but just keep rocking and rolling. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier, and welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today, we've been doing Taurus Lesbian Girl, and we've just come on to the next part. We're going through all the signs, Taurus, talking to all the pretty ladies of the zodiac. Here we have Taurus woman with Cancer woman. Now, as usual, what I like to do is I'm going to talk a little bit about this sign combination through two different books. One of them is Erotic Astrology, which is purely, this is not sextrology. This is not considering the gender, and it's not considering bisexuality or gay. This is purely Taurus with Cancer. It could be Taurus guy with Cancer woman. It could be even a Taurus and Cancer gay guy. This is just purely the sun signs coming together. And after that, we're going to get into more detail about the sextrology. And what I always like to say, this is just sun sign astrology. You know, it's all the other things in the charts of the two people. The moon's meeting, the moon meeting the ascendant, the moon meeting the Venus, the Mars meeting the Sun, all the things. Especially, we're going to talk about Jupiter in each of these videos, because it's Jupiter, especially for lesbian women, are the key. If you have a Jupiter that jives with the Sun of your partner, it's a deliciously good thing, and it can save any of the negative qualities of any Sun sign combination. The Sun is important. It describes the constant psychosexual dynamic that we employ throughout everything in our lives, in our career, and just what vitalizes us. It's the center of ourselves. For women, it's typically not as important as the moon and Venus in the expression of yourself and what you are. But you can find that if either woman has Mars interacting with the other sun or Jupiter interacting with the other sun, it's a deeply enriching thing, and is more important than the sun sign dynamic. But, what I kind of like to say is that, this is like a vehicle. The sun signs are like a vehicle. For women, especially in particular, it's about the people in the vehicle that really matters. The heart, the Venuses, and the way of what the content of the interaction is. But the sun does describe the nature of the interaction, right? So I digress. I'm going to be mentioning this probably throughout all these, but for now, let's take a little look at what it's like when we have Taurus interacting with Cancer. Just purely astrologically, with no gender and sexuality involved. Well, it's a sexuality, but not biological sexuality. This is the sexual synergy of Taurus with Cancer, coming from Phyllis Vega's Erotic Astrology. Sexually and romantically, this is a near perfect match. Goody. Both are homebodies and appreciate the simple joys of a comfortable domestic life. Even so, difficulties may arise because Taurus is stubborn and intractable. Cancer is moody and thin-skinned. And neither of you is inclined to talk about what's really bothering you. They can both have a bit of the stiff upper lip, kind of like, you should know, honey. That kind of like queen business. Cancer and Taurus can both kind of have this vibe. It's earth and water. I tend, admittedly, for me personally, I'm a Vedic astrologer, and I try to teach what Vedic astrology says about astrology to Westerners who are into sun sign astrology. Taurus is ruled by Venus, and the moon is Cancer is ruled by the moon. So we have two very feminine planets coming together and seeking expression in a lesbian relationship. It's a lot of femme, a lot of placid, going down to earth, needing to feel comfortable with the aesthetic. This is very much a thing of like our purses have to not knock each other when we're walking. Our clothes, hopefully our values ought to jive with each other. Might be more about the content of the material of the two in relationship than it is about like the psychosexual dynamic in general. I digress. We could say a lot about either of that, but Taurus is stubborn and intractable. Cancer is moody and thin-skinned. So when Taurus tries to be solid and fits their values to things that have to do with sexuality, things that do with erotica and being attractive of the two of them for everybody, bringing value to the relationship, material things, vibes, finding music that each other relates with, and being ambitious. You know, Taurus is like an ambitious girl who wants to be seen by everybody in a positive light. Cancer is kind of different. Cancer can starve. The moon starves Venus. It's usually what happens when Cancer and Taurus come along. Meaning that Cancer's emotional sentiment might take away from the pure erotic fascination that Taurus wants to get. Now, they're both sentimental. Taurus is ultimately looking for all the aesthetics and everything. The way that the two are is kind of less important. That it's just that Taurus really wants a secure bond, but that bond needs to be secured at a personality level. Taurus doesn't want to feel like their partner is judging them. They don't necessarily need freedom, but Taurus wants a certain freedom that jives with the freedom that they want. They want a lover to be possessive in the sense of like not other people not wanting to steal the Taurus's girl. Taurus wants to value another partner being possessive of her. Taurus is like, ooh, you're being possessive of me? Oh, gee, you must really like me, huh? And that's cute sort of like way that Taurus can do. Gemini is possessive not Gemini. We did Gemini. Cancer is possessive in a different way. Cancer kind of wants to possess, to have a grip on the interactions of each other. And for it to come off sentimentally in a way that the Cancer girl likes. And in the extreme, what can happen is that the Taurus girl doesn't really get the feeling that there's a mutual value and that there's sexual tension to go to other places, but we bond through, regardless of the tension of going anywhere else, we bond at value levels because we work compatibly with each other. That's what the Taurus wants. And the Cancer girl's dependence and emotional sentimentality is more about like vying for attention, which can cause the Taurus girl to not feel, it's like the dependence isn't one. The Cancer girl wants to have a solid thing so that she can work on her creativity or cry to her movies or enjoy the food. And it can almost seem like all these things in the Cancer girl are like for her in a certain way. I mean, that's not right to say because Cancer girl can be supportive too. It's just the way these two are can generate a certain tension with regards to how they try to possess each other. Taurus tries to possess through internal values that are not spoken of. Cancer tries to possess through external gesture, through trying to have the same, like enjoying the same experiences together, coming out with each other and showing a bond that we're kind of like the same. But Taurus wants like two poles coming together and interacting harmoniously, where Cancer just doesn't want there to be two-ness at all. And that can reduce, like, Cancer's sentimental and just juicy and wet in a way that, like, makes Taurus feel like I've got this thing that I've got to carry along. I've got this emotionally dependent girl who's just dependent for emotion's sake. Not for the beautiful harmony that we both express and that everybody can see. Wow, look at these two together. It's more of the Cancer girls just like, honey, can we go and do this thing together because I love you so much. And it can just, that can be suffocating to Taurus. I hope this is clear. We're going to talk about it a little bit. The books are going to talk about it, so I'm not going to go too long on it myself. But there is a funny thing that's going on here. I'm going to talk a little bit more about it, but first, what I'd like to do is we're going to get another small bite-sized reading. This is from Sextrology, the original Sextrology books. You can see that there's these little blurbs, Taurus woman with all the different women. So this is the original Sextrology book. we're going to have another little gumball picture of this combination. And this is going to include gender. This is two lesbian women coming together as Taurus and Cancer. This is adding the doubly feminine dynamic to this already dually feminine astrological combination. And then after that, we're going to go into deeper detail through the writings of these same authors, expanding on the relationship. So this is gay Taurus woman with gay Cancer woman. These two get off on being girls together. They're probably both femme in this particular combination. It's all very dress up and makeup. They may lead a lewd lifestyle, very sexual, very just unapologetically feminine. Just like, especially this combination, there's a value thing happening here. Taurus looking for values as an expression of herself. Cancer looking for soul values that erupt her inner emotions. And both of these land. Cancer likes to feel feminine and Taurus likes to express feminine. And they both jive at that level. So they may lead a raw, lewd lifestyle. One that could include sex with strangers and swapping. If intimacy is lacking, this pair may opt to be pals and not partners. There is a jive going on between these two. If intimacy is lacking, this pair may opt to be pals and not partners. But that's if intimacy is lacking. Of course, what I've been saying for all these is that intimacy is really like a Venus and moon thing. So you want to see if your moons have a good aspect to each other and if your Venuses have a good aspect to each other, particularly for, well, both. Even for one's moon to be harmonious with the other's Venus. The Cancer girl's moon in particular with the Taurus girl's Venus, because Taurus is ruled by Venus, Cancer is ruled by the moon. So if the Taurus girl's Venus is in trine with the Gemini girl's moon, these are the kind of things where we're starting to see the basic nature of each girl jiving with the intimacy of the other. Really, it'll be more like the moons will deeply express this. Moons in a good vibe to each other. And I also always like to say with lesbian couples that this is just the sun, right? Look for Jupiter in the other person to really enrich the enjoyment of what the other person is. If you're a Taurus and your Jupiter is in any water sign, then you will jive with the Cancer girl's watery sun. You'll be best friends at that level, and this will inspire you to love the sentimentality and even to be intimate with the Cancer, and you'll get some deep richness out of being intimate with the Cancer girl. Spiritually for the Taurus. Same thing with the Cancer girl. If you've got Jupiter that is in trine or opposite or in the same sign or in positive aspect, if the Cancer girl's Jupiter has a positive aspect to the Taurus girl's Sun or Mars, this brings out a deep friendship richness that makes just the Sun dynamic more than what it is. This is just the Sun dynamic, and it's not as important for lesbian couples, but again, it is the shape of the vessel. So, you know, we'll read this, but always take it with a grain of salt. I hope that makes sense. I like to say that for every one of these combinations. So, that was my sort of rendition of this combination. Let's get into what our book says about it. Sorry, I guess I should say. This is Cosmic Coupling, Starsky and Cox. It's the Sexuality of relationships. Each of these books has a title for each of the couplings. So we can see that this is Taurus woman and Cancer woman. Our book calls it The Practice. How very interesting. Let's read through it and see if we can understand what the meaning of this secret key code might be. So, This is the pairing of Taurus woman with Cancer woman. Let's take a look at their essential chemistry together. The cow jumped over the moon child. Taurus and Cancer have an instinctual understanding of one another. The crab, even when the younger of the two, the Cancer girl, takes on a more mothering role to the bullish Taurus girl, who is more easily led astray in life. Yeah, okay. Yeah. The Taurus girl just fixates deeply on her attraction power, on sifting through her sensual, feminine, naturally feminine enjoyment towards whatever it is that vitalizes and fills her with abundance, and sometimes she doesn't always find it. The Taurus girl is very practical and functional, but she can be led astray just by her feelings, and the Cancer girl is more like about a functionality. Cancer loves to be reliably useful, to be there, to have a good job that can give her a vessel, a capacity for reaching for what she wants and reaching for what her lovers want, and to get the juiciness of any relationship going on. Cancer is resourceful and opportunistic and ambitious in this sense. She's really more of a domestic homebody, and she might have lots of games and movies and really have a lot of forward expression with what the domestic vibe is for the two of them. But I would say Cancer might be the more frugal one of this relationship. Taurus at once looks up to her Cancer lover, but also finds her to be something of a diva, a quality she would have rub off on her eventually. Both can be major party girls, and yet together they bring out each other's healthful best qualities. I could see that. The crab generally comes to this relationship with baggage, and Taurus, too, has had her fair share of being burned. Often consciously, though unbeknownst to one another, they try to get it right by involving themselves in this would-be bond. On face value, they prize each other's wholesome good looks. By involving themselves in this would-be bond. They both have a show of kind of having gone through a lot, but still being astute women who are courageous to keep pressing their agenda of joy and of enjoyment of life and what have you. And they see a wholesomeness in each other, a deep, caring sentimentality that can bring them through. Now, let's look at the compatibility between Taurus and Cancer. Both of these women are accepting of a lover with past troubles. But here they might try to do so to a fault, to be too accepting of what they appear to be a run-down, rather ragged, sort of possibly just willful and frustratable person, but there's a loving, caring sentiment behind it all. It's going to show the rest of the chart is going to show whether there is something of value beyond that surface level, but both of these kind of want to be a solid, stable mother for the other in different ways. Taurus is the emotional rock that's reliable. Cancer as the one that's reliably always there, but also doing a lot of moving and spinning about. In this combination, there's a lot of sorting through negative patterns and a good deal of analyzing and self-helping. because they can't depend too much on each other, or else it can become interdependent in an odd way. I always say of any good relationship is that it's not two half circles making one circle. It's more like two whole circles coming together and making the infinity symbol. Right? Underneath it all, these two enjoy being girls, dressing up, going out, gossiping, and getting up to a bit of no good. Only then to regroup and try to act more like grown-ups. It's a cute vibe. It can be something of a roller coaster, as they each have an angel and a devil in cartoon bubbles over either shoulder. They attempt to live a life of order, Taurus succeeding in small ways, Cancer seeing the big picture. And yet, pleasure-seeking can often overtake them. They do well to cut themselves more slack, actually, as certain failure to live up to greatest expectations can cause some projection and finger-pointing. I get that. Either one of them never go anywhere outside of their mutual kind of dependence on the delicious emotional interweaving of each other, a little too delicious, can stop them from having lives outside of this weirdly osmotic symbiosis going on. And eventually, if neither of them end up doing anything with their lives that's more than just their particular way of interacting, they might come to the end of it and say, you know, like, I wish that you had been more like this, or I wish that you had been, you know, like, it's your fault that we had this thing and that I fell into it and that I couldn't make more of myself. This can happen with these two. Unless, again, there's more wholesome connections outside of just the sun signs. These two learn and grow via this relationship. Unfortunately, they sometimes graduate to other, more mature mates. They're both kind of like this in this sort of way. And they both might gravitate to, again, more mature mates. Unless there's something else in the chart, between the charts, that can glue this to have more inspiration, more ambition. Even if Saturn might be useful in this regard. For this particular relationship, if one person's Venus is in trine the other's Saturn, or if the moon is trine Saturn, or if Mercury is trine Saturn, even if Venus is opposite the Saturn of the other, then the Venusian relationship becomes enriched by at least one of the two saying, darling, I love you, but we have to have more than just our sexual, sensual unfoldment and enjoyment. You know, Saturn is the mature old age sense. And when one activates the other, if one person's anything activates the other's Saturn in a constructive way, it can rein in a feeling that this relationship is bonded and special and more important than just the frilly, girly, letting it go vibe. But I digress. You know, I always like to say that no matter what these books say, if you've got a lover who you really jive with, the sun signs are just the sun signs. You can make it work if you're conscious about how too much of this can bring this out, you know? If the love's important enough, and if you're wise enough to the archetypes, you can spin it in your favor. If there is compatibility outside of just Taurus and Cancer, right? I digress. We've talked about these two a lot. Let's look into the carnality of this combination. This is the juicy, sexy bed pleasure stuff. In an attempt to be the true nesters they are, the bedroom is typically the first room in the house to become completely kitted out. Kitted, K-I-T-T-E-D. These are two insatiable sexual creatures, ruled by the sole feminine planets, Venus and the Moon. This makes Taurus rather passive, and Cancer, shall we say, actively receptive. Point being, they both desire major penetration, so they might not so much have a goodie drawer as a museum of phallic instruments, battery operated and non, from which to pull and work out one another. From which to pull and work one another over. Right. The language is weird in these books sometimes. A bit of bondage and discipline can easily find its way into the mix, with Cancer taking on the mistress role. Cancer is always the maid or the slutty little skirt-wearing, just schoolgirl super slut. Maybe the Taurus might play this sort of like more well-to-do thing, and the Cancer's just the fucking slutty bad girl. I don't know if you've ever met a Cancer who can just get all titted up and look at you with those big eyes and just be like, you can see the moon, just like the full moon in their eyes, just like a wolf coming out, just like, are you gonna fuck me now, please? Right? Teasing and otherwise tormenting the bull is a big thrill for the crabby Cancer girl. Not to mention a way to vent some relationship angst, right? Right, because these two might have a little bit of this emotional Moon and Venus dynamic, or they're working this out between each other. And the role play and the bondage and the sort of like even maybe switching between roles, this can help to just get all of this energy that they can bring up to each other. If there is a vibe of this sort of like emotional drama, subtle dramatic sort, they can really help to get it out through their sexuality. Feet can be a turn on to the Taurus especially. And a little toe to camel toe stimulation isn't out of the question. That's cute. 69ing is a nearly nightly affair. Shaving and grooming is sexy too, but it's also symptomatic of these girls just being girls. It's interesting that our keyword for this couple is the practice. It's like these two constantly have to practice at the sort of immovable object of Taurus and the unstoppable object of Taurus. Just practicing at the way in which they get their gears going together. Through their sexuality, they practice at how to be intimate with each other in a very deep way. That was hot. Ooh. I do like doing this stuff with you guys. That was a hot one. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That's the end of this part of the episode. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. Let me know in the comments, like, subscribe, all that shit. Let me know what you thought. I'm always interested in what people think of these little performances that I do. Thanks for watching. Next up, we're going to have Taurus woman with Leo woman. After I do a makeup check, I'm losing a bit of my rouge because it's so darn hot in my room. Even here in Canada. That's okay. I might do a little bit of a makeup redo after all of this. Or at least like when I get to my halfway point. I'm probably going to take a break at Libra. Hi ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier. Welcome to How to Rock Astrology. We are embarking today. We've been talking all about Taurus Gay and Bisexual Woman. It's particularly about the woman-to-woman contact that these videos are all about. If you are a bisexual Taurus who wants to know about the heterosexual couplings of Taurus woman with all the men, just look up straight girl. Straight girl also has all the Taurus girl with the 12 men of the zodiac. Gay bi Taurus has all of the Taurus woman with all the 12 women of the zodiac. Welcome. Today we're talking in particular about Taurus woman with Leo woman. We're going to read from a few little booky wooks to kind of get a sense of what we're going to go into detail about. And then we're going to go into the nitty-gritty, titty-licking details. First thing we're going to do is talk from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis, Vega. And this is going to give us an erotic sexual synergy between Taurus and Leo. I hope I said that right, by the way. This is Taurus with Leo. Yeah, so that's, if you're here looking for that, you're in the right place. This has like a purely astrology thing where it's no gender and no bisexuality. Just purely the archetype of Taurus with the archetype of Leo coming together. Could be between a man and a woman, could be between a man and a man, or a woman and a woman. After we talk about the purely astrology vibe, we're going to then include a reading of the sexuality through sextrology, astrology of sex and the sexes. A very unique and wonderful book series. Well, it's one book. We're going to get a gumball picture of this relationship from that, and then we're going to go into detail through cosmic coupling, which that's where we get into the nitty-gritty. So for now, before I start rambling and talking about this combo, let's get a little picture of what this sign coupling is like at a purely astrological way without considering gender. This is Taurus with Leo, sexual synergy. Our book says, "Be prepared for a battle of wills between the irresistible force, Leo, and the immovable object, Taurus. Still, this can be a surprisingly loving and successful romantic union. Each of you is affectionate and loyal, and you share a desire for luxury and the many other goodies that life has to offer. This has the potential to be a power couple. Both are ambitious in different ways. Leo woman is the bad bitch, high-flying, acrobatic, meeting the right people, getting into some businesswoman situation where she's in a suit. She's all business, and she rocks and rolls at some corporate CEO thing. And she loves to have someone to come home to mama to. Some delicious damsel chick who can be her knight in shining armor at home. I mean, the Leo's probably more than knight in shining armor. It's the Taurus girl that kind of is not necessarily staying at home, but is providing a rock of security for the two of them. Emotionally, they trade through with doubly, equally willful energy, which can be quite juicy. I get the thing of the irresistible force of Leo, meaning the immovable object of Taurus, where Leo has so many desires, can be kind of like a crazy, it's like a crazy horse driving this vessel, and Taurus is the one like in the vessel, and she's being driven by this wild lion that just likes to go everywhere, and the Taurus is like, whoa, hold on, I've got ways that I like to love. I'm slow and I'm passionate, and like, I don't want to spend a bunch of money on an apartment like 2 months after we've met just yet, like I want it to kind of be based on the mutual feeling of friendship and affection that has built up over time into something meaningful. Whereas the Leo girl is just like, you know what? We should move to California. Just like kind of just like a bit more spontaneous. I mean, that's more of a Sagittarius thing, but the Leo girl is a little bit more of pouring with just a hot, willful desire to have something special going on with somebody so she can really get along with experiencing the deepest that love has to offer. Taurus wants to experience that too, but she wants it to be a slow coming, grandiose thing. Here we have Earth and Fire, and as we see, there are things that these two really do jive on well, both being fixed signs. There are worse fixed sign combinations. There's a lot of willfulness here. And there can almost be a staleness with the way it's hard to get each other to move. And what's going to help move this basic square brick, just similarity of willfulness when one has one direction and the other has the other, and it's kind of like, what's the underlying resolution here? It's often going to involve mutability and like cardinal signs and mutable signs interacting with each other underneath the sun sign vibe. Because remember, we're just talking about sun signs here. You're a Taurus girl, you've got a Leo girl. There's a similarity of willfulness here and stubborn ambition towards your own mutual projects. You might even be very individuals who come together only to have a delicious lovingness, and you might be very individual, or you might just bring it all together. That's depending on your vibes and the moon signs specifically. But all in all, at a purely aesthetic level, at a vibing psychosexual chemistry level, with all lesbians, I always recommend that you look up your Jupiter and see if you've got this combination with this Leo. Look at your Jupiter and its sign type and see if it aligns with the sun of the Leo girl. If you have a fire Jupiter as a Taurus, you're going to be spiritually inspired. You're going to get more than just comfort, more than just love making at this certain way. Whatever the Leo girl does is going to be what you've been looking for in a partner. Because as a Vedic astrology teaches us, Jupiter is the husband of a woman. And if you're a bisexual lesbian couple, women always look for their Jupiter, their own Jupiter, in what they would hope to constantly be unfolding in a partner. If your partner has a Jupiter that works with your sun, or if you have a Jupiter that works with your partner's sun or your partner's Mars, then the way they are, the way they live, what they do inspires you in a way that the classic delicious inspiration of a woman looks like they respect. It's more than sentiment. It's more than like us knowing that I need somebody and you need somebody, and we both just happen to be lonely and want to get our pussies licked just like anybody else. And oh, you want your pussy licked too? What a coincidence. I've got a pussy and I've got a tongue. A lot of people just, just the sexual vibe, the wanting to have someone at home to help you have stability. you know, Taurus looks for these things, and so does Leo, and it can jive like that. But what's going to bring out the central flower of spiritual soul harmony, of a delicious, just like, oh, I'm so excited to just interact with you at any level. That's when one girl's Jupiter jives with either the Sun or Mars or the Moon. Not so much, if your Jupiter is in a positive aspect to your Leo girl's Sun, Mars, Jupiter, or Moon, then this, or vice versa, then this is really going to help uplift whatever is said about the sign combinations. And that's with any sign combination. This is just the sun signs. And if you're a lesbian, your sun of both of you is less important than these other dynamics in the chart, because it's more about men are the ones who jive, for whom the sun is a central part of themselves. For women, it's more about the moon and the interconnections between the moon signs and the rising signs and the Jupiters especially. So keep that in mind. Whenever you see any positive or negative expression of sun sign arcs together, it's important. I've been saying that it's like a car. For lesbian women in particular, the vessel of the sun signs coming together, the Taurus and the Leo coming together, it's like a vehicle. And it's got ways. It's a certain, you know, the glove compartment is right here, and you know exactly, you know, where it is, and the car has a certain way that you can get used to. The vessel does express this sun sign energy. But it's more about the people, the inner feeling, the moon, the way, the content of conversation. It's more about what you're talking about and how you enjoy talking about it with each other than the ego, the solar ego of the women. It's more about enjoying talking with each other than the nature of these sun vibes. But I digress. I don't want to bore you guys. You know, I could go on about that forever. Something I'm trying to teach in these sextrology videos is that it's more than just about the sun sign, especially with lesbian women. But I digress. This is still, for all intents and purposes, I think that this is a good one. Our book calls it the industry. You'll see what I mean. The industry. It's gonna be an industrial vibe with these two. It's almost like they're in the business of sexual, just fucking frivolousness. They're in the business of enjoying each other and then taking that sexuality and that juiciness and putting it into their mutual ambitions and their individual ambitions and connections and projects and life bucket lists and dreams. They're like machines. This can be a power couple. So this is, I've talked a lot about it. Now we're going to read what sextrology says about the astrology of sex and the sexes with regards to Taurus woman with Leo woman. This is this is a smaller picture, a little gumball-sized piece, a bite of this combo, and then we're going to go into greater detail through another book written by the same authors. For now, let's get the gumball and see what it looks like from the top view. This is Taurus woman and Leo woman. The Taurus-Leo liaison is about learning to give way, letting go, allowing deepest feelings to surface. Let it be true. Let it express your heart. Often, they flirt with the rougher edges of existence. Sex is raunchy from day one. Love with a buzz appeals to these two, meaning having a few drinks, you know, smoking one. I live in Canada, and I think that is good for you. Cannabis is probably better for you than booze, but I digress. Personal politics aside. One thing I will say about this combination is that I think that the Taurus woman lives more for the relationship, and the Leo woman lives more for what the relationship allows her to achieve. The Leo woman is deeply dependent on any relationship that she gets, and she loves it, and she's so passionate towards it. But the Leo woman is very much zeroed in on enjoying their recreational romantic life to the fullest. It invigorates them, and it gives them an ambition energy so that they can take that soil. Taurus is like the soil which the Leo can come to ambitiously hold herself through. And the Taurus might see that. And the Taurus might think that, you know, like, am I just a something, like, is she just stepping on my head so that she can stand on her own little mountain and fulfill her dreams while I'm just kind of being used in this way? Taurus could think that, but it wouldn't be so right to think unless that is a pattern outside of just the sun sign vibe. Because the Leo woman can get ahead of herself. If the Leo woman doesn't have a good moon, doesn't have a good Venus, then the Leo woman will be addictively attached to the glamour that she expresses outside of the relationship. Not for the relationship's sake. And that's something that the Taurus woman will just have to observe. And, you know, all things considered, you know, you might have a Leo girl who is materialistic and linear and ambitious and driven to achieve and succeed in ways that are more than just the sexual rapture that they have. Like, Leo really loves to enjoy lovemaking, and part of how she does that is by night and day. It's the Leo having the absolute frigid coldness sometimes that is this dark night that the Taurus just sees and is just like, wow, look at how not sunny this person is. But when the day comes and it's the morning of the dawn of the affection and enjoyment, that's when the Leos buckles in all until the night comes again. And it's the point is the duality. Leo girl likes tell I'm stuffing my titties. The Leo girl likes to what was I gonna say? The Leo girl enjoys cutting it off and teasing. The Leo girl might do a lot of teasing and controlling and directing the sexual energy that they both mutually get from each other. And the Leo girl will get a lot of animal tension out, and it's because she goes away from it, which is a weird thing to Taurus, because the Taurus gets that. You know, it's if too much just sulking and falling into the deliciousness of each other's sensual bodies and affection and caring for each other and kissing and all this deliciousness that Taurus loves to employ. It's all the much more delicious when she's been dreaming about it ever since Leo left to go to work in the morning. Or, you know, like, it's been 3 days and the Leo woman is just flustered because she's got so much on her plate outside the relationship. And the best thing that a Taurus girl can do in those moments, when the night, like, Leo can have a 3-day night. And if the Taurus girl is willing to just, you know, how you doing, darling? Can I get you anything? Can I make you some tea? Can I rub your shoulders while you're working out? You know, calm, baby, calm, darling. You're working so hard. And the Taurus girl's, like, kneading the shoulders of the Leo. And the Leo might, like, oh my God, like, get so turned on by the love and the support that the Taurus girl is giving her that she might at some point just, like, we need to fuck now. You know, like, that kind of, like, urgency, which is delicious in Leo. If Taurus can do that on the night and support Leo when she's doing her other things, then when Leo finally lets go of that, she is, like, diving, like, pussy first into the arms of the lover that's been supporting her all that time. It's a weird thing for a Taurus, because Taurus so loves that just gigantic, waterfall of affection and just like, oh, just completely like being held down by the Leo. And it's like, oh, okay, yep, now it's my turn. Sweet, I've been dying for this. And the Leo has just got so much pent up energy, just bang, 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 titties squeezing face and just animal loving and all these things. And it'll be just a complete golden dawn for a little bit. And then eventually the Leo will start to want, again, to build that up. Now, Taurus kind of constantly wants it to be all... Taurus doesn't want to see the night and the day. She wants wants a lukewarm autumn as opposed to summer and winter and summer and winter. Taurus is spring and autumn. And the Taurus is spring and autumn. Leo is summer and winter. And they will love that in each other if there are other signs that brings up a constant sense of inspiration and fulfillment and emotional compatibility. It can be very good. And if their sun signs and moon signs and Jupiters work out, then the Taurus will allow the Leo to let it down when she's super intense in her work. Drop it a little bit. Give me a little kiss, maybe a little finger in the pussy, and a little bit of enjoyment and teasing and dropping it. But then the Taurus will say, "Okay, darling, thank you. I know that you're very hard and busy with your work, and you can do it, darling. I'm gonna back away or rub your shoulders, and it's okay, love. You work as hard as you need to on that hard work of yours, and I'm always here to put my titties in your face if you need a little inspiration." And if the Leo gives the Taurus the satisfaction of the little things, then the Taurus will give the Leo the support, and that'll get them through the little less intense times, and then Taurus will get a surprise one day when the Leo's done all her work. It can be a real juicy vibe. Now, I've talked about it for a while. I could go on about it forever. Let's see what our book says about it. This is Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox, the same couple that does the Sexuality book. This is going to go into more detail about this particular combination. This is Taurus woman and Leo woman. Like I said, there's a little tag on each one of these. This one's called the industry. I get it. It's like they are an industry of making more delicious moments, not to mention possibly material acquisition. As a power couple. Let's read into it. It's Taurus woman and Leo woman. Let's take a look at their chemistry. Typically, these are two mover-shakers who make a serious social and professional scene. Chances are they'll not only meet through work, but they'll also be attracted to one another's power in such a setting. They will size each other up, sometimes for an extended period of time, one even taking a few playful swipes at the other to suss out of what stuff she is made. Leo takes up a lot of space, and even working in service or sacrifice to a cause, she wields a superego. While others get up in arms, Taurus finds the lioness's pomp and dramatic circumstances vaguely amusing. The bull rallies around Leo and her grandstanding. They share a sense of superiority, although Taurus feels this by virtue of rising above any pettiness in her midst. And she bids the Leo to do likewise, and not waste her energy on hubris-fueled dramatics. Taurus likes to remind her Leo that, I know you get energy out of all this, but let's not have too much ado about nothing. Taurus is an earthy girl who ultimately just likes to feel like she's best friends with who she's dealing with. If the Leo girl has too much fire or water in her chart, it could bum out the cool equilibrium of the Taurus. But if the Taurus girl's got some fire, then maybe she could play on, if the Taurus girl's got Jupiter in a fire sign, then she can be inspired by the way that the Leo does this grandstanding thing. Let's look at their compatibility. Taurus lifts the lion up, helping Leo to foster courage for such myriad convictions that are worthy of her. They are as warm and friendly a couple as they are ambitious. A social twosome. These two will have a gang of friends, mostly made up of other determined couples. Typically, these are two workaholics who play as hard as they stage professional coups. Their home may have a revolving door of workers, friends, assistants, and family, as these ladies like a lot of activity and constant companionship. Leo will have a separate gaggle of girlfriends cum minions who she'll boss around, while Taurus attempts to carve out free time from what she deems the maddening crowd. Their shared life is carefully planned, long-term especially. Financial goals, or those for a family, must be reached within projected periods, as Leo wants the proverbial all. Leo wants it all. Taurus cultivates fortune like a garden, whilst Leo makes her conquests. There's also a vibe astrologically here. Leo is the 4th house from Taurus, and Taurus is the 10th house from Leo. Taurus brings out an ambitiousness in Leo, acts as an anchor for Leo's ambition, whereas Leo is in the 4th house from Taurus, right? Taurus is the 1st, Gemini would be the 2nd, Cancer is the 3rd, and Leo is the 4th house from Taurus, 4th sign away from Taurus. And Leo brings a domesticity, a feeling like Taurus has someone who's keeping her. It's almost like Leo, despite her ambition, feels like something that is this constant project, which is a home. What Leo is, her ambitions, everything Leo does feels like deeply like a home, almost like a mother, almost like this central fire for the Taurus to live through. Now, let's take a look at the juicy bedtime, juicy time, carnality of these two. For these two, Leo and Taurus, their bedroom is a perfect mess, a forensic trail of their lifestyle marked by travel, museum, and restaurant receipts. Quality is the relationship watchword, as these two stay on the edge of worldly experience. Sexually, too, they are not to miss out on any activity prescribed in lesbian sex manuals. They fancy themselves sophisticates, and they might entertain the odd third party. Still, they won't invest themselves emotionally with anyone but each other. Leo can be aggressive in bed, which is fine by Taurus, who enjoys being worked over. The lion can really put the bull, Taurus, through her paces, and might mix a little bondage in for good measure, tying up and blindfolding her to heighten sensation. Leo likes to do these sorts of things, actively playing on theatrical, oh wow, oh gosh, I didn't know you were gonna go there. as both women do tend to crave penetration. They might take turns strapping one on, though Taurus is less inclined to do so and would prefer to ride double with Leo on a two-headed toy. These two can be sex-obsessed, frequently having it off, and making sure to let that fact slip to others. Damn, that's hot. I love that kind of shit. I'm Leo rising, and I get that one. Just like, oh, I'm sorry, were those my panties that I just, like, you know, that came off my foot? Gosh, I didn't even realize. Are these mine? Oh, these are yours, baby. Here, put that in your pocket for later. You know, that kind of thing, right? Definitely a cute one. I think that's probably one of the, possibly a very good match for the Taurus woman. Again, it has everything to do with all the other things in the chart. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm Dustin Cormier, your femme, pretty little prissy bitch. I'm trying out this whole femme thing, and I'm enjoying the hell out of it. Truth be told. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Let me know in the comments, like, subscribe, whatever. Let me know what you think, because I'm really enjoying doing these, and I hope that you guys are enjoying watching them. Stay tuned for whatever else I've got going on that you might enjoy. Next up on our docket for our live stream, we've got Taurus woman and Virgo woman. But first I'm going to chill out for a second. Gosh, I'm gonna have to like eat something soon. Or something. Gosh, I got makeup on my fucking shit. Still learning about the makeup. I'm gonna have to redo, I think, all my makeup when I come to Libra, when I'm gonna take a break. Well, as usual, folks, I always have one or two viewers. I think one of them might be my delicious, sexy little titty tart, my sweetheart Bria, who's might be watching me from home. I'm not sure. She tends to watch all my videos. And whoever else is watching, God bless you. Thank you for being a part of my show. And I hope that you're enjoying your experience of how to rock astrology. I think I'm going to probably blast this, and then we're going to go into the last one before I start, before I take a little break. Hello, ladies and ladies. Welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today, I'm Dustin Cormier, your host. Thanks for watching. I've been doing this series with Taurus Gay, Bisexual, Lesbian woman. This series is particularly about girls on girls. A juicy thing for moi. If you want to know if you're bisexual, You'll enjoy this for your gay combinations. If you want to know about heterosexual-esque combinations, look up my video on Taurus straight woman, because that'll give you all the combinations of Taurus woman with the 12 guys of the zodiac. This video is all about Taurus woman with the 12 gals of the zodiac. I myself consider myself, I've always thought of myself as like a lesbian in a man's body. I'm a very femme dude. I'm like, I don't know. I consider myself non-binary, transgender-ish. Gender fluid would be a closer word. And I love doing this stuff with you guys and for you guys. I love dolling myself up. You know, I've got, like, biologically I'm a male. I got the fish and tackle, the dick and nuts. But I've been enjoying femming myself up. And I hope that does the trick for you guys. I'm definitely doing the best I can to try to make a visual experience in feminine tones that a woman would enjoy. And I hope you guys appreciate that. Let me know in the comments or whatever if I'm pulling it off, and if you think it's appropriate. I would love to know what you think. So thank you for watching and giving me the opportunity. Yeah, today we're talking about Taurus woman with Virgo woman. We're going to be talking about it from a few books. What I like to do in these videos is I give you guys a couple of bite-sized pieces coming from different authors about the combination that we're talking about. Today, this is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. We're going to be talking about We're going to get some things from this book. It's a purely astrological analysis. And then we're going to get into some juicier stuff coming from the Sexuality books, talking about the coupling of Taurus with Virgo, is particularly for lesbians, adding gender into it. So we're going to get to that. For now, first thing I want to talk about before we start, this book gives us a picture of Taurus and Virgo without gender and without sexuality. This could be, you know, a man and a woman. This could be a man and a man. This could be a woman and a woman. This reading is purely the astrological archetype. And I can assure you that this will probably be one of our best combinations. There's a lot I can speak to in this combination. Of course, you must know that, that Taurus is in trine with Virgo. So at least by the Sun archetype, this is the best combination for a Taurus woman, at least in terms of the sun signs. We have to remember always that this is just sun signs. Whenever I read about a bad combination, quote unquote, there aren't really any. Like Taurus woman with like Sagittarius woman is typically considered, well, not woman, but Taurus with Sagittarius is typically considered not the best combination. What I always like to say, especially for women, is that the sun signs are not what astrology is all about. It's a big part of it, but it's like the vessel through which you can express a deeper sentiment of love to each other. Love is so much more than just anybody's sun sign combinations. Particular for this combination, I mean, the suns are going to vibe, and that's a very good thing. It's Taurus and Virgo. They're both Earth. They're both ruled by friends. Venus, which rules Taurus, Mercury, which rules Virgo, are like friends naturally. They understand what the other is doing in a very deep soul way. They get along together in practical psychosexual dynamic relations. But just like when I say a bad combination, like the quote-unquote bad with like Taurus and Sagittarius, it's all the other combinations in the chart. The moon sign, the Venus sign, especially the Jupiter for lesbian women. The Jupiter connecting to your partner's sun or your partner's Mars. It's a huge inspirational factor between lesbian women. It's not all about the sun sign. And in the same way, this is a good combination, but don't go thinking that just because you have a partner who's a Virgo, that this is going to be perfectly all sunshine and rainbows all the time. It's probably going to be good. I don't mean to be negative. This is a good combination for the sun signs. I just always like to say that there's more than just the sun signs. And it's going to take, like, you know, maybe you might be a Taurus and you might have your Jupiter in an earth sign. Say if your Jupiter is in Taurus or Virgo, then you as a Taurus, your moon sign is in the same, your Jupiter gets inspired by the Virgo sun of your partner. So this, I always like to say this, you know, don't be derailed by too much of what is said between sun signs. And I always like to say it's particular to lesbian women. I don't know if I'm the only one on YouTube saying this, but I'm getting a lot of my wisdom from Vedic astrology. And in Vedic astrology, it's said that Jupiter is the quote-unquote husband of a woman. For men, Venus is the wife, and they look for that in their partner. For women, Jupiter is the husband, quote-unquote, and they look for that in their partner. What it means is that, you know, Taurus and Virgo will have a vibe. They'll have whatever, you know, they'll be harmonious. They'll do their work. They'll find sentimental. They'll have jobs that bring them together. Their cycles of coming home at the same time and being like loving with each other. Those are all there, and you can find that with any Virgo if you're a Taurus chick. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they will inspire you in every moment to just live life and to live life with them. Just because your sun signs are functional, you know, is one dimension of love, you know. You as a Taurus woman, if your Jupiter is in anywhere that vibes well with your partner's moon, sun, or rising sign, or their Jupiter, then what they are will constantly drive you to enjoy it's like a respect. It's like, I love what this person is going for in life. The way they are is just a deep, uplifting, spiritual connection, which is more important than the sun sign for lesbian women. Women don't even jive to the sun as much as men do. The sun is really more of about men dealing with women or with other men. With women, it's like you have to communicate through your moon to a man and through your moon and Venus and Jupiter, especially Jupiter, with other women. I always like to give that as a caveat. Now let's get into the more specifically juicy combination of Taurus with Virgo. I hope you don't mind me. I'm a teacher and I love to teach this astrology and to show that there's more going on than just the sun signs. I digress. Let's talk a little bit. This is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis, Vega. It's a little picture of Taurus and Virgo together, again, with no gender, no sexuality, just purely astrology. It's Taurus with Virgo. This pair is nicely matched sexually, and lovemaking is erotic and intense. Virgo may be slower to arouse, but Taurus's patience is legendary. With tenderness and affection, the bull, Taurus, easily melts, slowly but firmly, with a hot presence, easily melts the virginal Virgo's reserve. This twosome works well as long as Virgo avoids too much criticism and Taurus keeps overindulgences to a minimum. I really read that as being more of a heterosexual thing, especially Virgo man with Taurus woman. I think that, you know, Taurus's indulgence can really keep Virgo woman going at just a deep, like Virgo woman really just loves to be, you know, practical and to have lots going on and to really have a deeply rich experience of being sentimentally, functionally, communicatively close to someone while they do whatever it is that they like to spin around and do. Virgo likes to be reliable and all of these things that the Virgo does get enriched by Taurus's sexuality. And Taurus will know what Virgo is and wants, and will usually give Virgo the space to do her many little twiddling things while Taurus just is like coming home to mama. That seems to be the vibe that's going on here. At least I think so. Stuffing my titties here. So that was like Virgo and Taurus at an astrological level. Let's penetrate deeper into this combination by reading about Taurus woman with Virgo woman. This has the consciousness of sexuality, of gender, and of being lesbians in it. Of course, this is coming from Sexuality. That's what this book is known for. I highly recommend it. This is a little gumball picture of this relationship, and then we're going to fold it in greater detail in another book written by the same authors. This is Taurus woman with Virgo woman. Two cultivated sexual personae culminate into one powerful, potent whole. In the extreme, erotic appetites are unappeasable. Neither of them can fully get to the deepest depth of the other because there's so much to dig into. More often, they're slaves to the ecstasy they experience together. Still, each is renewed via their association. I think it's more likely that if the two have positive Venuses together, they will enjoy this sensuality and sexuality, but they'll use it to help them climb higher so that the ring around the relationship is also practical, functional, useful, looks good to others, is a mountain on earth, which everybody can see as just pouring blissful harmony upon all. That is this combination at their best, especially when the Venuses are trying to each other and are in good combination. Hopefully, the Virgo woman likes to be reliable, but they can succumb to being purely reliable to their partner and lose any skill or ambition to go out into the world and be more than just a sex slave that they enjoy indulging in so much. Depends on the Virgo's Venus. So, in any case, Taurus and Virgo woman do have this, they can be slaves to the ecstasy that they give to each other, bring out to each other. But it's all about, again, the combination of things outside of this just purely just fucking fuck soup that just like they're just throwing themselves into. It's the other things in the chart that will guide this tantric energy towards something which can be more inspirational, ambitious, and meaningful for the two of them. If one's got a fire moon and the other's got like a fire Venus, then they might have an adventurousness that they might want to go traveling together, and this desire might cause them to work hard enough to bring home something through which together they can enjoy this voracious, fiery thing that's adventurous and wholesome and meaningful and more than just another sexcapade. The sexcapade thing ain't bad, of course. And I think that these books are even painting it heavy. There's nothing wrong at all with two nymphets just deeply just unfurling themselves to the erotic garden that is their mutual bodies coming together. That's all good things in any smart person's book. I think it's ultimately a positive. It's just gonna, what you want is to channel this energy. While I feel like it could be even for its own sake. Fuck it, enjoy it. what the hell is life for? You know, might as well be hedonic and hedonistic and enjoy the damn thing. And these people might be very about that. Not a bad thing at all, in my personal opinion. Just, you know, we got to read between the lines with anything, you know. I guess the best way to say is that that whole thing will be made juicier if you wrangle it and direct it in a way which makes it more meaningful. If you feel you need to. If you feel that there's a hole. So, that was my little spiel. Now let's read a little bit about cosmic coupling. It's the same writers of the Sexuality series. This is them getting into a more detailed description of this particular coupling of Taurus and Virgo. In this book, each combination has a little title. This is Taurus woman with Virgo woman. It's called The Match. Because they are very matched. They can be quite similar in how they are. Perhaps the Virgo being a bit more mutable. The Virgo girl, it's hard to say who's going to be. I would say that the Virgo girl might be a bit more of, like, if there's going to be a slave or a server to the solid pillar at home that is the Taurus. You know, Virgo and Taurus are both these domestic home bodies who just do whatever they do in order that they can get out of the way so they can come home and enjoy the fuck out of the fucking sweet, delicious pussy that they got waiting on the bed at home. They both are like that. And they both are central fires for each other. I would say that within that, I think that Taurus is sexually at the energy field level. The one who's just more inclined to just laze, to be not necessarily queen-like, because these two have a good friendship vibe. They're very light. It's almost like Taurus and Taurus, but less of like this consuming too much of the same. The Virgo is, I think, more willing to be a bit of a server to the Taurus. We're going to see, I mean, this can switch because it's a lesbian couple. So it's up to the other signs in the charts to decide whether one's going to follow the other, per se. But generally, I think that the Virgo will be very excited to have many different new versatile ways of spinning the wheel of the essential Taurus, who is absorbing and appreciating the variety that Virgo employs. That's what I think is going to be the vibe. Virgo wants somebody who appreciates her versatility and her skills, and she might pride herself as giving the best head. She might pride herself as knowing how to just subtly lick down from the sweet little crevices up to the belly, up to the tits, and just about to get to that nipple, but nope, not yet. Not yet. She, you know, the Virgo professes to be a master at what she does, and she hopes that she can find a willing, captive audience to appreciate how much work she reliably puts into this effort that she does. And Taurus might very well be just such a willing patron. I can see that I've got a lot of junk in here. Sorry, folks, if you'll just give me 1 second. I'm just checking out some things on my computer here. Before I do this... Darn, I should have gotten that figured out. Oh, I hope I don't. My computer is just like, it takes a lot of data for me to be doing what I'm doing right now. I might just have to do a little something here. No, it looks like I'm okay. I'm going to make it for now. Should be more diligent to figure that. Whatever. Sorry. Technical things. We're okay. So now that I've talked a little bit about all of this Taurus and Virgo stuff, let's read about what our book says about this tasty combination. This is Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. We're going to read about what it's like when you combine Taurus woman with Virgo woman. Like I said, our book calls this the match. I don't know if I just showed, I think I did. I think I'm going in circles here. This is called the match. Oh, I started saying that they're similar yet different. Right. They're similar in the right ways, but Virgo adds the spin. Let's see how it works out. Thank you for your patience. Sometimes I just... Let's check out the chemistry of Taurus woman and Virgo woman. Virgo sees Taurus as a vivid, if not somewhat cartoonish character. The Virgin is usually deferential to other women, but here she finds a natural superiority as she takes on the role of knowing intellectual. Ah, cool. Okay, very good. I hope you guys are learning that I'm kind of learning with you guys as I go through. I haven't read this whole book. I understand the archetypes. When they come through two lesbians, it's new to me how it will express. And I get it. Because Virgo has this knowledge that she constantly wants to apply, she leads in the sense of like, maybe we should try this today, maybe we should try this, maybe we should try this. And Taurus has somebody guiding this cerebral letting go experience. Yeah, I see this now. Taurus is Venus. Taurus lets go into this experience, but it's guided each and every place to different angles, different points within that cute little pussy of Taurus's. Virgo's going to make it different every time and lead it in different ways. And the Taurus gets to glide along on top of it all. And this gives Virgo a bit of the lead, the initiative in this sense. Taurus is generally attracted to Virgo in a cozy sort of way. Rarely does she strike the bull as a hottie, but she feels a sisterly affinity with her, which goes a long way to explain why this relationship at least starts as friendship and possibly often remaining so. Whether Taurus is a lipstick les or drives an 18-wheeler, or both, she will fancy herself the catch and the leader in the relationship, delivering directives to the stymied Virgo, who is a fountain of self-help advice herself. There we go again with it, like, what does it mean to lead and what does it mean to follow? Both can be a bit of both in different ways. Both are talking, but whether either is listening is anyone's guess. And as true equals, as true matches, they may feel in competition. I can definitely see the vibe going on here. I just realized my friend G has decided to join us and say hello. Nice to see you, G. Thanks for coming on and checking out the talk. Let's take a look at the compatibility. Now that we've talked about basic chemistry, let's look at the compatibility in more of a relationship sense. Taurus sees Virgo as too complicated for her own good. The bull doesn't bite off more than she can chew in life, and she always keeps her eye on the prize of financial stability and comfort. Virgo is a bundle of ever-shifting sand. She may go through myriad career changes and social circles, becoming embroiled all too easily in drama, thinking everybody else wants to hear every detail thereof. Taurus is the first to tell her to cut the diatribing. She sees Virgo as a creative force and a self-sacrificing figure to boot. And Taurus helps the Virgin to stop getting in her own way, practically, functionally, psychologically. Because Virgo can overthink things, and Taurus is just like, darling, we could think like in a lot of different ways about this situation, but like I think we should pick one. So I'm just going to start moving forward towards some direction, and let's just let's just pick one, darling. It's okay, you know. We don't need to overthink it you don't need to be so critical about yourself, darling, you know. Whatever is going to be the most practical, perfect thing for our love expression in this moment is good enough, sweetheart. It's like that wise aloofness that Taurus often has, like a bull slowly sauntering its way towards the watering hole. It's like Timon and Pumbaa's just like this, I know where we're going, and Timon is running around in circles, just like, you know, there's so many things we could think about, like, are you sure, like, are you moving, like, careful, watch your feet, like, you know, there's so many different things and different ways that we could go. Taurus is like, I know, sweetheart, come on, we're gonna go to the water and it's gonna be cool. Taurus is so grounding for Virgo, who feels deepest affection for the bull, but considers her all too stuck in her ways sometimes. Virgo likes the bull, perhaps, to move around more from this aloofness. She has a legitimate gripe with Taurus time, which is slower than the speed at which the rest of us are living, and Virgo's kind of going faster. The Virgin tries to expose the bull to fresh cultural influences, feeling that she's overly set in her ways. But the Virgo has this way of just like, oh, you old, reliable, delicious, slow-moving ox. Oh, old, reliable Taurus. And the Virgo often they both like how the Taurus is set. You know, this paints out a negative picture, and they're trying to paint the full picture of this combination, and this vibe can't happen. But I think generally the Virgo will be like, oh, darling, you are always so set in your ways. But at least the Virgo knows how to please the Taurus, and the Taurus is reliable in that sense. Dependable, what's the word? Old, what is that word that I'm thinking of? Reliable, familiar. Predictable is the word I was looking for. I didn't want to lose that one. Old, predictable Taurus. Not to make fun. I'm just saying Virgo will think of it in this sentimental way. It's like frustrating, but it's like, oh, but I love her. Fuck it, you know? If the love is deep enough. Now that we've talked about all the things around the juicy part, let's finally get that tongue right up to the place that we all know that tongue was going to. Let's think about the carnality of this couple. Love has everything to do with it. Sex between these two earth signs generally doesn't occur unless romance and a deep set of values and probably some kind of Jupiter inspiration vibe is part of the equation. They are meaningful women, and it matters to them both that bedtime not be taken too lightly. Femme-butch roles are not clearly defined here. In fact, they may each morph back and forth gender fluidly between those polarities over the span of many years, let alone within the span of a single session. They are private about their sex life, and they won't go out and flaunt their stuff in the company of other women, as Taurus might easily do in other bonds. The bull is an oral master who can elicit the most primal and mysterious cooing noises from Virgo, who's no slouch with her tongue either. The Virgin is a toy queen and will make Taurus's toes curl via the application of any number of gadgets. These girls love to play dress up, breaking out lewd lingerie to entice each other. However, sex is mainly a pretty wholesome affair, the cement to keep this challenging bond together and smooth out wrinkles caused by rancor. this book does paint this as a challenging bond, but I don't really think it's so. I personally think that it's almost like it's meaningful. And that's what's interesting about these two, is that they're both rooting for this kind of meaningfulness. They both know that what this person is at their basic nature is something in myself that I deeply relate to and can find an expression of myself with them in a deeply enriching way. And so I don't want to do it, I want it to be right, because this is an intensity that can build up when we do finally come together and we're intimate with each other. I don't want it to be heavy and too much, but I don't want it to be too light. I want it to be meaningful, and this can just pack it all in. And I think that's why they're calling it challenging. But ultimately, it's I think one of the better and more meaningful combinations that either of them can have, and that's what they are both looking for, and it's ultimately a good thing. Again, as usual, gotta look for other things in the chart to ground what is essentially a pretty good combination, and to make it more than just everything that we've said here. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. Like, subscribe, comment. Let me know in the comments what you thought, if I pulled this off in the right way for you. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. Yes, I'm Dustin Cormier again. This is How to Rock Astrology. Thanks for watching, folks. Keep your eyes out. I always got more cool live stream stuff. Thanks for being a part of the live conversation. I'll see you guys on the next one. For those watching live, I'm going to take a quick break. It's probably going to be about 10-15 minutes. Maybe I'll come back around 9:20-ish, around there. I'll chill out, and we will meet for the rest of our zodiacal wanderings. Thanks for watching, folks. I'll be back soon. Blink. Oh gosh. Hey folks, I'm just doing some decompressing. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier, and this is How to Rock Astrology. This has been a long episode. I'm going to try to keep things rolling along. I went to work today for like 5 hours, sped home, started doing this. I'm super good to go, but I don't want to run out of energy before I get to the end. I digress. Welcome. Today's episode is Taurus woman with the many pretty ladies of the zodiac. If you want to know about what it's like if you're a Taurus woman with guys of the zodiac, then look at the Taurus straight woman video. And that will underline the nature, the sextrology of Taurus woman with all the 12 dudes of the zodiac. This video in particular is really for lesbian couplings, but if you're a bisexual, of course, you may enjoy as well. Yeah, welcome. Today in particular, we are going to be talking about Taurus woman mixed with Libra woman. What's it like when Taurus woman and Libra woman come together? And how does their lesbian relationship express itself? This one I always find is a good one because both of these signs are ruled by the same femme planet, Venus. So they both have femininity to express, but the Libra woman is a masculine expression of Venus's femininity. So the Taurus and Libra meet in Venus, in aesthetics, in sentiment, in a shared desire to give themselves to another person, and they can have a lot of all of that same vibe. They might be very talkative about like how we communicate with each other, what are our values that bring us together, what kind of music do we like that mixes with each other, what is it about each other that signals the onset of ease, of bliss. Taurus is more about like an uncomplicated expression of this Venus lustiness. Whereas Libra is more interested in actively, almost pushing to express a cerebral, a mental air level of the same Venusian sentiments of love, of romance, the atmosphere. It's the atmosphere for a Libra. It's the amount of time that a person takes into all these little details, into making their life easier, getting them when they need someone to come and get them, kind of being there when they're being to support them in conversation. These are all these cerebral, active levels of Venus that Libra wants to employ. Whereas Taurus can do that, but Taurus might just be the silent type who's quiet and just says in conversation, because the Libra will try to bring them outside of just their personal relationship. The Taurus might not have as much of a desire for the maddening crowd. Taurus is Venus on the domestic front, trying to bring it down to a lovely home setting that they can enjoy with each other, for each other, and that's mainly the meaning of it all. Everything else is kind of secondary to that. Whereas for the Libra wants to actively enjoy and express Venus sensuality, affection, and to see it expressed in all different ways for other people, so that the relationship permeates into the world outside of just the two of them. That's what Libra wants at her best, and they can jive. Of course, like I think that their values are similar because they're both ruled by Venus, and they're different. It's not like two Tauruses, which can be too much of the same thing. This is I'm good. This is two Venus-pitted people that are the same values expressed in different ways, which can bring variety to this similarity of bond, and it can be a good thing. I think this is probably going to be one of the better combinations. I always like to just get a little peek. Well, in any case, we are going to talk about Taurus and Libra in little ways first. What I've been doing in these videos is bringing Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega into at the start. And this is a purely astrology level. It doesn't include gender. Then we're going to talk about what Taurus and Libra, lesbians in particular, are like. So let's get a picture of these two from the purely astrological layer of things. This is Taurus with Libra from Phyllis Vega's Erotic Astrology. Both of these two love peace and harmony. They strive to avoid conflict and tension as much as possible. The affable sweetness in each of your natures makes for a pleasant relationship, while the bull's stability and persistence anchors the scales' airy indecisiveness. Libra's easygoing approach to life can drive Taurus up a wall. This is not a lesbian couple, so I could see it being different with two girls. But this is something interesting. The bull's stability and persistence anchors the scales girl's airy indecisiveness. And the fact that Taurus always falls back on some kind of default. Just checking my... The fact that the Taurus girl has a default that she falls on, a default way of being, kind of like a... the Taurus girl will always connect what we're doing to us. And Libra girl will always connect what we're doing to other people, to our larger social grouping. And when Libra doesn't know what to do because there's so many people making kind of demands or thinking of like, where should our group go? What should we eat? How should we have this? How should the Libra play hostess? Taurus at some point is the girl that's going to be like, look, honey, like we know these people. We don't have to like pull out all the stops all the time, or like, you know, like you're getting frustrated whether you get strawberry or blueberry pie. Like, I like blueberry pie, so how about we get blueberry? Is that going to end it? Just pick one so we can move forward. And the Taurus will lean on what they like, and this will frustrate the Libra because it's like, it's always like this. Like, why don't we do something of what everybody else wants? That can be a thing. But it can also be compensatory. It can help, as this book says, it can help pull the Libra out of indecisiveness. As long as Libra values and gets what the Taurus gets to. If the Taurus agrees, you know, if their Venuses are together, then there won't be as much of this frustration and this indecisiveness. You know, if their Venuses are trine, or even, you know, if Venus has her, if Libra has her Venus in Libra, and Taurus's Venus is in Gemini, then the Venuses are in trine. Then there's a mutual airiness and a flitteringness, and Taurus won't get so upset by when... Taurus will enjoy Libra trying to make a decision, and Taurus will be like, okay, let's do that. No, you don't think that works? Well, what if we do this? Well, we got to pick one, honey. Let's just... Both of these seem pretty good, but this one is good for this reason, and, you know, like, maybe in this situation, like, Taurus reads more into the situation than Libra does, and it can help pull Libra out of indecision and drive things forward. So as I said, that was like more of an purely astrological layer. Let's unfold it through a sextrology. This is adding the character of two women to the Taurus and Libra equation. This is Taurus woman with Libra woman. Sorry. I always like to say, this is a little gumball reading of this combination from the original sextrology book. As you can see, they've got little small panels for Taurus woman in combination with all the other girls. We're going to read a little gumball, and then we're going to take the whole big gobstopper, the jawbreaker of the more detailed reading just after this. Taurus woman with Libra woman. This starts off as a crush. Taurus explores femininity. Libra experiments with androgyny, allowing latent longings to surface. In bed, Libra takes charge, lavishing her lover with all manner of sexual attention. Androgynous Libra woman. That's a very, that's an arousing picture, and it's a common one. The Libra girl often is just kind of, she's not necessarily receptive or directing and masculine. She's just prurient to the immediate situation, and will just act on what her imaginings just move her towards as air. It's active air. It's light and flitting on the surface, but there's a grabbing and a gripping and a moving with it, and a moving other people with it. As a Libra woman, there's a much strength in the Libra woman, more than the Libra man. And so these two, I think that they will have a good vibe. I always like to say in all these lesbian couplings that if you really want to know, like, this is just sun sign astrology. This is like a vessel, and it's going to play through in this way. There might be good, there might be bad, There's usually, some combinations do work better than others, but it's only sun sign astrology. You have to consider that, especially for lesbians in particular, this combination will be, the Venus signs merging with other positive points will be important. If the Taurus girl's Venus is trine to the Libra girl's Saturn, it can stand for a very long relationship. Same thing if the Libra girl's Saturn is like Venus is trine to the Taurus girl's Saturn, that's like a long-standing bond type thing. Or if the Venus is trine to the moon, if the moon of either is trine to Saturn, because then you have a feminine influence loving the deeper, active, mature wisdom and bonds of the Saturn in the other. It's bringing sexuality, the sexuality that permeates them will be enriched by an active need, ambition that will bring, as Saturn is more important and beautiful and good than most people give it credit for. So the point is that, and I was going to say Jupiter. I know I just gave you guys a lot, but I've been saying this for every couple. I'm a Vedic astrologer, and I'm trying to bring the wisdom of Vedic to the Western sun sign astrology. And for women, for men, Venus is the sign of their wife. They really are attracted to the Venus in their own chart. For women, it's the Jupiter in your chart. If your partner has lots of signs that are in trine or opposite or that are in positive aspects to another planet in your partner's chart, then it's the signal of a deep feeling of inspiration. The sun signs or whatever, it's functional, it's psycho-erotic, and it's the way that it's going to come out. But if it's the Jupiters between each other that really show that this combination is more than just, we've found the psychosexual dynamic. We relate with each other. That's what the sun signs in a lot of ways teach us. But it's the Jupiters that show if there's a deep feeling of respect between one another. It's almost like the father. There's a father love that you can have. That's a weird way to say it, but that's kind of quasi the idea here, is that you'll find instincts and attitudes and things that you would have wanted to see in your father, in your lover, if your Jupiter as a Taurus woman, if your Jupiter is trine their sun, their Mars, or their moon, then you will be giving qualities and expressing, they will express qualities that you deeply are enriched by. For example, you know, if you as a Taurus woman have your Jupiter in an earth sign, in an air sign, if you have your Jupiter in an air sign, then it will be trine to the Libra Sun in this Libra woman, and it will bring out a best friend, deep richness through that socializing. It's through, if it's in an air sign, then it's like socializing, and you'll both be like inspired to deal through each other in a way that's way more than just this sun sign combination. So I always like to say that. Keep an eye on each other's Jupiters. See if there's chemistry between your Jupiter and anything else in your partner's planets, particularly the Sun, Mars, and the Moon. That's what will bring out the deepest richness of any sun sign combination. But I digress. It's a top secret Jyotish Vedic astrology secret. But even then, there's lots that can go into a relationship. So, all that being said, we've talked about Taurus, femi, girly Taurus, mixing with this mysterious androgeneity of Libra that can move. It's cool because Taurus is just basically what she is, dependable, reliable in the pocket that she's chosen in her life. And Libra, Libra will be able to move between the phases of both being very girly, enjoying girly things, talking, but Libras can be quite refined, and she can really bring that out. But when Taurus just wants to come out as dude, as just like no bras, tits out, bag of popcorn, watching a movie, Libra can jive to that too. And Libra will switch between both, which I think is a good way of adding variety to an essentially Venus domesticated homebody couple. Let's see. I guess Libra's not necessarily a homebody. Libra's social and outgoing, but the domestics, the interconnection between humans is really what both of these two live for. Relationship. Venus. We've talked a lot about it. Let's look in our cosmic coupling book to see how this combination plays out realistically into the nitty-titty gritty details. Each of our books has a title for each coupling. This one's called The Benefit. Interesting. It's like a mysterious code. Maybe we'll speak to it at the end of this reading. See if we can figure out what it means. I'm kind of reading, I've never read this book. I've read my own Scorpio combinations with every sign. I'm a Scorpio Sun. As I'm going through these with you guys, I'm reading it as well. And I hope you guys are enjoying it. Let's look at the chemistry of Taurus woman and Libra woman. Ever the aesthete, intellectual, or both, Libra impresses Taurus with an ability to speak on any subject, employing her signature dry wit, which Taurus can be very sarcastic and enjoy that sort of insightful, observant, and even snappy in a graceful, playful sort of way that Libra can have. Taurus can relish that. The scales girl, Libra, inspires a major crush based as much on Libra's etheric, stylish appearance as on her authoritative, downright righteous demeanor. As much as she prizes Taurus's bucolic beauty, Libra may tag her as obsequious, refusing to believe anyone could be so guileless as to have no hidden agenda. But Taurus is forthright in looking to the Libra as a beacon of sorts, and the scales will milk being put on a pedestal. Until such time, she may be self-effacing and worry that her interest in Taurus won't be reciprocated. A tad slow on the uptake, Taurus imagines Libra plays hard to get. Ultimately, the bull bats her cow eyes, making clear her intentions. that's cute. So we can see that this is something where the Taurus is really unfolding this pedestal-like movement and refinement and sort of uppityness of the Libra woman. It's not to say that Libra will think that the Taurus is like dull. That might be a vibe, but again, if there's other things that can jive with these two, then it'll be more, the right word is reliable and sort of more apparent, more on the sleeve. Taurus wears everything just right on their sleeve. This is what I am. Yeah, you know, I'm hungry. Yeah, I'm gonna eat. You know, like, this is what I'm feeling. Hi, splat. Here it is. Whereas the Libra can love that. The Libra can love just how it kind of gives her a bit more of subtlety, which they both love, right? As long as the Libra doesn't make the Taurus feel stupid or anything like that. That's something important for the Libra to watch for. And not to try and throw anything over the Taurus's head, because Tauruses can actually be very observant. They're just slow to react. But they will react with an explosion if something starts to get to them too much. Let's take a look at the compatibility of these two. Ruled by Venus, the feminine principle in the zodiac, Libra and Taurus increasingly immerse themselves in a woman-only world. They each tend to have a bisexual past, uncategorically coming to females often relatively late in life. A tight-knit twosome, these two seek to live a quiet life, usually in a Tony enclave, Taurus being more of a lover of luxury, Libra's idea of which entails having enough dosh to move or travel on a dime. The scales live in a world of ideas and principles, and she'll never stop advising the Taurus babe in the woods. Never stop advising the Taurus babe in the woods. Oh, okay, I get it. Sorry. The scales live in a world of ideas and principles, and she'll never stop advising the Taurus babe in the woods. The simple, peasanty Taurus who just stands quietly, so enraptured by the beauty of the flower. The Libra girl comes along and says, you know, that's the flower that you're looking at, but the whole flower is actually going down to the roots. This is the stamen, this is its leaves. Isn't it beautiful? And the Taurus is just like, yeah, that's it. Like, you know, I knew it was beautiful before I even said anything. But, you know, sometimes that can be a nice thing, that the Libra can unfold the air of a situation, and Taurus is always going to drink it at the sensual level for its own sake. Somewhat cut off from her feelings, Libra solicits emotional support from the Taurus, whether she actually asks for it or not. The bull tries to coax the scales girl out of her spinning head and into her body, which may all too often be ignored. Too bad, you know, if only you would just take this hand and start finding a new way of feeling some new data. You know, Taurus has this juicy way of just sort of like, well, honey, have you ever thought about how much you can get just by feeling? Anxiety can overcome Libra, who may lash out with cutting words. Taurus is unflappable, lovingly coated in Teflon. It's the Libra, just every now and then she's just got some venom and that she's got to vomit out and spit out, and just, I just get these ideas and these things, and just like, you know, and she gets it out, and the Taurus is just quietly, patiently sees through the water that Libra's pouring on her, and it's this, and then she just falls back into the Taurus's face at some point after getting all that tension out. Now, that's their compatibility. Let's take a look at the carnality of this combination. Patience is Taurus's most enviable virtue. And when Libra gets tetchy, the bull mitigates the scales girl's stresses by blissfully ignoring her. Funnily enough, sex frequently ensues in this relationship post a Libran tirade, when she is thus purged and her defenses are down. When she's just gotten her crazy, whatever it is that's on her mind, she just spews it up and just like, and now she's calmed down, she's gotten it out of her system, almost in the way that an Aries does. Aries and Libra are opposite. Taurus knows that it's worth the wait, if not the excess drama. The Scales girl is an artful and crafty lover who acts in the moment on impulse, but weaves a tapestry of pleasure that leaves Taurus's head shaking in ecstatic awe each and every time. Libra immerses herself in pleasing the bull, whom she finds to be a most responsive instrument. And so the Scales plays her, belying her delicate looks with burningest passion, finding that fine line of forcefulness in her kissing, her nibbling, her rubbing, her thrusting, which she performs all simultaneously. Yeah, it's the Libra thing. It's having all this tits against tits, and like the hips are gyrating and moving and pressing into you, and all these hands are coming up your arms, all simultaneously. Taurus can let herself fall into the experience, confident she'll get a full working over, while still being able to completely relax into it, trusting Libra to get that balance right. Damn, that's just that was delicious. As like a lesbian, like in a man's body. Whew. It's because both of these women are ruled by Venus, and are women. That was just such a feminine expression there. Delicious. And I hope you guys enjoyed it too. Let me know what you think. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology, doing these fun sextrology videos. Let me know in the comments if you liked it, if you like my getup, if I'm doing the thing for you. I do enjoy doing it. And keep your eye out for more stuff coming along, folks. Thanks for watching. For all of you in the live stream, we're now going to be going into Taurus woman with Scorpio woman. My friend Magic City, if you're still watching, I can see that you've asked. You're a Taurus in Western astrology, but Scorpio in Vedic. Should I wait to watch the Scorpio Gay video? It's weird that you're a Taurus in Western astrology, but Scorpio in Vedic. Usually, Vedic is one sign behind, so you should be an Aries in the Vedic astrology. So you might have a little bit of a mix-up happening in your softwares, your calculations. But in any case, I go by Western measurements, even though I'm a Vedic astrologer. If you're watching Magic City. So for me, if you're a Scorpio, then you're born between October 21st and November 21st. If you're a Taurus, then you're born between April 21st and May 21st. That's my description of the measurements. And I talk about all of that in some of my other videos. But I hope that you're watching Magic City, and I hope that that helps what you're trying to get out. And I hope you are still watching, because the Scorpio ones are always good when combined with Taurus. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you. My hair is a little bit whack today, but I'm dealing with how I can deal. I've got my COVID hair happening right now. But I digress. I'm just going to do, by the end of these videos, this always happens, but that's okay. I hope you guys have been enjoying this video so far. My name is Dustin Cormier, and I am How to Rock Astrology. Today, I decided that I would throw on one of my girlfriend's dresses. I tried to fill these titties in as much as I could, as much as I can. I consider myself a transgender, non-binary. I'm a man. I've got the fish and tackle. I got the old dick and nuts. But I consider myself a lesbian in a man's body. I'm deeply enjoying talking with you ladies about these sign readings. The reason I'm doing it is because I was doing gay. I'm like transgender bisexual. I was doing gay combinations like Taurus man with Taurus man. And I had some women on my channel request that I do lesbian and bisexual women with these combinations as well. And that's why I'm here doing it today with you. So I hope you enjoy. Let me know in the comments if you're digging the vibe, if you think it's appropriate, if you think I'm working it. I'd love to know what you think in general. Because I'm always, I love doing this with you guys. So thank you for giving me the opportunity. Today, we're talking about all things Taurus, lesbian, bisexual. And this section in particular is Taurus woman with Scorpio woman. We're going to be reading from 3 different books. The first one, this one, being a purely astrology layer. The rest of them including the gender of 2 females in the reading of sexuality. How being a woman affects the astrology and vice versa. Before we get into that, though, I'd like to start off with this book to kind of get things stewing on what this is all about. So this is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. We're about to read Taurus with Scorpio. The magnetic attraction that Taurus and Scorpio feel for each other can overcome any lack of common interests. And a physical relationship between you two could be intense, have chemistry, and it can be long-lasting. Even so, straightforward Taurus may be put off by the sly Scorpion's deviousness, and thin-skinned Scorpio can misinterpret the bull's playful sense of humor. That's a good one. That's a great reading. I'm a Scorpio myself, and I get that Scorpio likes to have this feeling that the other partner is really in tune with them. It's kind of subliminally reading the gesture of every little gesture, and hopes to just constantly funnel it towards each other. And Taurus is real in a delicious way that Scorpio can really love. We did read the vibe here that was said. Scorpio's deviousness, Taurus's playfulness. The playfulness thing, I would say, is a pretty constant truth. More of a constant truth. Oh my gosh, I can let that go. Oh gosh, what a relief. I guess I won't let it go too much. So, sorry, I'm wearing my girlfriend's dress and I'm just figuring it out. Hopefully I don't lose my titties now. Gosh, I hope I didn't. Well, we'll see how it goes. You're here for astrology. Gosh, what was I just talking about? Taurus and Scorpio. Well, in any case, sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought there. The Taurus and Scorpio combination are so much of the same. Oh, I see what we're getting at. Yeah. Oh, the deviousness thing. What I wanted to say is that, this combination is known to have a bit of a too gray vibe. Like they can grow very used to each other because it's so much of this vibe is just based on an under-ebbing current of intense magnetism, unspoken magnetism. And it's the intrigue of this unspoken magnetism between each other that is the, like, so much of the depth of what goes on between these two. They both equally read so much into each other's gestures. And it's for positive reason. Like Scorpio looks deeply into everyone's psychology. Whenever someone says something, they see the surface as well as the depths of it. And that they read into that. And sometimes Taurus is like this too. But Taurus like puts up like a very vague poker face front, not trying to show too much of all of her instincts all the time. She likes everything to be a surprise. Scorpio sees it and is just like, okay, so what is going on? Like, what's that all about? And just wants to know what it is. And Taurus will deviate them and just be like, oh, well, it's just, you know, like, they'll find ways of just not showing their deck, their cards. And both of them can misinterpret what the other's doing. Taurus is like, why are you looking so deeply into my mind? And then Scorpio is like, what are you trying to hide? And this sort of, like, they can misread these things. It's more about the Mercury that's going to deeply define that. Like, if Scorpio girl has Sagittarius Mercury and Taurus girl has, like, Aries Mercury, then they'll both be so forthright and just instantly expressive in the way they express that they'll be like, yeah, you're truthful, you're bluntly, brutally truthful all the time. So there'll be less of this intrigue, right? As usual with anything, I always like to say that this is just sun sign astrology. For a combination like this, especially because it's two fixed signs that are both the downpouring, down gravity, earth and water, there can be a stagnance often associated with this combination. They can fall into just being in bed together, and the interdrift between each other can be like almost down dragging. It's just earth, sensuality, bringing them down to comfort, healing each other through the things that they do, through each other. All of this leads and adds up to less inspired, ambitious wanderings outside the relationship. You know, these two would do well to bring things outside the relationship into the relationship, although the relationship itself might be the central spire of everything in their lives. And it probably kind of like will be, knowing these two rather fixed, obsessive, willful characters. But so since they're both fixed signs, they're both a lot of the same. With a combination like this, it's always pertinent to look at how the moon signs interact with each other, how the moons interact with the rising sign, how the moon, and especially, how the moon of one woman interacts with the Jupiter of the other woman, and vice versa. For women, I'm telling you a secret that comes from, I'm a Vedic astrologer, and this is an old, like, Indian Vedic astrology secret that I like to deliver to the West. As I said, I'm a Western astrologer. I'm a Scorpio is a Scorpio. Yeah, you know, if you're a Taurus, you're born between April 21st and May 21st. I'm the regular Western measurements. But I like to use Vedic techniques and philosophy. And what I always like to say, especially for these lesbian couples, is that women aren't... The sun sign is less important for a woman. Women are more in tune with the moon. And it's your moon signs that you want to get a friendliness with the other person's chart. And that'll be especially so if the moon of one woman is in trine with the Jupiter of the other woman, or vice versa. Or even if you've got your Jupiter in trine to the Scorpio woman's sun. If your Jupiter is in any water sign, it will bring out a deep richness where the Scorpio can be intensely, hypnotically, psychological, and reading into your mind, and also you reading into hers, but opening up honestly to each other, over and over through more and more depth of each other's psyche and of each other's memories and livelihood, then all of the Scorpio things will give you a deep sense of inspiration. The watery, mystical ways, the quiet, psychologically oriented ways of the Scorpio woman will deeply enrich wherever that watery Jupiter of yours is. And it's through inspiration. It's through respect. In Jyotish, in Vedic astrology, we say that men seek their wife through Venus and their own Venus sign. Women seek their husband through Jupiter and their Jupiter sign. And so that's why there's an inspiration. It's almost like the father that you never had, you meet in this partner who has a good Jupiter for you. Especially if the Jupiter's in tune with the moon or the sun. The moon or the sun or the Mars. If any of Jupiter is touching the other person's, or the rising sign. If anyone's Jupiter is touching any of those or vice versa, this brings out an inspiration in every moment with that individual. So they cause you to want to be the best that you can be with that thing, and they just inspire you and they make life meaningful in all the little moments through the vessel of whatever the sun is. The sun just holds the vessel for everything else in a lesbian couple. That's an ancient Jyotish Vedic wisdom for you. Jyotish is just Indian Vedic astrology. So keeping that in mind, we're going to move forward from the purely astrology level and talk a little bit about how being two female lesbian gay women adds to the Taurus and Scorpio dynamic. This is coming from Sexuality, the astrology of sex and the sexes. It's the original Sexuality book, has these little blurbs for each combination. See what I mean? We're going to read a little blurb about this combination, and then we're going to unfold it in greater detail through another book of theirs. For now, this is a small gumball picture of Taurus woman and Scorpio woman. I'm playing with my hair. Taurus sends a shockwave through Scorpio, who, in turn, takes the role of guru to the suggestible bull. A sexual relationship may develop ever so slowly. Months could pass before so much as a kiss is risked. Because for some reason, these two are such under-ebbing, subterranean disc plates of psychic interweaving that these two just feel the heaviness in each other, the similarity to each other, and the deliciousness of each other. And it seems here that Taurus sends a shockwave through Scorpio, who takes the role of guru to the suggestible bull. Something about Taurus's earthy, delicate sincerity and just earnestness, and just kind of the cutesy, like there's probably the Taurus comes out probably in the femme girl vibe here, and Scorpio might be the sleuthing, hard-driven, ambitious woman who's a bit willing to be a bit more cutthroat outside the relationship, which means she's going to bring it into the relationship as well. But if the Taurus trusts the Mars excision that the Scorpio woman is doing in their own relationship as well as outside the relationship, then it can be very good. But this is part of the reason why this relationship takes so long, because they both know that the other is like this. Scorpio woman loves to be instantly, ecstatically, spontaneously reactive, and to say things and to think things and to overthink things. And the Taurus girl sees all of that and is like, like there's something about this person that I'm getting, like, I can merge with, that I'm very similar with, and that I want to get in tune with, because it's the 7th house. Taurus is the 7th from Scorpio. Scorpio is the 7th house from Taurus. So there's this mutuality of, like, there's a merging that's happening here with these two, where they're very much the same, and the only way for them to get in touch is for them to both let go a little bit of their own nature. Because it's like they're the same thing, but in two different directions. And they've got to just, as soon as they back up is when they meet, if that makes sense. They've got to pull back on their mutual vibes on their mutual vibe, on their ambitious stubbornness is really what I mean by this. You know, if the Scorpio can come down to earth a little bit, stop psychologically wandering so much and just be with the Taurus for no reason. While if the Taurus can also appreciate and try to think on the level of the depth of the Scorpio woman and go where she goes with these little crazy philosophies and stuff that she has at this psychodynamic level, it's a weird thing to get in tune with, but once they do, it can be very fruitful. This is one of those combinations where it seems like a vaguely gray vessel, which is actually is open to color the paint of the other signs, of the moon, of the ascendant, Jupiter interweaving with each other. This is one combination where the sun signs are almost dull with each other. So much of the same that they get bored with each other. It can get stagnant because they're either spending time together and not saying much, thinking so deeply about what the other is just thinking about that they never even say much of anything, and it's just like, what should we do? I don't know. What do you think we should do? I don't know. You know, like they can get stalemates like that where it's just like, well, we should do something, and then they end up lying together, and if they start rolling around and having fun and fucking, like they might never get out of there, you know, and that's okay as long as it can find its like things to, you know, these two might like doing things with each other, actually going on dates, or even just doing like working together somehow, finding adventures to do together, hobbies, things to do together in a marriage way, so that they feel like they're married, and there might not be a lot of sparks going between them because they know that they do so much together. But it's about the other signs, the Jupiter in trine with the moon, Jupiter aspecting the moon and the Mars and the sun of the other person. These are the kind of things that are going to make all the little in-betweens, if you're a good vibe for each other in that sense. These will make all those in-betweens that much juicier. Necessarily juicier. So, I can go on about it forever, but I think that we should go to our next part of our reading. This is Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. This is talking about going into more detail about Taurus and Scorpio woman. Same authors, the Sexuality series. And in this series, each combination has like a little title. This one's called The Limit. It's like a cryptic code for the essence of the relationship that these authors have made. The limit is an interesting one because they seem like a limit to each other, but it's also like, maybe like, let's say when an engine is exuding too much smoke or air from something, and so you put a cap on it. And so these two feel like they could be more ambitious without this person, but yet it's more of like a ceiling or even a roof for security that can be more of a, you know, that's a positive way to look at this very falling into each other vibe, like a faded falling into each other that can happen with these two. It's slow, drawn out, but again, it can be very warm, depending on the love that is truly shared between each other. And you won't just find that with the sun signs. Humans are way too complex to just be guided by one thing. I digress. This is Taurus woman with Scorpio woman. Let's check out the chemistry between these two hot-to-trot ladies. Though so-called opposite signs, Each of these ladies sees herself a mirror image in the other. It's kind of like when you look at a mirror image, you're seeing like the exact same person, but when you move your right arm, they move their left arm. And when you move your left leg, they move their right leg. When you tilt your head to the right, they tilt their head to the left. Right? Scorpio immediately kicks into mentor mode, viewing the Taurus as green, no matter what the bull's age, and thus in need of some direction on any given subject. Scorpio likes to serve Taurus in this way. Well, what are you thinking about? You're talking about this thing, hun, with this, in this field of thought, with these people, with this history? Scorpio actually hides her insecurity behind bossiness, but it's often all she can do to not jump out of her skin with desire. Such is the Taurus's usual effect on her. The bull, who looks at the world askance, not trusting too easily, will at least feign difference, willing to be guided, and hopefully given a leg up in some sense in this would-be bond. She sees Scorpio as a seasoned character, someone who has gained knowledge through the experience of being knocked down and always rising phoenix-like. Scorpio is naturally someone on whom Taurus models herself, in the toughness and the true nitty-gritty getting into things and fearlessly saying things combatively to people. Taurus, somehow there's something about that is like opposite to how Taurus has always been, and yet she deeply craves it while still trying to be herself. And these two can learn a lot from each other for that reason. Scorpio learns the value of a bit of placid passivity. Taurus learns the value of a bit of active willfulness. Let's check out the compatibility between these two. I'm enjoying this. I'm a Scorpio too, like I said, so I always enjoy kind of hacking into the Scorpio psychology. Both creatures of habit, Taurus must bend to Scorpio's control, getting in sync with her rhythms and allowing her alpha status. The bull, Taurus, is rather self-centered in this relationship, which Scorpio actually encourages, just as she is in the business of helping foster her mate, avoiding any self-examination. There can be a surplus spinning of wheels, as inertia can be their combined enemy. And when they come together, they can bring a bit of inertia out of each other in a funny way. Security is a key factor for Taurus in relationships. So Scorpio makes it her top priority to provide for the good of the bond, and also because it is her best means of establishing control and the security that she wants. Taurus wants sentimental security. Scorpio won't give that up until she has exacted some kind of functional, practical security, until Taurus leans on her. So once the Taurus is leaning on her, then the Scorpio feels like she's got her in her grasp, and secretly Taurus loves to see that. It's a cute combo. Taurus is happy to relegate that control to Scorpio. Sure, Scorpio's the authority, but the ongoing subject in the relationship is the bull and her needs. Of course, it's narcissism on the Scorpion's part too, as she's forever making her mate over in her image. Together, they are family-orientated, looking to settle and raise a brood. The They just bring that out of each other. They might even want to adopt or something like that if it comes down to it. Because the sexuality is always juicily there. There's nothing to pour it into an excitement that's good enough in itself. I mean, like, it can be. You don't have to be Scorpio and Taurus and get married and have kids. Believe me, that's not necessarily the vibe at all. But these two can either in any case, you know, it's the other fascinations in between each other in the charts, Moon, Mars, Jupiter, etc., that's going to bring the extra excitement out of what is essentially just like a secured, similar, almost vanilla pairing. It's vanilla until you add cherries on top of it, if that's your vibe, right? Don't ever let yourself get pigeonholed by astrology. Or at least by sun sign readings anyway, because there's so much more going on. But, you know, I digress. Let's take a look at the carnality of these two in combination. Scorpio is focused on Taurus's pleasure. The bull here, the Taurus lady, can be passive in the extreme. And Scorpio will try to take this lover to her limits, physically and psychologically. Could be a kinky vibe going on there. Both women tend to bottle up their feelings, which then come surging to the passionate surface during lovemaking, where maybe they might have said something to each other and it had a little bit of a tension that they didn't mean, and it just kind of came across the wrong way. They might have gotten into a bit of a tither about it, and then ultimately it comes to like they desperately just want to open their hearts to each other and say like, this, none of this shit matters, darling. You know, they might have a lot of this sort. I'm a Scorpio, and I get this with my girlfriend's a Taurus moon, and like I get this vibe of something might have been said that didn't come through, and it bottles up, and when they finally get together and have sex and fuck, it's like, oh, darling, I just want you to know that I just love you so much, and I just had this thing, and I'm sorry, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. It can be like emotional like that. It's just the way that Scorpio is for sure. But Taurus is like that too, because they're fixed. There's so much of their energy that goes into each other that when there's a bump, it's like, ugh, which can be adorable when you finally wrap it back up. They each like sex to be unhurried, while the more mental manipulations that excite Scorpio in the sack can be rather lost on Taurus, or even leave her cold. Again, this is like Venuses, Jupiters between each other will help this bounce around a little bit. The bull is a sensualist, and Scorpio may be more staccato in her movements, appreciating the application of pressure, even as it borders on pain. Meanwhile, Taurus attempts to alleviate the proceedings, more subtly toying with Scorpio, often literally, with the use of some purchasable gadgets. In asserting her agenda, Scorpio may play a softcore dominatrix. One is reminded of Jean Genet's play, The Maids, as power is constantly shifting. Though Taurus is the so-called submissive, it is she who will ultimately give Scorpio the proverbial thumbs up or down. Or as in, like, you know, what's really going on with this thing? Is it working for me? Scorpio's looking up at her, and the Taurus is like, you know, that just really wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be between the two of us. And Scorpio says, okay, good. Glad we... It's like the Scorpio's waiting for Taurus's word on how that went, or whether we should go into this or that. Scorpio can often have an anal agenda, and that might be a fun ploy between the two of them. Scorpio just likes to get things that most people wouldn't just give up or give away. And if Taurus says, you know, it's not really my thing, Scorpio's like, oh no, it's what, you think it's a little naughty, huh? I think it's kind of like, you know, something that you don't want to give up. And then, like, we'll just kind of be like that. that's probably a vibe that those two enjoy between each other. It is with Scorpio man and woman. With Scorpio man and Taurus woman. But I digress. I think that's a good combination. I think that that's one of the better. I think that it's one of the better ones that could be expressed. The whole stagnant, so similar thing is always spun around with the other elements of your chart mixing with your partners. So I digress. Hope you guys dug that. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. Like, comment, subscribe if you liked it. Let me know what you thought. I'm always all ears. Thanks for watching. For those watching live, the next thing we're going to get into is the next in the series. It's Taurus woman and Sagittarius woman. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier, and welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today, I've decided to doll myself up a little bit, throw on a little bit of rouge, a little bit of red stuff, a little bit of cover-up or whatever. Cover up my masculine-ass face. Well, I'm a transgender, non-binary person, and I'm a dude. You know, I often mostly express naturally as a dude, but being non-binary, it's a deep, delicious kink for me to employ the best of my abilities to try to be a woman and to be feminine, especially for these videos. I'm trying to help get the doubly feminine consciousness vibe coming through. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I was asked to do this by some women on my channel who saw what I was doing with the gay men series, and it was requested that I would do this series of women, bisexual and gay women as well. So thank you for the opportunity to do this, because I love doing this kind of stuff. It's juicy, it's sexy, and best of all, it's astrology. That's the nerd in me. The Scorpio in me might switch it and say it's the sexy part that's important. I'm Dustin Cormier. I'm Leo rising, Scorpio sun, Sagittarius moon, Scorpio Mars too. And today you are listening to me talk about Taurus woman with Sagittarius woman. Just trying to get my Leo ass hair in order here. I've got like some serious COVID hair happening. Haven't been able to actually trim it or anything like that. That's why my bangs are ridiculous, but that's okay. Today, in this episode, we are listening to Taurus woman with Sagittarius woman. Without further ado, what I like to do in this videos is I'm going to talk about Taurus and Sagittarius through an astrology book that has nothing to do with gender. It's not thinking about the fact that you're two lesbians or two women. It's just pure Taurus and Sagittarius. Then we're going to apply what does being two women, how does this alter or change the essential vibe of Taurus and Sagittarius coming together astrologically. So that's what we're going to find out. So let's start off with a little bit of astrological reception of this couple. This is Erotic Astrology. It comes from Phyllis, Vega. This is Taurus with Sagittarius. Despite their lack of commonality, Taurus is drawn to outgoing, exciting, fun-loving Sagittarius. Taurus does just enjoy just this Jupiterian, expressive, performative Sagittarius girl. The passionate bull Taurus. Sorry, this isn't a lesbian. This is like Taurus and Sagittarius in general, not just as lesbians. But you would be dealing with a lesbian, so read it as you like. The passionate bull Taurus may enjoy the archer's lusty sexuality, but is easily irked by Sagittarius's devil-may-care attitude towards love. Taurus is settled, values love, values desire, values relationship, deeply values the intercommunication and harmony between people. And Sagittarius is a gambler and a wanderer and a performer and a social instigator and a spontaneous expresser who will go for a laugh even at the partner's expense, which the Taurus can get annoyed by. And Sagittarius is expressive typically beyond just the couple. Wants to make it more, wants to enjoy more. And usually this couple will involve either the Sagittarius adding a whirlwind of versatility and fun and enjoyment to a domestic life, which the Taurus and her build together, or it might actually involve, if the Taurus has got like Jupiter in a fire sign or an air sign, or in the 9th house, or if the Taurus has a moon sign in Sagittarius or even Pisces, or a humanitarian sign like Aquarius, if this might mean that they'll bring a domesticity from the Taurus side of things and a slow, calm enjoyableness, a touristy, let's take the leisurely way through safari world type of Taurus attitude to the adventures Sagittarius seeks. It's usually one way or the other, or a bit of both, Either way, there's explorative versatility in the domestic front and domesticity in an occasional adventurous traveling adventure, or some simple raw hiking adventure, seeing nature, where Sagittarius likes the recreational pleasure of walking and wandering and talking about all things and philosophy and what's it all mean, and Taurus is just enjoying the sound of her pretty voice and the way that her ass looks in those jeans. So that was just essentially Taurus and Sagittarius. Now we're going to bring it into Taurus woman and Sagittarius woman as a lesbian couple. This is coming from our sextrology book, Astrology of Sex and the Sexes by Starsky and Cox. It's the classic sextrology series. I really recommend it to anybody. This is Taurus woman with Sagittarius woman. These two are a testimonial to the good life. High class, high looks, high refined, the best wine, good taste. Though Taurus is easily sated by simple pleasures, simple luxuries, even just the deliciousness of a cherry on a Sunday in comfortable clothing can just be a world of sensual, delicious subjectiveness that the Taurus can. Here's what I'll say about these two, is that Taurus can make an ocean out of a dewdrop of sensuality. Sagittarius comes along and says, if you can take a dewdrop and make an ocean out of it, what would you do with an ocean of dewdrops? Let's go see the ocean, baby. Sagittarius tries to take that deliciousness of all the little things that Taurus has and brings it to the big stage, so that the big stage can be amplified by Taurus. And that's a good vibe, when it does work that way. If these two have things that can endear each other to each other's signs. If the Taurus has a bit of fire, or if the Sagittarius has a bit of earth. That's like it at its best, but I digress. Though Taurus is easily sated by simple luxuries, Sag can't help but yearn for more, more, more. Even if they end up just friends, an erotic connection always endures between these two. Something about Venus and Jupiter coming together where they just Venus and Jupiter don't actually typically get along all that well. Of course, this is Taurus with the fiery Sagittarius. Taurus can be bummed out by the fact that Sagittarius doesn't just love for love's sake. You should be comfortable to just come with me and just to live a domestic life, to enjoy the sensuality between each other. Your fascinating mind could make any small, comfortable crevice of our house, in a bed, in a pillow, with some tea. Your delicious, delicious, juicy, sexy fucking lips could just make any moment so delicious. I just wish that you would enjoy these little moments with me. And the Sagittarius girl is like, you know, trying to say to the Taurus that you could bring, you appreciate and enjoy and bring such fascination and sensual rapture out of all the little enjoyments that I do and bring us on. There's so many that we could do. Why just sit in our bedroom? You know, this is where these two can have a bit of a value adjustment here. And the Sagittarius might feel, in Vedic astrology, I always say that Jupiter is starved by Venus. And this will be especially so if the Taurus girl's Venus is like in trine to the Sagittarius girl's Jupiter. There might be a bit too much of this like weird sensual, like they'll enjoy each other deeply and sensually, and the Taurus girl would especially love that. But it can take away from the Sagittarius's wandering style. Ultimately, what I always like to say, I know I just put it's Venus and Jupiter that don't always get along, because Jupiter is starved by Venus. Sagittarius girl's great ambitions to have so many wonderful experiences, she might feel embittered by the Taurus bringing her down to a domestic front in a boring, old-fashioned, old familiar, stuck in sexuality pattern that makes Sagittarius bitter that she can even get sexual, which is of course a terrible thing. You as a Sagittarius woman deserve love. Can't let any bad experience, if you've had that with a Taurus, don't let it bum out the Sagittarius vibe. Because again, what I've been saying in all these videos is that this is just a sun sign reading. Any combination of sun signs, especially for women, they're just a vessel. You know, you could drive a Lamborghini or you could drive a Chevrolet. Either way, it's the people in the car that really make the most of a lesbian relationship in particular. I hope you know what I mean by that. A Lamborghini is like a Taurus with like Capricorn, or Taurus with Virgo, because they're in trine, and the sun signs, right? For the sun signs, you know, you could be in a Chevrolet, and this combination is technically a bit of like this Chevrolet vibe, although there are worse combinations than this by sun sign. But this is just the sun sign. You could very well find it's almost like soulmate love is this mysterious soul karma, repeating carnational thread of constant knowing that this soul is a piece of what your deepest root is. This is a feeling of love that it doesn't even need to be one person. It could be many people. That's kind of the sort of Indian Vedic vibe, is that we're all attached in different ways to different people. And so this could be a deep soulmate connection. And if it is, that will be expressed probably by the other things of a lesbian relationship, including especially Jupiter. If one person's Jupiter is trine the other person's Sun or Mars or Moon, that means that there can be more of a soulmate vibe, a deeper vibe, an inspiration, as well as the Rahu connections between each other, Saturn, Moon to Saturn trines, things like that bring out a longer depth of healing necessary through each other. And in whatever is going on there is the deeper, richer root. The sun is the psychosexual dynamic through which this soul flame has to express itself. And it can be kind of good or kind of bad, but the car doesn't matter as much as the people in it, the sharing of hearts in that Chevrolet or that Lamborghini or whatever. I'm going to drop that metaphor because this can be a good combination, you know? You just got to know what it's all about. So, we've kind of heard my own spiel on it. Now we're going to get into Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. Same writers, same dual authorship as the original Sexuality series. And we're going to read about Taurus woman with Sagittarius woman. Our book has a name for each of these combinations. This one's called The Trust. An interesting thing. It's almost like a trust is being used as a noun here. So there's trust, but it's also like a trust that the two will ultimately come together and come back from their mutual doings. Essentially, when Sagittarius girl goes off and hangs out with her friends or some wild thing, some social event where she performs and does something, and Taurus wants to stay home because she's got to go to sleep so she can go in the bed in the morning, and so she can go to bed and wake up in the morning. There's a trust that all of the little chips are going to add up to something special and significant between the two of us. Let's see if the book jives to that tune. This is Taurus woman and Sag woman. Let's take a look at the chemistry between these two. This is perhaps the most materially minded pair in all of astrology. Taurus is focused on securing a high quality of life and financial stability, while Sagittarius is a big believer in abundance as her birthright, forever approaching life as a rich pageant. When these women come together, they typically bond over a shared love of a lush experience. Yeah, I get that. Of a lush existence. The Centaurus, Sagittarius lady, is a vivid, nervy character, outspoken and showy, fiercely bent on shattering glass ceilings, if not suffering from a bit of hoof and mouth disease. Taurus sees her as iconic, but someone who does require some caretaking. Taurus finds a lot of places where she can support just the psyche and the expression and the thought processes of the glitzy Sagittarius Amazonian chick. The bull is something of an eternal nubile, naturally demure and ingenious, in contrast to the glamazon Sagittarius, who finds the Taurus a calming influence, a true and constant companion, and an object of her outsized yearning. Big Jupiter. Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, and Jupiter's the largest planet, and it moves fast. Excuse me. Let's take a look at the compatibility between these two. Taurus looks up to the powerhouse Sagittarius, allowing the archer signature flights of fancy, which give rise to endless excitement and emotional roller coasting. Often wanting to be worshipped in relationships, here, Sag girl is wont to impedestal the bull, providing her outre tributes of esteem. My lovely Taurus woman who I just esteem so much. Taurus, in turn, gladly plays Dinah girl to Sag's Electro woman, managing their joint affairs, simplifying and streamlining them. Social Sagittarius may have her own circle of friends, colorful characters whose company Taurus might consider fatuous, the damning crowd. She is that much more the pragmatist in this relationship, the Taurus, forever helping the Sag girl delineate the fine line between optimism and folly. And Sagittarius suffuses Taurus's life with megatons of encouragement. Nowhere is the bull so bolstered than in this bond. Both women consciously work at assuring the integrity of this fiercely monogamous partnership. Wonderful. At assuring the integrity of this fiercely monogamous partnership, and that's the trust that they keep building between each other. It's quite adorable, really. And it's a good vibe. Despite what I said about the whole, this not being an ideal because they're fire and earth or whatever, and it's Jupiter and Venus, in a lot of ways, again, this is just the sun. And when the suns of these lesbians come together, there's a lot of, sexuality adds something different to just pure sun sign readings. And it seems to work very well in a lesbian relationship. Now let's look at the carnality between Taurus and Sagittarius. This couple's sexual antics are decidedly devoid of bells and whistles, which is unusual given Sagittarius's short attention span and tendency toward ennui. E-N-N-U-I. Ennui? I've never seen a word that I don't understand in this book. But I'm going to let you guys, I'm just going to pile through this and let you guys read that. Look it up, maybe give us a definition in the comments if you feel like it. This is the carnality. This couple's sexual antics are decidedly devoid of bells and whistles, rather vanilla, which is unusual given Sagittarius's short attention span and tendency toward ennui. But it's in the bedroom where Taurus has most sway over her otherwise commanding mate. Ironic, as the bull is still submissive, Sagittarius falls under the spell of the mysterious Taurus woman, with that lovely spine and neck, and the way that the Taurus is just quietly confident, who's not just spilling over and spinning like Sagittarius is. Sagittarius puts on a glow of confidence, which is always there, but when something bums the Sagittarius out, they get down. And the Taurus is constantly just sort of neutral, mysterious. What's the matter, my love? Sag falls under the spell of Taurus, who waves a naturalist wand over their lovemaking, soothing the centaur chick, the Sagittarius, who can be as tetchy as a thoroughbred horse. Sagittarius settles into her skin and gets out of her spinning head, coming to appreciate the slow and sensual pace at which Taurus conducts the proceedings. The bull is a master at edging, orally driving Sag girl to certain climax, only to beg off and ever so slowly build her Sag buttercup. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Let me read that again. The bull girl, Taurus, is a master at edging, orally driving Sagittarius girl to certain climax, only to beg off and ever so slowly build her Sagittarius buttercup back up again. The centaur chick isn't able to quell urges to propel herself onto the bull, probing every opening, real or emotional, to make an impact. She must demonstrate the import of her feelings for Taurus, whom she views as an angel on her shoulder. Sometimes it causes bruising. One thing's for sure is that the Sagittarius girl is so excitable And the Taurus girl's right there. Reliable as I am. Waiting for someone's attention to come along and appreciate and enjoy how good I can be just sitting and enjoying somebody intermixing with me. Taurus sits with her legs open, is just like this, and the Sagittarius girl sees that, is just like, you know how Sagittarius chicks are. And it can be so cute to the Taurus that the Sagittarius is so blah, 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 bubbling, and spinning, and, you know, what do you think of that, baby? And then, like, always kind of, like, there's a dependency on the strong earth-wise mind of the Taurus for the Sagittarius, who's flying high and needs a ground control. They love that in each other. I think it's a juicy relationship. I hope you guys think so too. That was a cute one to read about. Yeah, so I'm Dustin Cormier. I hope you guys enjoyed that. As usual, this is a live stream. I can see my friend Gyanwala says hello. Nice to see you, Gyanwala. Thanks for joining us and checking out the proceedings. And to you, my friend Taurus or Sagittarius, whoever's watching this, thank you so much for watching. And like, comment, subscribe, tell me what you thought of it. And I'll see you guys in the next whatever I do. For those watching live, feel free to watch the next part. We are going to be talking about Taurus woman with Capricorn woman. As soon as I just take a moment to decompress. I just need to decompress. It's been a long one today. Ooh, yeah, I've got that wine going. Fuck yeah. I think I've winged this. I've winged it. Hope you guys can appreciate me just trying to look hot for a second while I eat this watermelon. Come on, titties. I do love me some watermelon. Hey folks, how do you do? Ladies and ladies, my name is Dustin Cormier, and welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today I'm putting on makeup and trying to pop these titties out as much as I can. Feeling like a snack. I am a non-binary transgender man in a man's body. I got the dick and nuts and I got the whole thing. And I enjoy being a dude. But I have a deep kink. I feel like I often feel like a lesbian in a man's body. I am Scorpio Sun, Leo rising, Sagittarius moon. Lots of like earth signs. I could go on about all the things, but I'm here today to talk about the psychosexual erotic chemistry of Taurus woman with all the 12 pretty ladies of the zodiac. I've been requested this by some ladies on my channel, and I decided to employ my transgender capacity, at least visually to the best of my abilities, to try to get a little bit in touch with the intent of the content of this conversation. Thank you for the opportunity to do so. I hope you like it. I hope you find it appropriate. If it's getting you off or helping to get the jive, let me know in the comments what you think. I'm always curious, and I hope you guys, I appreciate you guys giving me the opportunity to do this with you, because I just love astrology and I love all things sexy. Today we are reading about, now at this part of the episode, we're talking about Taurus woman with Capricorn woman. This one could make for a very juicy combination. Let's read all about it. I'm going to be giving you 3 different readings. One is a short one from Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. It's more just astrology based. Then the next readings are going to add what does the fact that this is Taurus and Capricorn lesbian women, what does being lesbian women add to the purely astrological nature of Taurus and Capricorn? So let's start off with that, the astrology level. This is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This is Taurus with Capricorn without gender, without sexuality. Could be Taurus man with Capricorn woman. Could be Taurus and Capricorn men, Taurus and Capricorn women. It's purely astrology. This pairing of earth signs usually results in a good match. Of course, all the earth signs are always they're entwined together. I've been excited to do this one because this is one of the best, possibly the best combination for Taurus woman. Not to out the Virgos though. All the earth signs entwined together are equally delicious to each other and good. As so far as sun signs go, because remember, this is just the sun sign. So, this pairing of earth signs usually results in a good match. Both of you want the emotional and material security of a stable, long-lasting relationship to get the most, to find a person with whom you can get the most out of what you are. The enjoyments of being a Taurus woman, the enjoyments of attraction and sexuality and luxury and good feelings and expressions and gestures of love and affection and that holding down spirit. You want to get with somebody who can get the most out of all these qualities in yourself. And this is someone who seems to want the same. Each of you has strong sexual needs and desires. However, the goat's passion, the Capricorn's passion, often burns well beneath the surface, and the bull may have to bring it out, to draw it out. And Taurus is one lady who knows just, draw is the perfect word, because the Taurus is unrushed, unhurried, and the Capricorn might just be very serious and just talk about things, talk about her problems, and the Taurus girl might be sitting and diligently going into her in all these conversations. And, this might be a cute sort of scene where the Capricorn girl is just she's not necessarily overly emotional, but she's just talking about what she's got going on in her life, however they met at work or at a bar or something. Capricorn's all dressed up really nice, and Taurus is probably more earthy, relaxed, although Taurus likes to be well-to-do as well. just perhaps Taurus doesn't wear it all as heavy as they want to look good, but like a naturalist good, not just like brand good, which Capricorn can often go for. So the Taurus girl draws out the latent, inherent sensuality of the Capricorn just by just hardly saying anything, just being playful and light, just sends shivers down the workaday Capricorn woman's boots. So, I mean, this combination has lots of good things to say about it. They're both Earth. I always like to say, I teach that I'm a Vedic astrology teacher, and I like to bring the Vedic thoughts to the Westerners. Think about the fact that the Earth signs and the air signs both get along together well. They're both ruled by the same planets. We know that Taurus and Libra are Earth and air, and they're ruled by Venus. Capricorn is Earth, and Aquarius is air. And in the traditional system, Saturn ruled Aquarius and Capricorn. And then Gemini and Virgo are Earth and air, and they're ruled by Mercury. So Venus, Mercury, and Saturn are best friends, and they all get along with each other's vibe and jive. So here we have Venus, earthy, materialistic Venus, enjoying the value, enjoying, trying to get the most deep sensual moments that they can out of any lover that they contend with. Sensual, but all like literally just sensuality for its own sake, but also like gesture and expressions of sentiment, grounding the heart through constant sensations of the care and that the other person wants to show you sexually and the hotness of it. Taurus wants to ring that through in order to develop a bond, a deeper bond, a feeling of a shared sentiment of lovingness mixed in with material security in between it all for both of them. This is just the witchy magic of two earth signs coming together. But I always say, this is just sun sign astrology. Just because you've got a chick, you're a Taurus, and you've got a chick who's a Capricorn, doesn't mean it's going to be perfect. You're going to see a positive thing going on here, but it's ultimately everything. The soul love is what everybody's looking for in any chart, in any combination. And the soul love can come through any pipeline. And just because there's, like, I always take this metaphor of like a Lamborghini and a Chevrolet. This is a Lamborghini love match, at least in terms of the sun signs. But you take two people who are in love and who deeply love each other, and you could do it, you could have them in a Lamborghini, and you could have them in a box with wheels. And what matters is the love between the two of them. I mean, this is a metaphor, and Capricorn, you Capricorn ladies might just think, I'm about that Lamborghini, or it's nothing. But I get that. And the Taurus might even be like that too. But it's, of course, that's not a judgment at all. You guys are material, and the material is an expression of the spirit. Don't be embarrassed about that. With this combination, so the point is with any lesbian combination, the sun signs are not as important. It's more about the sentiment that's shared between each other on especially Jupiter in combination with the sun, Mars, rising, or moon of the partner. If one of you has Jupiter in the earth signs, then you guys are golden, because there's going to, one of you, the person with the Jupiter, is going to have the inspiration to instigate the explorations of the sun person. Or if, this is a secret Indian Vedic astrology secret that nobody in the West knows, is that in ancient astrology, a man's Venus represented his wife, and a woman's Jupiter represented her husband. Now, taking this into a modern, less sexist context, there's some deep truth to this. The Indian astrology is not inherently sexist, but there has been ancient culture had its sexist moments, you know. So I digress. The point is that the Jupiter in a woman describes the characteristics that are almost like the father that she never had, or if you did have a good father, then there will be points in your partner's Jupiter, if it works with you, which jive to something that you either loved in your father or would have loved if you had a good father. It's a respect. It's like a living for something that's more than sexuality. It's a meaningfulness in the sexuality. Everyone can enjoy sex for its own sake, but what we're really trying to express and get through each other is the feeling that we are falling into our own inspiration and spirit, our spiritual nature, to enliven each other. Not just to heal and feel good emotionally, but also to, it's almost like the best possible way that you can be challenged to be the best that you can be. That's when the Jupiter of one partner is in trine with the rising sun, Mars, or moon of the other partner, or in positive aspect, you know. So look for these other things in the chart to see if there's going to be a richness that's more than just the Lamborghini lifestyle of these two materialistic valuing people coming together. All in all, though, I say this for everyone, and if there's a bad combination, I say just because they're a Chevrolet doesn't matter because it's the people inside. This is a good combination. This is a Lamborghini combination in the sense that, again, it's sun signs, so the car doesn't really matter. It's more about the moons and the internal emotional sentiment and inspiration that matters. But it's a good combination. It is a Lamborghini. It is a good sun-to-sun connection, and that vessel will express itself. So I digress. I could go on forever. Let's read a little bit about Taurus woman with Capricorn woman. Let's add in the fact that in this this is coming from Sextrology, the astrology of sex and the sexes. So this is adding the element of gender, of this being two women, to our reading of Taurus Sun and Sagittarius, Taurus Sun and Capricorn Sun. This is Taurus woman with Capricorn woman. Oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm going to get the flow going here. This first reading of this original sextrology book, it has these little blurbs, and we're about to read one of these blurbs to get a little bite-sized picture of this relationship. Then we're going to dive deeper in another book that has a whole page on it. So for now, this is a gumball to show the overall picture. Okay? Taurus woman with Capricorn woman. Taurus pushes all of Capricorn's buttons. How does one dare such outlandish relaxedness? To Taurus, Capricorn is a wise woman to be worshipped. Capricorn's in the 9th house from the Taurus. Taurus is in the 5th house from Capricorn. 9th house has more of this fatherish vibe anyway, which Taurus, excuse me, even if the Jupiters aren't in tune, purely by sun, the Taurus does feel a Jupiter in Sagittarius, like a respect for the way that Capricorn brings into herself an autonomous individuality and capacity to move forward with her own motions and movements. Together, they live a principled, luxurious lifestyle. And in bed, the Capricorn takes command. I could have guessed that. Capricorn seems almost like the hot mama daddy who's kind of just like wise and has this mysterious intrigue and intelligence and ambition and can step on men and can step on competitors and move up a corporate ladder and really do well and go places per se. Whereas Taurus is placid and genuinely just like a femme girl flower who's just like can gawk in awe at a flower and sees beauty in the smallest things, and Capricorn thinks that's very precious. Although she doesn't want somebody stupid, she doesn't want someone who doesn't have a little bit of backbone or spine or capacity to have some kind of strength. But Taurus does have a different, it's not an outgoing, active cardinal sign strength that Capricorn is. Capricorn's strength is in her capacity to just bring all the right things at the right time. Taurus is fixed. Taurus is not paying attention to her efficiency in output. She is more about, how can I make myself a perfect vessel for the experience of other people to merge through me and become better myself and to better them through the unfurling of the natural spirit and sexuality and enjoyment of what I am. Taurus has this pastoral quality that I think that the Capricorn chick is going to bring the Capricorn or chick down to earth, down off the mountain a bit, and into a reality that they can both enjoy along the way to the mutual success that they're both looking for through each other. Taurus enjoys Capricorn's wisdom. Capricorn enjoys Taurus's reliability, emotional clarity, ability to center her own mind, and even to just relate to the material things of the two of them very deeply and naturally. Our book always has a little tag for each one of these. So we've just read from the original Sexuality book. Now this is Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. Same authors of the Sextrology books. This is them going into detail about the Taurus and Capricorn lesbian combination. Each of these has a sort of like a tag, a cryptic code that contains the essence of the couple. This one's called The Utmost. That can mean a lot of different things. Let's read into it and see if we can decipher a meaning from it. This is Taurus woman plus Capricorn woman. Let's check out the chemistry between these two signs. Though a cursory analysis of these earth signs has labeled them a sensible pair, there's actually an exalted quality here that raises the bar on what should be deemed practicality. Capricorn strikes the Taurus as a sensational, self-realized version of herself, the sort of feminine force she aspires to be. In turn, the bull chick, Taurus, seems unjaded and creatively juicy, a source of joy and wet, moist optimism to the goat, to the Capricorn chick. Their chemical reaction is so undeniable that even straight women of these signs may feel flushed in each other's company. Sensing that Taurus looks up to her, Capricorn wants to make good on that admiration, letting signature caution fall away to be replaced by namesake capriciousness. And Taurus drops her babe in the woods routine, inspired here to be her most mature and worldly self. More than just a little da-la-la-la-la chick, but to push herself to be the best in a way through the 9th house influence of Capricorn. It's a juicy thing. It's good for Taurus for sure. Let's look at the compatibility between these two. Besides being a stylish duo who revel in fashionable haunts and wardrobes, these two transcend the trademark materialism associated with their signs. Sophistication is their watchword, and they hunger for higher learning, travel, and exposure to outre cultural experience. In this twosome, doors fling open for them, that might otherwise require prying a jar on their own. Rarely, but for here, is Capricorn called bubbly. Sorry, excuse me. Rarely, if only just for only here, is Capricorn called bubbly, whilst Taurus, also playing against her natural type, takes on the role of front woman. To get the goat, you got to go through the bull. They are uniquely aware of their shared mystique, often making a game of it, entertaining solicitations from people of both sexes who often fall over themselves to make this couple's acquaintance. The best of friends, as well as lovers, they can't help but inspire salutations, say, striding up the avenue, arm in arm, sharing what amounts to a lifelong inside joke. God, that's so cute. Fuck me. There's something about that, all of that I think is just adorable. Like I said, I got like a lesbian inside of me, and it's that friendship thing. I got Venus and Virgo, the earthiness. Ugh. So, as if that wasn't delicious enough, and its natural, juicy vibe going on there, let's read into the carnality of this combination. The bed pleasure nature. As a highly romantic couple, sex isn't preconceived. Neither of these girls is disposed to specific fetishes or fantasies, at least not. They're not really. Neither of them really are. I mean, whatever's in your own chart is what's in there. You know, if you got Uranus on your sun, you might like vibe to some kinkiness and some, woo, let's do some crazy things. But essentially, yeah, neither of these are specifically into too much ado about the trimmings of a good fuck fest. Rather, it starts with a simple kiss and instinctively flows from there. That said, subtle feminine trappings do fuel their passions. Well-manicured fingers gently prodding landscaped yonis and pussies. That's what a yoni is. The sweet smell and soft texture resulting from a trip to a fine hair salon. Smooth, supple skin, and lips stemming from a thoughtful beauty regime. These lovelies present themselves to each other as gourmet morsels on a silver platter. Oral in the extreme, Taurus is champion at taking the full plunge. Capricorn, not to be outdone, perfects her tongue-flicking and licking skills, inciting frustrated Taurus cries en route to release. Dildos, often so unsightly, are preempted by slick vibrators, or, more than one might imagine, by a pretty young boy who, despite being used for his tool, will think he has died and gone to heaven. For a third girl, however, a tryst could be hell and could ruin this delicious mutual respect and the vibe that seems so natural. I get it. I mean, you gotta dig. These are just, I get what's being said here. But if you're a polyamorous person, then you know that that's just part of the thing that you have to untangle in any polyamorous relationship. If that's your vibe, no judgment here, believe me. I'm polyamorous myself, actually. I have a primary partner, and we both open each other to the delights of many people if we feel like it, but we always come back to each other. But I digress. If that's, you can find that vibe if there's something in your chart that goes to that place. With these two in particular, it might not even be worth it. Having a boy toy to just like suck his dick and to just have the fascination of, damn, we're so fucking hot. We're fucking rocking this guy's world right now. It's a little bit less complicated, shall we say. If anybody ever needs a unicorn for that, please give me a call. I will be the first one there with the sluttiest clothing. But I digress. I'm Dustin Cormier, your friendly neighborhood boy toy. And I guess, what can I say? Today I was being a girl, but yeah, you know, I like to play with gender anyway, but blah. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. Like, subscribe, comment. Let me know what you thought. Let me know if it was too drawn out. I'm learning more and more all the time how to do these things. And thank you for watching. For anybody else who's watching the live stream, the next video that we're about to do, or not video, but the next part of this video is Taurus woman with Aquarius woman. I think I'm just gonna have a quick smokiola before we get into it, that's all. So feel free to hang out with me for just a moment. Maybe I'll finish this sucker here. No, today's been a fucking long one. Still learning the makeup thing. Darn. I think I'm okay. Getting there. Okay, I'm just gonna smoke the full skiola. Okay, cool. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Or, today it's, hello, ladies and ladies. Nice to see ya. My name's Dustin Cormier, and welcome to another episode of How to Rock Astrology. Today, we are talking about all of the combinations of sexy Taurus woman with all the 12 pretty ladies of the zodiac. If you're a bisexual, you can enjoy this for your woman combinations, or you can check out the straight woman, Taurus straight woman with the 12 guys of the zodiac. This is all about the ladies. That's why I enjoy it so much. As you might have seen from the intro, I'm a non-binary, transgender identifying person in a man's body. And I enjoy my man's body. I feel like a lesbian in a man's body. And it's fucking sweet because, like, I don't need a strap on. I can just use my dick. So you could take that however you like. I had some ladies on my channel. They saw my guy and guy videos, like Aries guy with all the 12 guys, and they said, can you do this for women? And so that's why I've decided to do this. I hope it works for you. Let me know if the whole accoutrement is working out. I'm trying to, like, doll myself up as much as I can in a feminine way. And I just love doing this anyway. It's a bit of a kink for me, to be honest with you. Today in particular, we are talking about Taurus woman with Aquarius woman and seeing how these archetypes play out in a chart. What I like to do is talk a little bit about it at a purely astrological level, to kind of teach a little bit on that end of things, and then to bring in later through the sextrology books. Sextrology involves sex and the sexes. What does being a lesbian couple bring to the Taurus and Aquarius relationship? The first thing we're going to do is talk at a purely astrological level. This is Erotic Astrology by Phyllis Vega. This is Taurus Sun with Aquarius Sun. The only traits that you two have in common are stubbornness and a reluctance to change your ways. Even so, Taurus may be intrigued by the freewheeling water bearer's openness to sexual experimentation and willingness to explore new erotic techniques just for the kink and the fun and the newness of it. Taurus appreciates that about Aquarius. And fixed Aquarius is likely to appreciate the Taurus, the bull, with for her loyalty and her dependability, her reliability, her mind, which can ground and sift through the high-flying plans of Aquarius. These two can make a pretty cool and interesting and power couple in the material world of things. But these two are a particular sign, as we're going to read. This is a sign combination that really needs to have other anchors outside of just the sun signs. Although there are worse combinations for Taurus. This is technically, I would say this is a good one. Most astrology books give it a bad rap for this very like fixity with earth and air, and they say that the vibe is in the West, but truth be told, I think that earth and air get along better than most Western astrology books give credit. But in any case, like, I'm a Vedic astrologer, and earth and air for me can actually get along. Aquarius is traditionally ruled by Saturn, and Taurus is ruled by Venus. So what I always like to say, just as a quick little lesson from the Vedic sense, have you ever thought about the fact that Venus, Mercury, and Saturn all rule the earth and air signs, right? Gemini and Virgo is earth and air, both ruled by Mercury. Taurus and Libra, both ruled by air, ruled by Venus. And then Capricorn and Aquarius, both ruled by Saturn. It's all earth and air, and so that's why I tend to think that the earth and air can get along together, because they vibe on the same wavelength in that sense, just in different ways. Typically, the air signs coming out is a active, almost single-pointed focus concentration that can express in an almost masculine way, which can be welcome which is always kind of welcome in a lesbian relationship. What it kind of means is that Aquarius will probably express a sort of androgynousness and androgeneity, which the Taurus is just going to typically be femme, although a bit fun, pushy in a fun way, with like sexual experiences and trying different things. The Taurus woman might even bring a domesticated vibe to the Aquarius, which the Aquarius kind of actually wants. So I think that this is a better combination than these books tend to give. But regardless of anything, you got to dig that this is just sun sign astrology that these books are dealing through. If you want to know a real Vedic secret from the ancient astrology that Westerners don't really know, is that for a man, his Venus represents his wife, but for women, it's their Jupiter that represents their husband. Jupiter, for you as a Taurus, if you're a Taurus, wherever your Jupiter is, it shows you a place where a person, if something else, if another person is in tune with your Jupiter in some way, then you are inspired by them. You have a respect for them. They're almost like the father that you never have, or like a spirited, boyish fearlessness that inspires you and fills you with the life energy that you live for. And you as a woman, in a lesbian couple especially, you don't think about the sun signs. Sun's more of a guy thing. It's a guy either dealing with a woman or a guy dealing with another man. For women, it's more about the moon sign and the Jupiter sign. If your Jupiter is in trine your partner's moon, or vice versa, or if one person's Jupiter is in trine with any important part of the other person's chart. If Jupiter is in the other person's rising sign, or if Jupiter is trine to the rising, or the moons especially. It's the Jupiter conjunct the moon or trine the moon, is going to bring out a deep inspirational spiritedness. And even if you, as a Taurus woman, you might get a deep interest out of an Aquarius girl just because your Jupiter is in an air sign. If that's the case, then this will be a reason for you to get past what can come off as a bit of a stagnant energy body connection happening here. That can be a thing. My video just skipped, and that sucks. I hope it didn't just... whatever, that's okay. I'll deal. So, with all that being said, I'm hoping that I didn't just lose the audio with you guys here. We just talked about, I've had a little spiel here now, so now let's read a little figure of this combination. This is sextrology, the astrology of sex and the sexes. What does being lesbians, as you can see, I'm trying to stuff my tits for you guys, trying to keep up the vibe. So what does being lesbians bring to the Taurus and Aquarius relationship? The fact that it's coming through to women. Taurus woman with Aquarius woman. In Taurus, Aquarius finds an eager audience, someone who will listen to Aquarius girls who will lovingly listen to the Aquarius girls' high-minded monologues and learn. Sex is best for these two when it's conceptual. It's all about exaggerated role play and complex mind games, which can be very juicy for these two. It's typically as long as the Taurus girl has some air signs. Or if the Aquarius girl has some earth signs, some planets in the earth signs that jive well with each other. Because in this case, the Taurus can appreciate the air, the dynamic, the role playing, even fantasy, but even possible dynamics, power play dynamics, kinks, scenes, gadgets, techniques, Kama Sutra, all these sorts of fun things will happen if it's an interest to the Taurus, because the Aquarius girl is kind of already there. There's already light about sex, intense about concentration, and intense about a devotion, but they're not as present with their bodies as Taurus girl is. And so Taurus girl can either have lots of air in her chart, in which case she'll jive with what's going on in the thought levels that Aquarius is just natural to. Or the Aquarius girl will have some earth in her chart so that she can appreciate the come to me baby, sensual licking and touching and body sensuality that Taurus is natural to. As we're going to read in the books, there will probably be something else that brings these two together more than just the sun sign. As I said, the sun sign is not as important for lesbians anyway, as much as the other things in the chart. But it is an expression, and it will be a part of the sexual dynamic. So let's read about it. We've just read from the original sextrology book. As you can see, I'm being a Leo and trying to tame my corona hair. This is Cosmic Coupling by Starsky and Cox. This is going into more detail on the particular couplings of the Taurus, of all the combinations, and this in particular is Taurus woman with Aquarius woman. Each of these books has like a little title for each coupling. This one's called the Miscellany. It's often this like cryptic little code. The Miscellany is even just an interesting word. There's always a bit of linguistic intrigue in these words. The Miscellany is almost like it comes from the root of the word miscellaneous. The Miscellany is this like perhaps this sort of sexy lack of cohesion in minds that burps up into these funny ways. You know, we're going to read that this is an odd couple in the Western Sun solar sense, but if there's things to bring these two together, if love brings these two together, if these two have soulmate past karma where they can heal each other and they have planets that reflect that in a positive way, then whatever's going to come through on the surface is just going to come through in its way. And there could be some funny, like, miscellany in the sense of, like random things that they'll say between each other where they'll be like, what? What did you just say? And it can be humorous in that cute sort of way, depending on everything else in the chart. Let's look at the chemistry between these two. This is another infrequent coupling, says our book. These two fixed signs are both adamant in what they look for in a lover, and typically each other isn't it. But if these characters are looking for a complementary personality, then Taurus's interest will be piqued by the Aquarian's freewheeling nature and her blatant disregard for material goods or traditional values. Aquarius is a Spartan minimalist that can enjoy the body's senses and pleasures for its own sake. While Aquarius is seduced by the security and pragmatism that Taurus personifies. The bull, Taurus, is a seeker of quality, and she tends to be a bit snobbish in her choice of friends, lovers, or personal property. Aquarius, who couldn't give a fig for appearances, seems to travel to the beat of far too different a drum for the conventional bull. Tends to. The bull just likes things simple. We don't got to go too crazy. Don't got to get a crazy car. Don't got to involve ourselves in too many crazy schemes. Let's just really enjoy something, a particular set of movies on Netflix, or books or music, or going on walks where we can enjoy talking about things that don't need to be that whack all the time, love. But Aquarius doesn't, they travel to a different beat than the conventional simple bull. And Taurus can seem too cookie cutter for this edgy, often kooky, water-bearing Aquarius girl. But stranger things have happened. Again, this is just sun signs, right? Just kind of based on ambition, nature, and value. What they seek to project outside of each other, a part of the reality that they desire to create from their ego mind, from their projective, ambitious solar mind. And there is this chinky-hinky square happening here, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Let's check out the compatibility between these two. This book has a real attitude about this couple. If these two have gotten this far, then chances are they've got a heavy dose of each other's signs figuring prominently in their astrological charts. Or also all the things that I said. Still, this is the odd couple. That's in italics, maybe that's a play or something. Still, this is the odd couple with a female cast. And for the relationship to work, typically, they would have to be leading busy and rather separate lives, such that compromise doesn't need to become a predominant feature. Because they have they're steeped in very different things in life. And in order for them to blend into the life of the other, it has to be worth it if the love is there, but there's a lot of difference to wade through. Neither one is particularly yielding. The connection here is mainly of the mental kind. And Aquarius has the proverbial gift of gab, endlessly entertaining to Taurus, who is an eager audience. She looks upon the Aquarian as a wise woman, if not a weird sister, whose unique vision of life challenges her to perceive existence from angles she'd never have a take on herself. They would need to get on the same page when it came to what they consider amusing downtime. That's a great expression of the contradiction of these signs. These two would need to get on the same page when it came to what they consider amusing downtime. Taurus goes to luxe spas. Aquarius prefers a casino, or perhaps an excitement of some sort, a band, a concert, or a social gathering. But when they do come together, let's take a look at the nature of the carnality between these two signs as a couple. With Taurus and Aquarius, both women tend to gauge the quality of a sexual relationship by the amount of lust a lover feels for them. So there can be a disconnect here, as each waits to see the other become overwhelmed with arousal. Generally, Aquarius will take the lead, sometimes showing a Taurus newbie the lesbian ropes. Oh, okay, cool. So these are both a magnetic type of come-hither lover, and neither of them are doing that. But neither of them are like a lot of, like the fixed signs just bring people to them. Scorpio, Leo, Taurus, and Aquarius. Leo is more of the go-getter, and Scorpio is too. These two are really come-hither. And so they both, the fact that they're both like that, no, you come here. No, you come here. You know, when they finally do just sort of like get together, they don't know how to, you know, are you not interested in me? But they still stare at each other. It's like, what is your intrigue? And what is my intrigue with you? Right, so that's why they gauge the quality of a sexual relationship by the lust that the lover feels for them. And each is here waiting to see the other become overwhelmed with arousal. Are you going to do it, or am I going to do it? Oh, we both want it. Generally, Aquarius will take the lead, sometimes showing a Taurus newbie the lesbian ropes. Even being the top girl, the water bearer, Aquarius, is focused on mutual pleasure. She is less concerned with finesse than fierce outpourings of passion. The Taurus may play a demure role, egging Aquarius on with feigned protests that this or that is too much, which only further spurs the water bearer on. And she guarantees she'll see a return on her investment in the bull's pleasure, even if that means dragging her down on her by the hair. Damn, that's hot. Penetration is vital to both of them, and the Aquarian will have an elaborate collection of faux phalluses, most likely an assortment of colors not found in nature. Roleplay will consist of Taurus in servile mode. She insists on picking out her own costume, and she'll probably have a dandy for this servile mode that she wants to get into. And they'll probably do a lot of that. Aquarius being more of the androgynous capacity to put on a face and to be cool and to be a intellectual hand over top of the crumblingly urgent signals of the Taurus. Or at least the desire for Taurus to be laid asunder by somebody's willful, strong, firm consciousness. Damn, that's a hot one. I think that's got a real juicy capability going on in this combination. Weirdly funky, chinky, kinky in its own ways. But there's this spectrum here. Kinky leaning more towards when Taurus has air that can sympathize with Aquarius Sun. More just sexual, earthy, and devotional for its own sake, like passionate, sensual, if the Aquarius girl has more earth to sympathize with the Taurus. I hope you guys dug that. I'm Dustin Cormier. This has been How to Rock Astrology, with me looking at my prettiest. And I hope you gals enjoyed it. Let me know what you think. I'm always open to hearing what everyone's thoughts are on how I do these things. I'm getting better at them all the time. And thanks again for the opportunity. Like, subscribe, and I'll see you on the next whatever you decide to watch through me. For those watching live, keep an eye out because we are about to embark on Taurus woman with Pisces woman. Gracias, Eduardo. We have a friend on here who, if I'm translating you correctly, I used to do a bit of Spanish. I believe you're adoring the way that I formulate and organize my books. And I thank you, Eduardo. And I thank you for adding some cool Spanish into a conversation. Well, folks, I think I got one left here. And then I'm off the damn hook. This one turned into a long one today. Of course it was a long one. You Taurus chicks always make it last so delicious long, don't you? Greetings, ladies and ladies. It's nice to see you today. My name's Dustin Cormier, and you are watching How to Rock Astrology. Today, I've decided to doll myself up a little bit. Like I've been sweating and stuff, so like it's hot in my room. It's just like hot in general on planet Earth right now, even here in Canada. And so I might have lost a bit of my makeup, but what I've been doing is I'm trying to doll myself up for these. If you've been watching the start of this episode, I'm all dolled up, tittied up, trying to get into the intention here as a feminine consciousness expressing delicious, juicy, sexual, but also loving consciousness between other females. I consider myself a non-binary transgender man. Excuse me. And I like to be able to sympathize with the feminine experience. Honestly, it gets me super fucking hot. It's a deep kink of mine. I consider myself a lesbian in a man's body. And I've had ladies express interest in me doing this for gay women, but sun sign, gay women compatibility. And that's why I wanted to do this. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the request. And I hope you watching, I hope you enjoy, and let me know what you think. Let me know if I work it for you, if I, maybe I should, like, I'm gonna get a bra from my girlfriend. Wear something that kind of makes me look like I got titties. Maybe I'll put some nipples on it. I'm just thinking of the customer experience, audience experience. Anyway, so I'm super blah. I'm getting there, folks, but I've been holding on to my energy. It's like hour 7 in today's episode. I worked today too, but I'm young and dumb and full of cum, and I'm still ready to rock and roll. So, thank you for coming. Today, we are going to be learning about Phyllis Vega's Erotic Astrology, the sex secrets of your horoscope revealed. That's one of the books we're reading. Blah. Sorry. I've got to get back in tune with my flow here for just one moment. That we are going to be reading this book. But we are also combining this with 2 other readings. One of them being the original Sexuality, and then another being a book that it's the couplings that goes into more detail about all of the astrology couplings. What I like to do is I'm going to talk about Taurus and Pisces from a purely astrology point of view, and then we're going to talk about what does the lesbian coupling, the fact that it's 2 women, bring to the Taurus and Pisces relationship. So let's get on with that. This is Taurus with Pisces, with no sense of gender, no sense of any type of sexuality. It's sexual synergy based on the nature of the signs. In bed, sensual, romantic Taurus can easily get caught up in Pisces' dreamy, erotic fantasies. The lovemaking between these two is likely to be sensuous and satisfying. But ultimately, the pragmatic, straightforward bull could be irritated by the enigmatic, impractical fish and her inability to deal with day-to-day realities. Pisces does have these dreamy, erotic, muse-like fantasies. The lovemaking can be sensuous and satisfying. Yeah, that's juicy and delicious. This is one interesting combination here. It's different for Pisces guys. Because Pisces guys can still have a very masculine expression at times and in ways. This is a very feminine Pisces, typically. They can be mystical and very just sort of mute, but very sensitive and impressionable and deeply cerebral, mystical in a way almost. But they're so much, they're like this femininity. They're like this sensitive, lower, placid, grounding person. But the low, just like how water and earth both fall to gravity. Most people say that earth and water signs work well together, but I'm not so sure about that. I think as Vedic astrology has taught me that air and earth signs seem to have a better jive together typically. It depends. But here we have practical Taurus with deeply intrinsically mystical, emotional, mucky, imaginative Pisces woman who just has a whole world of imagination within herself and is more into just like satisfying little adventures. Like Pisces is the more dull but yet internally expansive, like less expressive, more introspective Sagittarius. The Pisces girl still goes on wild adventures of the mind in ways that the Taurus can enjoy to a point, but Taurus is always going to be wanting to be begging to bring it into their bodies. And the Pisces is almost seeking like a mystical experience that goes kind of beyond the body. Sometimes, though, she can use the body to get into a trance, to climb into a rhythmic continuum of certain orgiastic expressions that she gets used to getting into. And the Taurus finds the familiar anatomical body parts that get the Pisces moving into these trance-like places. The problem is that like Taurus almost spends all this time just looking at that delicious pussy and these beautiful thighs and just like this whole body that I could just kiss and caress and touch. And then when she looks up, the Pisces is just kind of lost in her own vibe and kind of wishing that the Taurus would be talking with her and just having like a romantic ideal sentiment that they communicate through actively. That's what Pisces would really prefer. And honestly, like if this Taurus girl has any signs in water signs, then the Taurus can get there and can enjoy more deeply the subtlety of Pisces girl. The saying little things or doing little things are actually rich with erotic intent. Taurus tends to be more upfront about things in a humorous and blunt kind of like way. Whereas Jupiter runs off with imaginative little subtle things, even just putting things in a certain way, you know, organizing something on the table that just makes them remind them of that sexy thing that they did last night. And Taurus can just be like, you know, like, I don't know, something as simple as like the two of them could have you had a strap-on night where they're both doing a double dildo thing, and then maybe the Pisces will make the eggs, so it's 2 eggs left and right, and then like a breakfast sausage in the middle. She gives it to her lover just like, here you go, darling. And Taurus goes, yes, I'm fucking starving. Wom, 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 and doesn't even notice the subtle thing, right? And the Taurus is enlivened by the gesture of Pisces doing something sensual, especially if the Pisces know that that's what the Taurus wants. But the Pisces will get tired of Taurus not picking up on this imaginative, deeper depth of internal, introspective exploring that Pisces can do, you know? Pisces wants to get these kinds of things. And, you know, like, this can express, I mean, Pisces woman, again, is very different from Pisces man. I feel like there's a lot I could say, but before I go into the specifics, I always say, especially in this couple, very deeply so, is that for women, your sun sign is actually not as important. It's more about like your moon sign and especially your Jupiter signs. If one woman's Jupiter is enshrined the partner's ascendant, sun, Mars, or moon, it will, especially the moon. If your Jupiter is enshrined your partner's moon, either by sign or even more ideally by actual orb and degree, then the way that your partner will be exactly will compensate for the lacking it in the sun, at the purely sun sphere, because the sun doesn't even matter that much, especially to women. The sun's more of a guy thing. It's the way a guy expresses his life, which a woman vibes to in a heterosexual relationship, and guys vibe to each other through the central constancy of their sun, and they even drill it into each other, literally and figuratively. Women aren't about the sun as much. It's what, you know, the constant thing that they're throwing at each other at this psychosexual dynamic way. It could be whatever. It doesn't matter. You could communicate that however. What matters is the richness and the juiciness and the kindred soul experience that really sentimentalizes and doubles up this experience for women. It makes it more than just the ego psychosexual dynamic. That's all the sun is, for especially for lesbian women. So look to the Jupiter, particularly because Pisces is anciently ruled by Jupiter. That's a fact. All of that I just gave you, this whole Jupiter thing, is like, it's an ancient Vedic astrology secret that I'm imparting to you. In the ancient times, the Venus of a man represented his wife, and the Jupiter of a woman represented her husband. And in today's modern lingo, that means the partner. Women tend to be turned on by anybody who has the inspirational quality, a quality that they can respect, which is coming through their Jupiter. It's almost like a father you never had, or a father that you wish you had, where you see this person ambitious, like just the way that they are, the way they hold themselves, the way they do anything, deeply enriches your Jupiter. That's the idea if you're the Taurus woman. Or in the other case, if the Pisces girl has Jupiter in a water sign. If the Pisces girl has Jupiter in an earth sign, then that way, or if the Pisces has her Jupiter, especially because she's Pisces and ruled by Jupiter, if her Jupiter is in Taurus especially, it's like dino for you guys. But if it's in Capricorn, and if it's in Virgo, and especially if they are close to the orb, Capricorn is actually where Jupiter is debilitated, which sucks for the individual Pisces generally, but don't let that dismay you. If you're falling in love with somebody and you see that she's got Jupiter in Capricorn or Taurus or Virgo, and it's in line with your sun, it's going to bring out the deepest richness possible for a friendship level, a vibe level, so that, I want to put this specifically. If the Pisces has Jupiter in an earth sign, That means that the way her mind works is ambitiously involved with developing material resources so that they can both, them and somebody they love, the Pisces chick, will be looking to latch her attentions and affections to someone through whom she can enjoy her own body and the delights of the human earthly experience together. That's what happens when you get a Pisces with a Jupiter in an earth sign, is that she seeks to enjoy earth and add her mystical Piscean quirky weirdness that Pisces has to that essential nature that she's seeking in herself and in a partner. And if you find a Pisces with Jupiter in an earth sign, you as a Taurus will jive along with her much better. So these are some things that I always like to transmit. Now I gotta keep this video going or else I'll never be done. We've just really talked about the nature of Taurus and Pisces, really, well, from our first book, that was just purely astrology level. Now we're speaking to the sexuality of this coupling. What does it mean? What does it entail when we include the feminine biological gender in both Taurus and Pisces in a romantic union? We're going to take a gumball, a small picture of the Taurus and Pisces combination from the first original Sexuality series. They've got these little blurbs, these tiny little boxes for each combination of Taurus. And then we're going to go into deeper detail through a book written by the same authors, same duo authorship, Starsky and Cox. So this is Taurus woman with Pisces woman. Initially, these two clash, but it's intriguing. They have career goals in common. Each works to reinforce the other's reputation. And that's probably a big part of their vibe. Often, emotional balance is elusive. Sex is untamed, a workout, if you will. Probably athletic, because Pisces, despite, she's just wants to move her body more than she wants to feel it. In a certain way, it's Jupiter, remember, right? Pisces is ruled by Jupiter. So Pisces has this, almost ambitious, inspired, just moving body energy that's excitable and can lift into crescendos of woof, bliss, 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 just like Sagittarius can do. And it works out into a rather athletic rogering, if the two of them feel like it. But emotional balance is elusive. I would say that is something that depends on the Venuses of these two chicks. If the Venuses are placed well between each other, then they'll find emotional peace between each other probably pretty easily. So, yeah, we've already talked about it quite a bit. So, I think that we should just get into this coupling. Again, I think this can be a good one because they're both kind of placid, passive, they're both feminine signs. They both, I think that these two can jive well. And as usual, it's just sun sign astrology. You know, there's more to the combination of anybody than just their sun signs. Let's read a little bit from our Cosmic Coupling book. This is Starsky and Cox. Again, it's the same authors as the Sexuality books. This is Taurus woman and Pisces woman. This book has a little title for each coupling. It's like a cryptic code for the essence of the couple. This one is called The Well-Being. Kind of interesting. I'm already reading that this is a well-rounded relationship, though not without its dysfunction. It's an interesting one. It can be complex, but ultimately they're building towards each other's sense of well-being. Taurus on Earth and Pisces in her sphere of inspirational satisfaction. In emotional, mental well-being and psychological health. Taurus is more of this emotional affection that gets a massage out, whereas Pisces wants to read and understand psychology and experience the depths of it in a more detached way. Let's see how this combination together brings out well-being in each other, when it's good or when it's possibly not good. See what that's like. Mostly we focus on the positive possibilities, particularly because this one has it's a lot, I think, more positives than negatives. This is the chemistry of Taurus woman and Pisces woman. Most often, this pair is mutually attracted at a time when they are seeking less drama from a partnership, or whilst blatantly in the process of some self-help foray or another. Right. Yeah, right, so they look to help each other. Got it, the well-being. They have much in common, having had similar experience, playing a comparable role with women in the past. Feminine, typically. Supporters who might have gotten used and not appreciated for what they are. There is an easy affability between these two characters, rather than an immediate fiery chemistry. And it usually takes time for romantic feelings to surface, or for either party to recognize her affections as such. Once that certain light in their eyes is switched on, there is no stopping this bond from accelerating rather swiftly towards commitment. Pisces will always play the older and wiser part, regardless of actual age, as Taurus provides emotional stability, sensing Pisces' inherent fragility. Juicy. Taurus can become a bit of a protector through the emotional connection that these two have. And Pisces just adds subtlety and intrigue and just an enticement in the sensitive way that she is. An appreciation for the fact that Taurus can sense it, and Taurus appreciating it. It's kind of a nice shared sentiment there. Let's take a look at the compatibility for these two. This is a well-rounded relationship, though not without its dysfunction. Home life, career, art, travel, all have their place. In fact, Taurus is a master at ritualizing experience, such that one calendar year will look very much like the next, forever providing events or holidays to which to look forward to. Lovely. It's a very domesticated experience for these two. Given such concreteness, Pisces is allowed to escape more healthfully into her work or her projects, or, on the flip side, to isolate herself. We don't want the Taurus doing so much for the Pisces that they just become lost in a trance of a dependence that can happen here. It's more about the Pisces' own Saturn that is going to define whether the Taurus accidentally uproots the Pisces' own sense of self-autonomy. If the Pisces has a good Saturn, it's close to Libra, positive aspects, then this might not happen. Taurus may struggle to keep the Pisces social and not lose her to that fog the mutable water fish often wraps herself in. Simple pleasures are best for reaffirming the bond, So gatherings with a small circle of friends, playing games, or low-stakes activities like theater or movie outings. These keep life sanguine and clear of Piscean detachment from the outside world, which Pisces can often do, which the earthiness in Taurus can tolerate but doesn't always appreciate. It is often best for this couple to stick to cities or communities where they can remain thus engaged. Because out in the country, there's less for them to do, and Pisces can often disappear into just her own mystical way. I definitely see that, and I definitely get that. But these two can be deeply enriched by enjoying these social things if they do come together. And the Piscean mystique and goofiness, there's a goofiness in Pisces that the Taurus can love very deeply. I can definitely see that. Let's take a look at the carnality of these two. The butch to femme ratio of these signs is split pretty evenly. So it's anyone's guess who will play what role. Even if Pisces is the one sporting the tool belt, she'll still be the more emotionally accessible, if not outright needy of the two. Her moodiness will decide when it is time or isn't time to hit the sheets. Taurus is a steady creature who actually welcomes a bit of a roller coaster ride of feelings. And she finds the fish's diva-like switches from detachment to utter desperation fairly amusing, mindful not to reveal that fact. The bull is patient and can thus dangle herself sexually with an eye on frustrating the Pisces into taking action. Yeah, I get that. Taurus will just put on something, put on the nice smell, the nice music, and put on like something that's suggestive and a little bit revealing, and just kind of just parade it in the Pisces' face. And the Pisces will be taken out of whatever she might be sucked into and see all that. Because Pisces can be very sensual and enjoy the delights and pleasures of joy and just pleasure for its own sake. And she can get deeply, hotly enticed by a Taurus who's just being like quietly putting on the lipstick and giving the fuck me eyes. For Taurus craves adoration even more than the Pisces, who is rather a solicitor of negative attention, knowingly or not. Pisces is very tactile, as is Taurus, and they enjoy greatly caressing as well as scissoring with enough friction to start a bushfire. Of all things, they'd agree, deep kissing is the most important sexual art, over which both claim the highest level of expertise. I could definitely see that being an expression for both of them and a very important part of their overall sexual, just their experience between each other. I could see that. It's a sharing, it's a bonding, it's the emotional sentiment, and it's just pure passion and sensuality. For the Pisces, she can tap into the watery passion of just not having to do anything but just find the different ways that she wants to do the thing. And Taurus gets the sensual bit, the communication, the feeling that this lover is actually there and not just floating in the clouds, wishing she was on cloud 9 instead of down here with me. They both get both of their thing out through deep kissing. Very juicy. Okay, folks. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. For anybody watching live, let's see. Yeah. I always love doing this stuff with you folks. Let me know what you think. Comment, like, subscribe, all the things. For you, Taurus, who just watched this Pisces part of this video, and for anyone in general who just has been watching this, I love you. I enjoy doing this stuff with you guys. I hope you guys enjoy it too. I'd love to know what you think. Keep in touch with me because there's always more stuff going along in the world of how to rock astrology. Take care. Thanks.